Chapter 1380. Intercept and kill, that's right. Only those with an immortal body have enough strength to travel in there. If a saint body enters, unless their cultivation is very high, they will most likely die. After that, the four of them stepped into the vortex one after another. Rumble. It was as if he had entered the cycle of reincarnation. An indescribable feeling arose in Lin Ling's heart. Faintly, he could see the cycle of reincarnation, and he could see his past and present lives. Unfortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already in a vast expanse of land. Here, there were mountains and precipitous ridges. Gray was the only color. Moreover, he couldn't sense any living creatures. Instead, he could hear the occasional wailing of ghosts. Looking up at the sky, the ghostly aura was extremely condensed, as though the sun of the moon had descended. At the same time, there was a huge vortex hanging in the sky, as though it wanted to devour the world. Lin Ling could also see a large number of ghosts flying out of the vortex, and a large number of ghosts being sucked into the vortex. So many ghosts. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. You can see the whirlpool of heaven and earth. How is this possible? You should know that this is the 6 paths of reincarnation, one of the most mysterious forces in the world. The souls of those who die are sucked into the whirlpool, and the souls of those who enter the cycle of reincarnation are also sucked into the whirlpool. Jean Shaw sucked in a cold breath. She had heard of the legend of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and some people had seen it, but she didn't expect Lin Ling to see it. It was said that those who could see the 6 paths of reincarnation were all innately powerful experts. Lin Ling smiled and didn't explain much. This made Jean Shaw curl her lips helplessly, thinking that Lin Ling was bragging again. Lower your voice. This is the ghost region. Do you want to attract countless ghost fiends, soul-reaping envoys, and even ghost emperors and ghost venerables? Xia Lu said in dissatisfaction because he was ignored again. Let's be on our way. This time, we'll be collecting limbo flowers and yellow spring stones. These are popular items in all the major markets. Jin Yuan waved his hand and let the 3 of them go. Yellow Spring Stone. Does it have to be near Yellow Springs Mountain? Lin Ling's heart pounded. Only by approaching Yellow Springs Mountain would he be able to find the soul of the second dream. That's impossible. We can only travel around the periphery of the ghost domain. It's impossible for us to get close to the center of the ghost domain. After all, anyone who goes there will die without a doubt. There was once a 5th-layer saint who went there, but his soul was also taken away. Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Ling stepped on the lonely ground with a heavy heart. It seemed that he would have to part ways with Jin Yuan and the others. After all, he was going to the Yellow Springs Mountain. That's right. Most of the disciples of the major sects and dynasties walk around the periphery. If they want to get close to the center, they need more experts to form a team. Jean Shaw also said. The 4 of them continued to move forward. Along the way, ghosts of the netherworld appeared, but they were all killed by Jean Shaw's sword. These ghosts were devils. After devouring a large number of ghosts, they already had the possibility of transforming into evil ghosts. And once they transformed into evil ghosts, they would be terrifying. The ghosts of the netherworld were also divided into different ranks, depending on the color of their eyes. There were black, white, and red. Among them, red ghosts were the most difficult to deal with. Lin Ling listened from time to time. These were the taboos of the ghost domain. If not for Jin Yuan and his sister's reminder, he wouldn't have known. While the 4 of them were moving forward, on top of a distant hill, a large number of people had gathered. Looking carefully, they were actually the experts of the 3 mysterious realms. The strongest among them was a 2nd-layer saint. Moreover, none of them was a 7th-layer transcendent. In the three mysterious realms of the mortal world, each one of them was a sect leader of a super sect. This ghost domain is full of dangers, but it's also a place to find money. A one-armed man among them said. His right hand was like a demon king's claw, wriggling slightly. In his palm, there was a ghost of the netherworld. Then, he clenched his fist, and the ghost let out an ear-piercing screech before turning into green smoke and disappearing. I heard that many people are looking for the ancient tomb. I wonder if we can get a share of the loot. A sanctimonious middle-aged man said indifferently. Sect leader of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect, even if you find the forbidden land, are you qualified to share? The one-armed man said disdainfully. He knew that in the ghost domain, there were many experts of the 3 mysterious realms. He continued, not to mention others, just from what I know, the ghost domain has your Xianping province's Thousand-Era Ghost Sect, Western Sea's Dragon Qilan Palace, and Sky Dragon Temple. These experts are more powerful than your 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect, not to mention the other experts of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. Indeed, in the face of such experts, he was not qualified to touch the treasures. Great Senior Crescent Moon, I've found 4 cultivators, and they're currently heading this way. At this time, a cultivator walked over and reported happily. The one-armed man's eyes were filled with joy. Are they disciples of big sects? These disciples have always been rich. They came to the ghost domain to gain experience, so they must have a lot of treasures on them. I can't tell, but they're very young. The cultivator laughed. The ghost domain is a chaotic place, and there are people from all walks of life. With the ghost domain's great senior, it's normal for a few people to die. The sects behind them won't know. Kill them. The one-armed man stood up. Right at this moment, a man who was around the age of 40 by his side stared into the distance, and he suddenly spoke with pleasant surprise. Supreme Senior, those fellows severed Luo Jie's arm in Thousand Mish City. You must uphold justice for me. Moreover, there's a woman amongst them who has a really good figure. Lord Lu, you're also one of the experts of the Xianyuan realm. Who knew that you'd be so useless and humiliated by a few juniors? Fine, I'll uphold justice for you today. The one-armed man took a big step and led the group down the hill. The sect leader of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the one-armed man's voice sounded, Sect leader, since you're in our team, you naturally have to follow our rules. If you don't like it, you can leave on your own. However, if you're alone in the ghost domain, you'll die faster. Ha, it's not that I don't like it, but I'm afraid that they have a powerful background. The sect leader laughed. With me here, there's nothing to fear. At this moment, Lin Ling and the other 3 were still moving forward. However, at this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He sensed a huge aura surging towards them. Immediately, he whispered, danger is approaching. Is it a large number of evil spirits? Jin Yuan's face turned serious, but Lin Ling shook his head, it's humans. Oh no. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces changed. They knew that in the ghost domain, because of all walks of life, teams often killed each other. Moreover, no one would know if they died. There were only 4 of them. If they encountered a powerful team, they would be in danger. Leave immediately. Xiao Lu was more nervous than anyone else. He shouted anxiously. Good reaction. Unfortunately, it's too late. However, just as the 4 of them moved, the wind and clouds surged in all directions. Murderous auras surged. More than a dozen figures surrounded the 4 of them. Chapter 1381. Great Master Crescent Moon, Your Excellency, we're from the Jin dynasty of Xianhuang Dayu. Please give us some face so that we can talk in the future. Jin Yuan was indeed very experienced. He immediately brought out his backer. Are you stupid? In the ghost region, even if you're from the 7 emperors of Xianping province, Xianwang Dayu's Champion University, or Xuanyuan Celestial Foundation cultivators, you still have to die. The one-armed man indifferently said. His arms were extremely long, almost touching the ground. Moreover, they were as thick as a demon, and his 5 fingers were like crescent moons. Hee, you were so arrogant yesterday. Why are you begging for mercy today? Hee. As soon as Great Master Crescent Moon finished speaking, Master Lu came out with the man whose arm had been cut off by Jin Sha. When Jin Yuan and his sister saw those 2 people, they knew that things were going to be difficult to solve. Do you regret it? You didn't kill me yesterday. Today, you're going to die in my hands. You'll beg for mercy, little slut, said the one-armed man with an evil smile. The others also smiled coldly. You're a despicable and treacherous person. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Hee, shouted Jin Sha. She also unsheathed her sword. You're so fierce. Ha, just like those 2 lumps on your body. Good breasts. But you won't be able to be fierce anymore. You'll only be able to moan happily. Master Lu also let out a sinister laugh. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hee. Jin Sha took a step forward. She couldn't suppress her murderous intent. However, Lin Ling quickly pulled her back and said indifferently, don't be angry because of some scum. Hee. Hearing that, Jin Sha looked at Lin Ling. She discovered that Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Unknowingly, the anger in her heart also calmed down. Wait, I'm Xiao Lu from the Xia clan of the Xianyuan Great Region. Senior, please spare my life. I don't want to team up with them anymore. Hee. At this moment, Xiao Lu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted anxiously, startling everyone. It should be known that after entering the ghost domain, although there was no friendship between each other, due to the team's rules and taboos, no one had ever betrayed their teammates. Moreover, this rule was maintained even after leaving the ghost domain. But now, that young man was actually begging for mercy and betraying the team. This was extremely rare for a team to enter the ghost domain. Ha, brat, you're very interesting. I'm the first one to see you betray your team. If everyone who enters the ghost domain is like you, then there's no need to form a team. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon laughed. As long as I can live, I will do anything. Xiao Lu knelt down and kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic. In order to survive, he didn't care so much. Very well, if you want to live, then you have to kill them. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon said with a mocking smile. Team members killing each other, this is a pretty good situation. No problem. Senior, are you interested in that woman? Good taste. That woman's figure is hot and will definitely satisfy Senior. Xiao Lu immediately laughed and looked at Jin Yuan and his sister with eyes full of hostility. Xiao Lu, are you still human? Staring at Xiao Lu's changing face, Jin Yuan couldn't help but roar. This Xiao Lu is really shameless. Just a moment ago, he said that if Lin Ling encountered danger, he would definitely be the first to run. Who would have thought that Xiao Lu would be the first to run? Moreover, not only did he run, but he also didn't hesitate to turn the spearhead and attack them. Ha, I've seen ugly people, but I've never seen someone as ugly as you. You think you have the right to talk about me before? Lin Ling also sneered. This was the first time he had encountered the team's rules, but since there were rules, he would still abide by them. That was why he didn't care how arrogant Xiao Lu was before, because he didn't want to affect the team's unity. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to fear anything. Humph, a dead man has no right to speak. Yes, I am ugly, but after leaving here, I will become respected again. I will still be a genius. Who will know that I betrayed my own people? Xiao Lu sneered again and again, not ashamed, but proud. He gloated and said, Lin Ling, let me tell you, you will definitely die at my hands later. The surrounding people also sneered. What a pitiful team. They had trusted the wrong person, and now their team of 4 had become 3 people, while their own side had gained a helper. Kill the man, and capture the woman alive. Kill. Grand Sovereign Crescent Moon didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He waved his hand, and everyone walked forward step by step. Their killing intent was so strong that it even dispersed the surrounding ghost chi. Lin Ling, if you have a chance, run immediately. Although the team doesn't allow private escape, we don't have any chance now. Jin Yuan said anxiously, his face grave. That's right, Lin Ling. I am the one who caused this. After leaving here, go to the Jin family's imperial court in Xianhuang Dayu and tell them who killed us. However, Lin Ling didn't move. He slowly pulled out the sword on his back. Why are you still here? Thank you. Jin Yuan and his sister were immediately moved. Lin Ling was the weakest among them, but he still fought side by side. They didn't make a wrong friend. However, even though they were moved, they wanted Lin Ling to leave even more. Lin Ling was a true friend, and they didn't want Lin Ling to die here. They want to run. Capture the woman first. Go. How could Xiao Lu not know about Jin Yuan and his sister's whispers? He immediately warned them, causing their eyes to fill with anger. What a hateful Xiao Lu. Okay, let's capture the woman first, and then slowly kill the man. Go. Boom. The closest cultivator exploded with a majestic aura. He was a first-layer saint, and his saint seed descended. Heavenly pattern martial arts formed a great law, and he grabbed at Jin's shawl like a hand covering the sky. Hurry up. You guys have to finish the battle in an incense stick's time. After all, this is the ghost realm. If you make too much noise, it will be troublesome if you attract the ghost fiends. Go. Great Venerable Crescent Moon took the remaining people and left first. Obviously, there were only 3 people left, and 2 of them were in the Transcendence realm. Such a team wasn't worth his time. At this moment, the sect master of 3 elements Golden Dipper sect also left. However, he stared at Lin Ling and frowned slightly. That person seemed very familiar. Then, he didn't think much and strode away. Jin Shaw, be careful. Brother. At this moment, Jin Yuan's face was full of anxiety and anger when he saw the expert rushing over. However, at this moment, 2 Saint Realm experts on the other side entangled him, so he couldn't get away to help. Jin Shaw's beautiful eyes narrowed. The opponent was very strong. His immortal body wasn't weaker than hers, and his cultivation was also higher than hers. She was no match for him at all. However, when the crisis approached, she looked to the side and said, Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Why are you still standing there? Brother. Lin Ling didn't plan to leave at all. How could he leave when the others were showing killing intent? He slowly raised his sword and muttered to himself, why should I leave? Yes. Jin Shaw was stunned and couldn't say anything. Lin Ling was so stupid. Not only did he not leave, he even asked why he should leave. Yes, why should I leave? Yes. The big hand of the expert in the distance was already in sight, and he sneered again and again. Almost as the big hand was about to grab Jin Shaw, Lin Ling finally drew his sword. The sword came from the west, and the power of 8 universes erupted. It was unstoppable. Gotcha. Chapter 1382. You want to leave just like that? As for the expert who attacked, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, who attacked me? Kill. He was already not far from Jin Shaw, but he didn't know who was so powerful to break his heavenly pattern martial art with a single slash. Not only did I attack you, I'll kill you. Kill. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. That expert finally saw who made a move. It was none other than the handsome young man at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. However, this was the last time he would see that young man in his life. Because in the next instant, that young man slashed out with his sword, the sword light was extremely dazzling. Boom! It exploded. That expert's body wasn't cut in half, but exploded, blood raining down. The surroundings were silent. They had seen it before, but exploding. What kind of power could cause one to explode? Endless blood rained down. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the middle, a dazzling sword bathed in the blood rain, making him look like a god of slaughter. You killed Reverend Di Dang. Kill. The others stopped what they were doing and stared at Lin Ling. Then, they cried out in surprise. Their faces were full of anger and murderous intent. Not only did I kill him, I'll kill you all. Kill. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. His figure became strange and distorted the space. Then, he appeared behind a strong cultivator and slashed out with his sword. Boom! That expert didn't even have time to react. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was in the transcendent realm, would have the great law of space, so he exploded with a single slash. Bastard, the great law of 1,000 miles of dust. Kill. One of the elders shouted angrily. His body exploded, releasing his heavenly pattern martial art, forming a vast world of dust. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Kill. Lin Ling still took a step forward, distorting space, intersecting with illusions. Lin Ling's body appeared in front of another expert. The power of 8 universes slashed out with a domineering might. Meanwhile, in his left hand, a furious dragon roared, ruthlessly smashing out towards the other old man. Rumble. The moment this dragon appeared, destruction and madness erupted. Everywhere it passed, there was the great law of fire, the great law of taboo explosion. That feeling was like a flame dragon drawing runes in the sky, and within the runes, the great law crushed everything. Pop! 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 The flame dragon engulfed that elder, burning the world of dust. Even the dust that was hard to see with the naked eye was burned to death. That expert was burned alive, and before he died, he let out a terrified voice, heavenly pattern. Kill. This voice caused the earth was deathly silent. Jean Shaw stroked her red lips, her heart pounding. She had previously asked Lin Ling about his strength. At that time, Lin Ling had said that he had a heavenly pattern martial art, but Jean Shaw hadn't believed him at all. She had thought that Lin Ling was lying, but now, the facts had proven everything. Most importantly, she had thought that Lin Ling had delicate features and should not have gone out to train. Perhaps he would faint at the sight of blood. However, who knew that the moment Lin Ling drew his sword, his killing intent would be so decisive and the destructive aura would be so domineering. He was like a completely different person when he drew his sword. Kill. Kill. A raging murderous intent spread across the ground, and with each sword strike, a Saint Realm Master would die. At this moment, Lin Ling did not hold back at all. These people reminded him of the people who had captured Xiao Yun's ghost alive. They were so ugly, and they had used the ghost domain to slaughter cultivators for life experience. Lin Ling had no choice but to kill them. Lin Ling, although not a saint, was magnanimous. If he didn't like them, he would kill them. In just a few breaths, those who stayed were all dead. Jin Yuan and his sister were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm, but he killed saints like killing dogs. This was too heaven-defying. How could they know that before Lin Ling reached the 4th layer of the fiend god overlord body, he didn't fear saints at the 1st layer? And after reaching it, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Currently, with a yellow-grayed immortal body and an ancient god emperor, who could stop him? Put on. Xiao Lu looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and he fell to the ground in fright. You want to leave just like that? Go. However, while Jin Yuan and the others were still in shock, Lin Ling's cold voice rumbled like thunder. A terrifying thought rose in the hearts of Jin Yuan and his sister. Lin Ling didn't want to let Grand Venerable Crescent Moon and the other experts off. At this moment, Grand Venerable Crescent and the others were still moving forward. When they heard the voice, their bodies trembled. When they turned around, their faces were gloomy. Their people had failed. Lin Ling, you're crazy. After killing them, you should have run away immediately. How could you lead them here? Xiao Lu shouted. Xiao Lu went blank for a moment before shouting anxiously. He was afraid that Grand Monarch Crescent Moon would vent his anger on him. You don't have the right to speak. Xiao Lu shouted. Lin Ling glanced at him with a cold smile, and a sharp sword slashed out, cutting off Xiao Lu's legs. He said coldly, those who kill should be killed. Xiao Lu shouted. How can he be so arrogant? Xiao Lu shouted. The two lumps on Jin Shao's chest jumped violently. Of course she knew to stop killing by killing, but how strong was that? After all, the other party was a second-layer Saint Realm expert. You killed my people. Kill. While Jin Yuan and his sister were still in shock, Grand Venerable Crescent and the others arrived in anger. When they swept their eyes over the ground, their faces became solemn. Their people were all dead. Moreover, they also saw that it wasn't Jin Yuan who had attacked, but the transcendent realm young man they didn't think highly of. Obviously, they had underestimated this young man. He was definitely a rare genius among the three mysterious realms of the mortal world. They wanted to kill me. Should I not kill them? Kill. Lin Ling sneered and pointed his sword at Grand Venerable Crescent Moon. Everything was just like his life principle. He would treat others the same way they treated him. So, now that he had drawn his sword, how could he not taste blood? Good, good, good. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to kill people of a higher realm as a transcendent. Your immortal body must be at the 5th grade of the yellow grade, and you also have a heavenly rune martial art at the initial success stage. However, you were too reckless. After killing my people, you should have fled immediately instead of informing me. Kill. Grand Venerable Crescent was so angry that he laughed. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was very strong, but did he really think he could kill him? Moreover, they had 10 First Heaven Saints. Such a force couldn't be underestimated even among the three mysterious realms of the mortal world. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, the sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect looked at Lin Ling carefully. Then, he confirmed that Lin Ling looked familiar. He shouted angrily, Lin Ling, you are messing around. Grand Venerable Crescent is a top expert of the Great Xianyuan realm. You didn't kill Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. Put down your sword, kneel down, and beg for mercy. Maybe you can leave your corpse intact. Then, he looked at Grand Venerable Crescent and said, Grand Venerable, this boy is from Xianping Province. He is currently on the recommendation list. However, he doesn't have any of the 7 emperors behind him, so you don't have to worry. He had joined Grand Venerable Crescent's team but hadn't made any achievements. Now that he knew Lin Ling, he could make a contribution. Why aren't you putting down your sword? Lin Ling, I am the sect master of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. Chapter 1383. False Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. In the past, an elder from your sect joined forces with Emperor Su Xing to kill me. I haven't even taken revenge yet, but today you're joining forces with outsiders to kill me. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He hadn't expected to meet someone from Xianping province. You're stubborn. This isn't Xianping province. You don't have Lady Shui Wu behind you. The sect master shouted angrily again. It was as if Lin Ling was a disciple of his sect and offended a guest in his heart. He was extremely angry. A dignified cultivator from Xianping province actually flatters someone else. Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, shame on you. Lin Ling sneered. He sighed in his heart. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect was one of the strongest sects in Xianping province, but in the ghost realm, this so-called sect master didn't dare to be arrogant. Instead, he lowered his head and became someone else's subordinate. You're hopeless. Great Senior Crescent Moon, kill him. The sect master's face instantly turned ugly. Lin Ling actually said that he was flattering him. You're only relying on this one-armed man. If he dies, then what right do you have to be so confident? Lin Ling's killing intent grew stronger. Whether it was the old enmity or today's new grudge, he had to kill this sect master without a doubt. You mean, you want to kill me? Great Senior Crescent Moon knew what Lin Ling meant and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, but he wasn't weak either. Lin Ling had a heavenly martial art, but so did he. Moreover, his realm was much higher than Lin Ling's. How could Lin Ling be confident in killing him? He felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. Were all these monstrous geniuses unable to see through themselves? Ha, you're just a transcendent. It's already amazing that you can kill a first heaven saint. Do you think you can kill a second heaven saint? The other masters also felt that this was a joke. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces also turned pale. Lin Ling couldn't fight someone 2 realms higher. It was completely impossible. Saber of Nirvana. Lin Ling didn't say any nonsense. His surging soul force turned into an invisible blade and attacked Great Senior Crescent Moon. Great Senior Crescent Moon was indeed very powerful, but Lin Ling wanted to see if his soul force was as strong as Great Senior Crescent Moon's. As soon as the Saber of Nirvana appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. The golden saber stirred up the winds and clouds, and the entire ghost domain howled as if they had met their natural enemy. However, besides the souls of the ghost domain, ordinary people simply couldn't sense the terrifying soul fluctuations. Kill. Kill. Show us how. Everyone was still laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. They couldn't sense the terrifying soul fluctuations at all. Only Grand Monarch Crescent Moon's expression froze. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He had assessed Lin Ling's strength, so he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, he hadn't expected that this mysterious young man would be hiding something that he didn't know about. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Crescent Moon Lightsaber. Grand Monarch Crescent Moon's body glowed with a strange light, making him look like an old demon under the moon. His arms grew longer, and his fingers were like crescent moons. Each of his fingers seemed to contain the domineering laws of heaven and earth. Great Senior Crescent Moon, what are you doing? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand why Great Senior Crescent Moon suddenly erupted with such a terrifying power. What was he guarding against? Die. At this moment, Lin Ling snorted and his eyes turned even colder. The saber of Nirvana broke through the air. The sharp blade didn't seem to be cutting flesh, but the void and the enemy's soul force. Oh no. Great Senior Crescent Moon's face turned pale. He realized that his powerful great principles were useless. The fatal attack was still coming. It ignored the great principles and went straight for the soul. Save me. It was the first time in his life that Great Senior Crescent Moon felt so close to death. He shouted anxiously because he couldn't defend against this power. He didn't know where to start. Great Senior Crescent Moon. The eyes of the experts trembled violently. They didn't sense any spiritual chi attack, but Great Senior Crescent Moon was shouting for help. This was completely different from his dominating aura from before. Too late. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he spat out 2 words. Crack. At the same time, the saber of Nirvana pierced through Great Senior Crescent Moon's body like a cicada's wing, sealed his soul, and then pierced through. Bang! The soul of a second-level Saint Realm cultivator had been completely annihilated. Lin Ling's face was a bit tired. His saber of Nirvana had suppressed all of his soul force, and in addition to the soul's sealing mark, it was extremely sharp. But after using it, his soul force had been greatly exhausted. What's wrong, Great Senior Crescent Moon? In the open space, the experts looked at Great Senior Crescent Moon and swallowed. Even now, they still didn't know what had happened. Great Senior Crescent Moon stood motionless on the ground, as if he had fallen asleep. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, he fell on his back. The sound of his body hitting the ground made everyone's heart tremble violently. Dead. Their captain, a second-level saint, had died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely strange. They didn't even know how he died. Now, do you still have someone to rely on? At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the experts to look at him in disbelief. Did this young man kill Great Senior Crescent Moon? Did you kill him? The sect master of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect opened his eyes wide. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart, but he still found it hard to believe. After all, even he couldn't defeat Great Senior Crescent Moon. However, Lin Ling, who was only at the transcendent realm, killed him in a single blow. This Lin Ling was too mysterious. 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect, because an elder tried to kill me in the past, I don't have any good impression of this sect. However, you and I have no enmity, so I don't want to kill you. However, you tried to kill me before. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. His blue robe made these famous experts tremble with fear. Wait, Lin Ling, Venerable Si Calming and I are best friends. You can't touch me. The sect master of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect panicked. How could he not be afraid when Great Senior Crescent Moon was dead? At this moment, he suddenly regretted. He didn't expect that Lin Ling, who could kill Heavenly Venerable Void Star not long ago, would become stronger again in such a short time. You said that I was stubborn before. You were right about that. If I want to kill you, I won't give face to anyone. Lin Ling's eyes were firm as he slashed out with his sword. His killing intent was extremely decisive. Hong Long Long. The unparalleled sword turned into a sword light and directly killed the sect master. With his current strength, he couldn't block Lin Ling's sword of 8 universes at all. The sect master of a generation died just like that. And he didn't die in a big battle, but in a small ambush. Run! Run! The expressions of the remaining experts changed drastically as they dispersed in a hubbub. They were completely terrified. Lin Ling didn't chase after them because there were too many of them. The most important thing was to escape in different directions, so he didn't bother to kill them all. He then slowly put the Tyrant Song sword on his back. Jin Yuan and his sister watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Chapter 1384. The ancient tomb of the titled Ghost Emperor. Then, the two of them looked at Xiao Lu. At this moment, Xiao Lu was so scared that his face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He didn't even know how Great Sovereign Crescent Moon died. Was this the trash he had always disdained? This person can't be left alive. Kill. Lin Ling stared coldly at Xiao Lu. He wasn't a greenhorn. He had experienced a lot, so he wasn't soft-hearted. Wait, we're on the same team. Xiao Lu's face was full of panic, fear, and even reverence. He knew very well that Lin Ling looked handsome, but when he was serious, he was absolutely decisive. When you betrayed us before, you didn't necessarily treat us as members of the team. Since you broke the team's rules first, you're now an outsider. Flames appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. The appearance of the flame dragon made Xiao Lu's face even paler. Brother Jin Yuan, save me. I was just afraid of death. I didn't want to harm anyone. Xiao Lu kept kowtowing. Jin Yuan frowned and pleaded, Lin Ling, it was a moment of crisis. People's emotions are unstable at that moment. I think Brother Xiao Lu's nature isn't bad. Let him go this time. Yes. You're decisive when killing enemies, but you still have to be merciful to your own people. Jin Sha also pleaded for leniency. Lin Ling shook his head. All these years, he had seen all kinds of people. It was obvious that a person like Xiao Lu would not repent. If you spared his life, perhaps the moment you turned around, he would draw his sword and kill you. However, Lin Ling didn't refuse in the end. First, Jin Yuan and his sister took good care of him. He owed them this favor. Second, Xiao Lu was clearly a petty person who would take revenge. However, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Okay, then let him live. However, he can't be with us anymore. I can't guarantee when this kind of ingrate will betray us again. Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lu hurriedly kowtowed. I won't betray you again, trust me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He didn't believe Xiao Lu at all. Xiao Lu immediately covered his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Lin Ling, thank you, but trust me, Xiao Lu's nature isn't bad. Jin Yuan said gratefully. He knew that Xiao Lu. Brother Jin Yuan, there will come a day when you will realize that even if you give others a chance, they may not be grateful. Their character still won't change. Following Jin Yuan, Lin Ling shook his head and said. The three of them quickly disappeared into the distance. Xiao Lu's legs had been chopped off by Lin Ling, causing him to kneel on the ground without moving. However, at this moment, he no longer begged for mercy. Instead, his eyes were filled with a dark chill, just like a poisonous snake. Die, die, die. You're all going to die. Jin Sha, I'm going to toy with her. You dared to betray me. You're all dead. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a black incense and burned it. This incense is the Xia family sound transmission incense. Father said to burn this incense after entering the ghost domain. As long as Father is nearby, he will be able to sense it. After he finished speaking, he waved his left hand again. Light flashed, and a brown puppet appeared. It was an ant puppet, and it carried him forward again. However, it didn't go in any other direction. Instead, it went in the direction Lin Ling had gone. Escaping from death, Jin Yuan and his sister were obviously very happy. Brother Lin Ling, you really hid your strength well. You killed a second-layer saint with your transcendent realm cultivation. Even I wasn't your opponent. Jin Yuan said with a bitter smile as he followed Lin Ling. When they first teamed up, he wanted to protect Lin Ling, but who knew that at the critical moment, it was Lin Ling who protected them. You weren't honest enough. You actually hid it from us. You're too bad. Jin Sha also curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Lin Ling returned to his calm and collected appearance. Hearing these words, he shrugged helplessly, didn't I tell you? Because Jin Yuan and his sister treated him with sincerity, Lin Ling didn't hide much of his strength. He told them frankly, but they didn't believe him. Sure enough, Jin Yuan and his sister recalled that Lin Ling had indeed told them. But at that time, not only did they not believe him, they even laughed at Lin Ling. This made them feel embarrassed. Lin Ling treated them with sincerity. It was them who didn't believe him. If we didn't believe you, you could have proved it. Jin Sha whispered, you made me worry about you. Whatever, if another master appears, Lin Ling, you'll be the first to go. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. If what you said is true, there will be more experts who want to kidnap us. That will be troublesome. Jin Yuan immediately laughed. Lin Ling looked at the two magnificent lumps on Jin Sha's chest and said with a faint smile, everyone has their eyes on you. Maybe it's really possible. You, bastard. The three of them chatted and laughed as they moved forward. Along the way, they also collected some treasures. Jin Yuan secretly admired Lin Ling in his heart. He was honest with his friends and didn't put on any airs. He was like a sword that hadn't been unsheathed. But to his enemies, he was like an unsheathed sword. There was confidence in his calmness, but there was also a storm in his calmness. Then he noticed that his sister Jin Sha seemed to like Lin Ling very much. She kept chasing after Lin Ling and chatting with him. This made him shake his head helplessly. His sister's heart was probably moved. This place should be closer to the center of the ghost realm. Lin Ling and Jin Sha chatted from time to time. He looked into the distance, thinking about when to leave. After all, the place he was going to was too dangerous. It wasn't suitable for Jin Yuan and his sister. Yes, we've already started to walk out of the periphery of the ghost realm. But the further we go, the more dangerous it is. Jin Yuan looked into the distance and said with a serious expression. This time, they had a master like Lin Ling, so they went deeper. Brother, look, there's a stone tablet over there. At this moment, Jin Sha suddenly said in surprise. Lin Ling also looked over and saw an ancient stone tablet sitting under the dark ground in front of them. However, it didn't look eye-catching on the surface. It was hidden in the hills. If Jin Sha hadn't accidentally seen it, Lin Ling would have missed it. Let's go and take a look. The three of them ran toward the stone tablet. A moment later, they appeared under the stone tablet. Looking at it carefully, the stone tablet was about 2 meters tall. It was carved out of a strange black stone. There were complicated words on its surface. Moreover, there were lines that looked like a map. What are these words? Jin Sha stared at the words curiously. Chapter 1385. Great Xia experts. Lin Ling wasn't too interested. Although the tomb of the Regent Ghost Emperor should be a secret realm with countless treasures, he was still too weak. If he went to the secret realm, he would most likely die. Not to mention, he was here for the second dream. You guys are too lucky. The map of the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb that father was looking for was actually found by you guys. At this moment, an excited laughter rang out. Lin Ling and the others looked over and found that it was actually Xiao Lu. At this moment, Xiao Lu was sitting on an ant that looked like a horse. He was dancing with joy, as if he had forgotten that he was secretly following Lin Ling and the others after finding the map. Lin Ling and the others were surprised by Xiao Lu's appearance. Jin Yuan frowned and said, Xiao Lu, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? You think you can leave alive after betraying me? Xiao Lu's expression was extremely cold, causing Jin Yuan to sigh softly. Lin Ling was right. Sometimes, if you let someone go, the other party would not be grateful at all. Instead, they would hate you. Obviously, he was wrong before. Xiao Lu, what qualifications do you have to say that we betrayed you? You are the one who betrayed us. Jin Sha also felt that she had saved the wrong person. Shut up. As a team, not only did you not save your teammate when you saw that his legs were injured, you even left him in the ghost realm. This alone can prove that you betrayed him. However, I am a magnanimous person. Today, Lin Ling and Jin Yuan will die, but Jin Sha can live well as long as she follows me in the future. Xiao Lu coldly snorted. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of Lin Ling and the others. This made Lin Ling somewhat astonished. Xiao Lu's legs were broken, and he was shouting while riding an ant. He was like a clown. Lin Ling couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Lu, is that you? At this moment, a large number of figures shot over from the distance. They were imposing, and even the ghost chi in the mountain range was separated. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces instantly changed. They felt a strong pressure, as if they were Mount Tai and the North Star. These people's strength had obviously reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Father, I'm here. Xiao Lu's face lit up with joy as he shouted madly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and the others as if he was looking at dead people. You betrayed your teammates, you've received your retribution. You! Jin Yuan and his sister's faces turned ugly. They could see that Xiao Lu seemed to have found his family members. Most importantly, those people were extremely powerful. Jin Yuan looked at Lin Ling apologetically. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Some people really shouldn't have been saved. And now, my mistake has implicated you. Don't worry, what will come will come. Lin Ling shook his head and looked into the distance. The aura of those experts gave him some pressure. No wonder that clown Xiao Lu was so proud. Now, get your ass over here and help me up. Maybe I'm in a good mood. Plus, you've helped the Xia clan find the ancient tomb map, so I might spare your lives. Lin Ling, you were so arrogant before, but now I want you to carry me. Seeing Jin Yuan and the others' serious expressions, Xiao Lu felt that he had vented a lot of his anger. He immediately gave the order. Lin Ling, don't go. He wants to humiliate you. Hearing that, Jin Sha immediately pulled Lin Ling back. The more she looked at Xiao Lu, the more disgusted she felt. However, Lin Ling only smiled and pushed her hand away. He slowly walked towards Xiao Lu. Before he could say anything, Xiao Lu coldly shouted, "Let me hear you call me Grandpa." Grandpa. Right now, Xiao Lu was clearly elated. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He looked Xiao Lu up and down and said indifferently, I have to say, you riding this stupid ant is like riding an idiot on a donkey. Grandpa. That one sentence stunned Xiao Lu. Even Jin Yuan and his sister were stunned. It was obvious that the experts were about to arrive, but Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of them. Instead, he was laughing at Xiao Lu. I'm going to give you 300 slaps and beat you to death. After being stunned, Xiao Lu roared even more ferociously. His father was about to arrive. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Give me 300 slaps, I really admire your courage. Lin Ling shook his head. He waved his right hand behind his back and pulled out the tyrant song. The deadly sword landed in front of Xiao Lu's neck. Try shouting again, donkey-riding idiot. You, what are you doing? My father is about to arrive. With the sword on his neck, Xiao Lu's pupils shrank. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to still dare to attack him at this time. Was Lin Ling not afraid of death? After all, if Lin Ling dared to kill him, he would definitely die. If he didn't kill him, he would still have a chance to live. Your father is coming. What does it have to do with me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Just as he finished speaking, the experts in the distance arrived like celestial soldiers and generals. They surrounded the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. These people all wore the same blue robes with the word Great Xia embroidered on their chests. Clearly, their origins were extremely powerful. Let go of my brother. Among them, a young man wearing blue armor with delicate features stared at Lin Ling and shouted coldly. After he spoke, a tall and mighty man walked out like a king. His gloomy eyes were like those of an eagle's as he stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently, "Sir, let go of him and you will still have a chance to live." He didn't say much, but he carried a strong sense of majesty. His strength was also extremely terrifying, many times stronger than Great Sovereign Crescent. The entire area was extremely oppressive. A large number of people stared at Lin Ling as if an army was pressing down. Of course, many people also saw the stone tablet not far away, and their eyes were filled with joy. Clearly, they didn't expect to find another piece of the map here. Did you hear that? Let go of me. Let go. Xiao Lu's confidence grew stronger again, and he laughed sinisterly. Clang! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer. The cold sword energy caused Xiao Lu's body to tremble again. Donkey-riding idiot, don't be so arrogant. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth at the same time, and Xiao Lu didn't dare to speak anymore. Then, Lin Ling sneered and tilted his head, "Let me hear you call me grandpa. Bastard! You're courting death." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding masters shouted angrily. The young man was only a transcendent, and any one of the masters on their side could kill him. Who knew that he would be so arrogant and still dare to threaten their young master when he was about to die? Dream on. As a member of the great Xia family, even if my head is broken and my blood is shed, I will never bow to an enemy. Lin Ling, I'm telling you, if you dare to kill me, you will die, Jin Yuan and his sister will die. This time, Xiao Lu was tough. He suddenly felt that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him because he was the only hostage. If the hostage died, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Then you can die. However, he underestimated Lin Ling's killing intent. At this moment, the tyrant singing sword was decisive. Wait, I'll call you Grandpa. Chapter 1386. Fighting and killing. Is it fun? Young friend, you're not afraid of anything for the sake of your so-called revenge. But let me remind you, you have to consider the consequences when you do things. You might feel refreshed for a moment, but you'll have to use your life to make up for it. The prince said indifferently. Thank you for the reminder, but I, Lin Ling, don't need others to teach me how to do things. Moreover, he seems to be your son. Since he called me grandfather, then I should be your father. Lin Ling looked at the Wang Ye indifferently. He would not rest until he was shocked to death. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. What an arrogant junior. He even dared to ridicule Xiao Wushao's prince. Jin Yuan and his sister smiled bitterly. Lin Ling's method of dealing with his enemies was really ruthless. You're courting death. Father, kill him. The eyes of the young man beside the prince were filled with killing intent. That junior actually dared to take advantage of his father. However, Xiao Wushao was worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. He stopped the young man from speaking and said indifferently, "Young friend, you've won. Do you want to continue like this? I can say that you don't dare to touch my son, because if you kill him, all of you will die. How about this, you take my son and travel 1,000 miles, then let him go, and we'll mind our own business." Father, are we going to let them go just like that? The young man beside Xiao Wushao was unwilling to let those trash go just like that. However, Xiao Wushao coldly shouted, "Shut up." The young man immediately became silent, but his eyes were still filled with killing intent when he looked at Lin Ling. This suggestion is really good. Lin Ling said with a smile. He looked at the man indifferently and noticed that the man's eyes were extremely gloomy. Obviously, he was extremely shrewd. As for the man's suggestion, if Lin Ling was a greenhorn, he would definitely agree. However, He had experienced so many ups and downs, so he naturally knew that if he let Xiao Lu go, he would die even faster. I'm sorry, but I've always liked to court death, so I don't intend to let your son go. Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused anger to flash in the depths of Xiao Wushao's eyes. What a smart boy. Indeed, if Lin Ling dared to release his son, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. After all, it wasn't difficult for him to chase a person for thousands of miles. However, Lin Ling wasn't fooled. Then what do you want? Are we going to continue like this? Xiao Wusha shouted in a low voice. I have my own principles. I treat people the way they treat me. Your son has tried to kill me time and time again. Naturally, I can't let him live. Lin Ling said coldly. Xiao Wusha was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. You don't dare to kill him because you'll die faster if you kill him. Is that so? Lin Ling revealed a smile that wasn't a smile, as if he didn't know how powerful Xiao Wusha was. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he ruthlessly slashed with the Tyrant Song sword. A bloody mark immediately appeared on Xiao Lu's neck. Xiao Lu's eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. Was Lin Ling planning to perish together with him? I didn't kill you last time. You shouldn't have come back because you're courting death, donkey-riding idiot. A sneer floated into Xiao Lu's ears. This was the last sentence he heard in his life. Xiao Wusha's pupils constricted. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to kill in this kind of situation. You dare to kill my brother. Today, you'll die. Another young man's eyes were red as he shouted. Everyone's killing intent sword. Lin Ling had killed their young master. He wanted to perish together with their young master. This person must be killed without mercy. There are many people who want my life, but you're obviously not one of them. Lin Ling said indifferently. He took a step forward and shot toward the siblings. Xiao Wushao's expression became even more ferocious. Do you think you can escape? Why should I escape? Lin Ling's voice rang out. A flame dragon appeared in his palm at this moment. The great law of fire gushed out. The flame dragon was like a tide, but it didn't rush toward Xiao Wusha. Instead, it rushed toward the siblings. This made everyone puzzled. What was Lin Ling planning to do? Brother Jin Yuan, move aside. At this moment, Lin Ling's roar caused the Jin Yuan siblings to hurriedly move aside. At the same time, a flame dragon flew past them. After which, a loud bang sounded and everyone saw that the ancient stone tablet had been blasted apart. Moreover, it had been completely incinerated by the flames. At this moment, the entire land was silent. You seem to be looking for this map. I'm sorry, but the last map has been destroyed. The silence didn't last long. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. The Regal Ghost Emperor's ancient tomb map. You actually destroyed it. Xiao Wusha and the other experts stared at the destroyed map and roared. They didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't run away, nor did he overestimate himself and attack them. Instead, he destroyed the map. This Lin Ling deserved to die. You're dead. Everyone was furious. Today, the prince's son had died, and even the last map had been destroyed. What was the point of killing that young man? No one could save him. Die. Besides Xiao Wusha, the young man was the most furious. He took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. His 5 claws stretched out, wanting to claw Lin Ling to death. At this moment, even the void was torn apart by his claw. This was a true heavenly pattern martial art. Between his 5 claws, the world was toyed with. At this moment, everyone was surrounding Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to escape. They all sneered. This young man dared to kill the second young master and even destroyed the map. Now, let's see how he's going to resist. Life and death were decided at this moment. Lin Ling, be careful. Jin Yuan and his sister's expressions were incomparably solemn as they anxiously shouted. However, they were shocked to find that Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as before. This made them suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of courage was this to be able to remain calm in the face of such a murderous situation? The map has been destroyed, but I've memorized it. Just as the fatal claw was about to grab Lin Ling, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. Sensational news exploded. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Xia faction, don't kill him. Xia Wuxia hurriedly shouted. At this moment, his son was either dead or alive, and only that young man knew about the map. Therefore, if he killed that young man, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Father. The young man who attacked roared unwillingly, but he still forcibly stopped his actions. His opponent had killed his younger brother and was standing right in front of him, but he couldn't kill him. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Is it fun to fight and kill? At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently looked at the young man. He stretched out his left hand and slapped him. Slap! Slap! The crisp sound of the slap stunned the young man. His eyes narrowed. Lin Ling actually dared to hit him. If you want to obtain treasures, you naturally have to pay some price, such as face. Slap! Lin Ling indifferently replied. Through the previous conversation, he knew that these experts seemed to be looking for the map. In the end, he had memorized the map. Therefore, he immediately destroyed the map and used the map as an advantage to turn the tables and make them hesitate to attack. Chapter 1387. The rat for fear of breaking the vases. Alright, I underestimated you. Little friend, what do you want? Xia Wuxia's expression was uglier than anyone else's. He was a famous expert of the Xianyuan realm, yet he was being toyed with by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He wished he could cut Lin Ling into 1,000 pieces. Hand over the map and I'll leave your corpse intact. Xia Pai also roared. Slap! Slap! Another slap landed on his face. Lin Ling's expression was even colder than his. Shouldn't you be more polite to the only person who has the map? Slap! You! Slap! Xia Pai's body trembled with anger. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and ignored him. He looked at Xia Wuxia and said, "Let my friend leave." Fine. All right. Slap. Xia Wuxia immediately said. Although he wished he could kill Lin Ling, he had to admit that Lin Ling was courageous and calm. It was rare to see someone who dared to negotiate in such a situation. Jin Yuan and Jin Mei, you guys leave first. Lin Ling looked at the siblings and said. He knew it would be very difficult for him to leave. Lin Ling, we won't leave. Jin Sha immediately shook her head. The team had to go through hardships together. How could she leave Lin Ling behind? In fact, I'm going to separate from you guys soon because I'm going to enter the depths of the ghost domain. So, it's good that we're separated. This is the only thing I can help you with. Let's go. Lin Ling said with a smile. Alright, Lin Ling, be careful. I, Jin Yuan, will remember this favor. Jin Yuan knew as well that not only would they be of no help if they stayed, it would be harmful instead. So, he left without hesitation. On the other hand, Jin Sha glanced at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Her beautiful eyes were moist as she gritted her teeth and left with Jin Yuan. She knew that Lin Ling had saved them today and allowed them to enter the tiger's den. Seeing the two leave, Xiao Wuxia quietly gave a signal to several cultivators. Obviously, he couldn't let them go. Everyone, stay where you are for an hour. If even one of you leaves, I will kill myself. However, just as he was about to do so, Lin Ling's voice rang out, causing Xiao Wuxia to be furious. What a cunning junior. He was simply watertight. Obviously, he couldn't let Lin Ling commit suicide because Lin Ling was the last piece of the map. Everyone could only wait in place for half an hour. Lin Ling sat down and drank. He didn't look like a prisoner, but more like a master. After a long time, he said indifferently, "Okay, let's talk. What's next? I want you to work with us and the other map to find the Ghost Emperor's ancient tomb. Then, you can leave." Xiao Wuxia said bluntly. They were looking for a secret realm, and they had already found one of the maps. The only thing they were missing was Lin Ling's map. All right. Lin Ling didn't hesitate and directly agreed. In fact, he had no choice but to agree. Moreover, he knew that if they found the Ghost Emperor's ancient tomb, he wouldn't be able to leave. He would undoubtedly die. Of course, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be willing to throw away his life. During this process, he would definitely think of a way to escape. Let's go. Xiao Wuxia glanced at Lin Ling, waved his hand, and led everyone forward. Lin Ling calmly followed as if he didn't know he was in danger. His boldness caused Xiao Wuxia's eyes to turn even colder. As long as they found the ancient tomb, this junior had to be eliminated. After all, at such a young age, he wasn't afraid even if the sky collapsed. In the future, he would definitely become a great disaster. The ghost realm was gray all year round. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no night or day. It was like a corner abandoned by the world. Along the way, a large number of ghosts appeared. There were even ancient souls and corpses that Lin Ling had encountered in star-picking country. However, the strength of this group of experts was exceedingly high. When they attacked, their battle prowess was unparalleled. They easily dealt with those ghosts. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly observing. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he wasn't a match for this group of people. Most of them were between the first and second layer of the Saint Realm, but the man in the lead had reached the fourth layer of the Saint Realm. Moreover, his immortal physique wasn't weak. It was at least 10th grade Yellow Realm. Most importantly, he had a black and white iron will in his hand. This group of people clearly wasn't an expert from Xianping province. Moreover, with so many forces, their identities shouldn't be weak. You guys are quite rich. Each of you is riding a puppet. That Qilin puppet over there, let me try riding it. On the way forward, Lin Ling said with a smile. As far as his eyes could see, it was the Qilin puppet Xiao Pai was riding. Don't forget, you're a prisoner. Just as Lin Ling's voice fell, everyone's face became angry. Xiao Pai shouted coldly. They had never seen such an arrogant youth. In such a situation, he still dared to raise conditions. Then I'm a bit tired, I'll take a rest. Lin Ling didn't think of himself as a prisoner. Since they didn't want to give him a mount, then he'd walk slowly. You're courting death. Xiao Pai roared. Xiao Pai, give your Qilin puppet to him. You and Uncle Mu can ride it together. Xiao Wuxia said indifferently. Dad, he's just a piece of trash. I'm the son of the Grand Xiao, how can I give my mount to him? Xiao Pai shouted unwillingly. However, in the end, he compromised. Clearly, the ancient tomb was already in front of him. He didn't dare to complicate matters. A 2-meter-tall Qilin puppet was brought over. Lin Ling smiled and jumped on it. After that, a wine pot appeared in his hand. He rode the Qilin and leisurely moved forward. Everyone's heart was about to explode. They had never seen such an arrogant youth. Not only did he snatch their qilin, all the ghosts that appeared on the road were dealt with by them. This made the youth not like a prisoner, but a master. After we find the ancient tomb, we'll slowly kill him. Xiao Pai also knew his father's fear, so he endured it. However, just as he thought this, Lin Ling's polite laughter sounded. "Young master, do you want wine?" "No." Xiao Pai couldn't suppress his anger and roared. Lin Ling was teasing him. "Little friend, your courage is not bad. You dared to enter the ghost domain when you're only at the 7th layer of transcendent realm. You're also calm even when facing us experts. I wonder if you're interested in joining my Grand Xia family." At this moment, Xia Wuxia said with a faint smile. He acted as if Lin Ling wasn't the person who killed his son. He was extremely courteous. "Of course I'm interested. Cultivators all want to find a good backer. What are the rewards after joining your Grand Xia family?" Lin Ling revealed an interested expression, causing Xia Pai to sneer in his heart. This idiot, how could his father allow him to join? Joining was actually equivalent to death. My Grand Xia family comes from the Great Xianyuan region. Over there, we have the energy-returning spirit mushroom, which is unique to the 3 Xian cultivators of the mortal world. This kind of spirit mushroom is formed by the heavens and earth. It takes 1,000 years to form and 10,000 years to become a human. I see that little friend is also a genius. If you join my Grand Xia family, there will be many benefits. For example, this energy-returning spirit mushroom. Xia Wuxia rode on a tall Cheongqi puppet and said arrogantly. A sparkling and translucent spirit mushroom appeared in his hand. The moment this spirit mushroom appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ghost domain surged over. Chapter 1388. A prisoner, my Grand Xia has a lot of this kind of energy-returning spirit mushroom. This is the first time I've given it to you. Of course, I don't know how much talent you have. As soon as Xia Wuxia finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a large number of mysterious characters appeared in front of him. In just 3 breaths of time, those complicated characters disappeared. Do you understand? If you can say 70% of it, this energy-returning spirit mushroom will be yours. Xia Wuxia said again, causing his son Xia Pai to frown. The energy-returning spirit mushroom was extremely precious. It could allow one's spiritual energy to return to one's body and have the power to condense a saint ocean. Moreover, it was absolutely helpful to the growth of a 9th-layer saint. However, his father wanted to reward it to Lin Ling. Father, what qualifications does this trash have to obtain the energy-returning spirit mushroom? Xia Pai was unwilling to accept this. Your father is very smart. How come both of his sons are idiots? Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. Then, he slowly explained the mysterious characters that Xia Wuxia had shown him. Although those characters were complicated and mysterious, Lin Ling's eye of time was extremely terrifying. He could remember them with a single glance. Alright, this treasure is yours. Xia Wuxia threw the mushroom to Lin Ling, causing Xia Pai's expression to freeze. He frowned and said, Father. Shut up. Xia Wuxia lightly shouted. He sighed in his heart. He had to kill Lin Ling. However, it was undeniable that his 2 sons were much worse than Lin Ling. His previous test was actually very simple. He suspected that Lin Ling might not have remembered the map. In order to be safe, he tested it with the complicated characters of the Grand Xia. But the result was that Lin Ling had a photographic memory. In that case, he should have remembered the map. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew about his test, so he was very cooperative. On the contrary, his son didn't understand at all, so he was somewhat disappointed. Little friend, I'm a realistic person. The dead cannot be revived, so I will look forward. Next, you will meet up with the other map. Once you find the tomb, you can leave. If you don't want to leave, you can enter the tomb with us. The treasures obtained on the way will be yours, said Xiao Wuxia indifferently. Thank you, Senior. However, although I have memorized the current map, it will take some time for me to recall everything. Therefore, Senior, please give me some time. Lin Ling also laughed. The two of them seemed to be chatting like friends, but this was only on the surface. In reality, they were also confronting each other. How cunning! Xia Wuxia thought. Lin Ling wasn't tempted. Instead, he was stalling for time. Of course, Xia Wuxia wasn't in a hurry because the other person who had a map was also stalling for time. Country bumpkin, this is your first time seeing the energy-returning spirit mushroom, right? You can't see yourself clearly. Xia Pai had been reprimanded by his father, and he was in a bad mood, so he mocked Lin Ling in a low voice. That slap felt good, right? Do you want to be slapped again? Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and didn't even look at Xia Pai. His words caused Xia Pai to grit his teeth. He wanted to say something more, but in the end, he held back. Lin Ling played with the spirit mushroom in his hand and sneered inwardly. This Xia Wuxia really knew how to buy people's hearts. He wanted to use a heavenly treasure to make Lin Ling lower his guard. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had experienced too many storms. Now, not only did he not lower his guard, he was even more vigilant. After a long time, all of them stopped before an ancient ruin. Many people had already gathered here since a long time ago, and they'd built temporary houses that were like a small village. Moreover, the surroundings of the village were covered in a large amount of talismans and formation markings to prevent ghosts from approaching. Of course, this was still the outer region of the ghost domain, so they dared to set up camp here. If they were closer to the center, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Lin Ling was arranged to stay in one of the houses. Xia Wuxia's hospitality seemed good on the surface, but Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. He could sense that the surrounding area had been sealed off. A large number of second-stage saints were patrolling. As long as there was any movement, it would immediately cause a great change. Barracks. This was Lin Ling's greatest impression of this place. Moreover, it was a heavily guarded barracks. Lin Ling estimated that his spatial distortion could avoid a large number of experts, but it wasn't suitable for running for long distances. If he was discovered, he would still be caught. This made Lin Ling give up on running away. In the following days, no one disturbed Lin Ling. Lin Ling also quietly cultivated. On this day, his soul force quietly enveloped the area and he suddenly heard a wonderful singing voice. 10,000 miles of dim light, the swan geese come and go, the blue clouds clear the sky. The vast sky is one color, 10,000 miles of dim light, the autumn shadows of the river. The singing voice was crisp and clear. It was a woman's voice, but it gave people a feeling of carefree and happy. Lin Ling's heart surged. He thought of the second dream song. On that quiet night, a lonely girl sang and danced. Her beautiful eyebrows were drawn together, her sleeves fluttering in the wind, her sword standing shoulder to shoulder with the horizon, her present and past parting, lingering for a few years, her flowering gradually fading away, her fleeting years broken. Not only was she a lonely girl, she was also a stubborn girl. Everything she did was for the sake of survival. Unfortunately, life was like a dream. When one woke up from the dream, everything would come to an end. Lin Ling stepped forward, following the singing voice. Under a ruin, he saw a girl in a black dress squatting on the ground. She was looking at the ghost domain's ghost face flowers and singing by herself. From a distance, the girl was like the night. Because she wanted to protect herself, she was lonely and cold. The second dream. Lin Ling slowed down and muttered to himself. I said that I need time to recall the map, The more you force me, the harder it is for me to recall. At this moment, the girl in the black dress muttered to herself, causing Lin Ling to react. Looking carefully, she was not the second dream. Although they had the same temperament, she was more petite. The difference between her and the second dream was that the second dream was an ambitious girl. Although she was weak, she was also strong and independent. This girl was even weaker, like a hedgehog protecting herself. Sorry, I got the wrong person. Lin Ling said indifferently. Can you find a better excuse? During this period of time, you have used all kinds of methods, but I said that I need time to recall the map. The girl in black said disdainfully. She turned to look at Lin Ling and coldly snorted, You have delicate features, but I didn't expect you to be a dog of great xia. Alright, what other tricks do you have? Go ahead and play. See if you can get the map from me. Lin Ling was stunned. Could this girl in black be the other part of the map? Moreover, she thought that he was Xia Wushao's man. He immediately reacted. No wonder Xia Wusha didn't look for him during this period of time. It turned out that the other part of the map had also been memorized by someone else. Moreover, they were also stalling for time. Thinking like this, Lin Ling laughed. He and the girl were in the same boat. What are you laughing at? The girl in black was extremely vigilant, causing her to be very cold. A soft singing voice floated out from her mouth, The mortal world has its own infatuated people. Don't laugh at infatuation. If it wasn't for the cold and clear bones, how could the fragrance of plum blossoms assail your nostrils? The song was pleasant to the ears, but when it reached Lin Ling's ears, he immediately entered a strange realm. Everything that he thought of was quietly revealed. All the secrets were revealed at this moment, as if he was recalling them himself, as if they were pictures. Your Majesty. Chapter 1389. The owner of the other map, Lin Ling's blank eyes instantly condensed as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He stomped the ground and pounced towards the black-clothed girl. His speed was so fast that the black-clothed girl didn't even have the slightest time to react before he knocked her to the ground. At this moment, the black-clothed girl's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Her 3 songs of sun, moon, and star were extremely powerful, but they had failed against a transcendent realm young man. Pang! Lin Ling pushed the black-clothed girl down and grabbed her delicate neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent, causing the black-clothed girl to panic. She wanted to say something, but with her neck being held, she couldn't say anything. At this moment, she regretted it. She hadn't expected that this handsome young man who seemed calm on the surface was actually hiding a storm. When the storm came, no one could stop it. Gradually, the black-clothed girl's face turned pale and she found it difficult to breathe. Lin Ling stared at her. The other party had spied on his secrets before, including his Eye of Time, the ancient tomb map, and so on. What a terrifying girl. With one song, she could see through his entire life. Everyone had their own secrets, which were like a reverse scale. Being spied on would naturally put one in a bad mood. In addition, this place was filled with danger. Even if Lin Ling didn't have the heart to kill, he would still kill to protect himself. Ugh! The black-clothed girl made a sound with difficulty. Unfortunately, her delicate body was being pressed down by Lin Ling, as if she would be torn apart by Lin Ling at any moment. But gradually, Lin Ling relaxed his grip, his face indifferent. You want to kill me? The black-clothed girl breathed with difficulty a few times before angrily shouting. Didn't you want to do the same? After you spied on my secrets and found out everything, Xia Wusha felt that I was useless and could kill me at any time. Lin Ling said in a low voice. I thought you were one of Xia Wusha's people. The black-clothed girl's eyes were filled with anger, but her hostility had weakened a lot. Through her brief spying, she knew that this handsome young man wasn't one of Xia Wusha's people, but the owner of another map. She had thought that Lin Ling was sent by Xia Wuxia, so she had played with him a little, but she hadn't expected Lin Ling to have such a big reaction. I was like you, I was wandering the ghost domain. Later, I saw an ancient stone tablet and was captured by the Grand Xia. Now, I've become a prisoner. Now, get off me. The black-clothed girl's eyes. Aunt's lenses stills. But I's secret's your secret. U.S. words. Xia's. Use. S. Lin S's S4's. Her beautiful eyes gradually moistened, but the black-clothed girl stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. Lin Ling also gradually calmed down and stood up from her. He also noticed that the other party's actions before were unintentional. His actions now were a bit humiliating. I'll kill you sooner or later. After Lin Ling left, the black-clothed girl stood up and shouted angrily. You're welcome at any time. Lin Ling sneered, took out a bottle of wine, sat down on the side, and started drinking. The black-clothed girl's face was cold and full of murderous intent, but she also sat down next to him. The two were silent for a while, making the atmosphere a bit oppressive. I saw you before. You're also one of the map holders, but you're also trapped. Xia Wuxia and the others thought you were just an ordinary transcendent. If they knew how terrifying your strength is, they wouldn't dare to relax their vigilance against you. After a while, the black-clothed girl said indifferently, her words piercing straight to the point. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This girl had such a venomous mouth, but he still laughed. If Xia Wuxia knew that your immortal physique was a song that could control a second-layer saint, then he wouldn't relax his vigilance against you. The black-clothed girl's cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, reaching the first-layer saint realm. On the surface, she didn't seem very strong, but what was terrifying about her was her song. Her soul strength was above Lin Ling's, so it wasn't difficult for her to reach the second-layer saint realm. In fact, in terms of soul control, she was even stronger than Lin Ling. Are you still a man? If you insist on opposing me, why won't you yield to this little girl? The black-clothed girl glared at Lin Ling. His mouth was also very venomous. You have the strength of a second-layer Saint Realm ruler. You're not a little girl. Lin Ling replied coldly. The two fell silent again. Finally, the black-clothed girl said indifferently, You humiliated me before, so I won't let you go. You will die without a doubt. However, our grudges can be settled after we leave this place. Right now, you and I are both prisoners. In the ghost realm, we could try to team up. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He indeed needed help at the moment. If they wanted to team up, he could consider it. Then what's your idea? Lin Ling said indifferently. We can work together to leave this place. Moreover, you and I are both part of the map. Maybe we can find the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb faster than them. The black-clothed girl suggested. Lin Ling sneered, First, why should I believe you? Second, your goal isn't to leave this place, but to find the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb. Your mouth will never spit out ivory. If I, Xian Yuan Gu, want to kill you, why do I have to do it now? I can promise you that I won't make a move before the team is separated. Moreover, finding the Regent Ghost Emperor's tomb is also the way out. The black-clothed girl sneered disdainfully, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Although he didn't trust the black-clothed girl other than her, he couldn't find anyone else to help him. He nodded, All right, I promise you. However, I hope you remember the rules of the team. Don't betray your teammates. Otherwise, you will regret it. Are you threatening me? Let me remind you that teammates share life and death. If you are the first to run when there is danger, if I, Xian Yuan Gu, don't die, there will be no place for you in the mortal world's 3 mysterious realms. The two of them seemed to have formed a team, but they still didn't trust each other. They were only relying on the rules of the team to restrain each other. The two of them conversed once more. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly left. The two of them had come to an agreement. 3 days later, they would work together to escape this place. Although this seemed difficult, it wasn't impossible. After all, both of them had trump cards that could instantly kill a second-level saint. In addition, Xia Wuxia wasn't too vigilant against them. As long as they were careful, their chances of escaping were much higher. 3 days later, the two of them quietly walked together. The ghost realm was still dark and gloomy, and they were heading in a certain direction. Two little friends, the ghost realm is dangerous. It's not good to wander around randomly. There were 2 experts on guard nearby. Their strength was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, and they weren't afraid of Lin Ling and the black-clothed girl messing around. First, Lin Ling and the black-clothed girl didn't have the strength to kill them. Second, even if they did have the strength, it was impossible for them to attack without anyone knowing. Chapter 1390. Escape. There are 3 second-layer saints nearby. Do you want to go first or should I go first? Xian Yuangu dared to venture into the ghost domain alone. Obviously, she had been through a lot. Ladies first. Lin Ling laughed, causing the cultivator of the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm to be puzzled. What were they talking about? At this moment, a song drifted out. The sky changed color and his world disappeared. Only the song remained. Then, with a cracking sound, his soul shattered and turned into ashes. What a straightforward killing intent. Lin Ling praised. Xian Yuangu sneered, if I'm not straightforward, should I wait for him to kill me? I agree with your idea. It's my turn now. Lin Ling continued to walk towards another expert. The two of them looked like they were strolling casually. However, because of this, others would lower their guard. On the other hand, when they moved stealthily, others would be more cautious. As expected, that expert didn't sense anything. He didn't know that someone had died. Because that person's soul was shattered but his body was intact, he didn't sense anything. Blade of Nirvana. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Ling let out a low growl, and a terrifying soul power rolled out. That expert wanted to say something, but his soul was shattered. That expert didn't expect that a transcendent weakling would be able to kill him. There's one more. Let's work together. Xian Yuangu said indifferently. She secretly thought that this handsome guy wasn't a soft persimmon. He killed decisively. Lin Ling shrugged. He also knew that he couldn't leave alone. On the contrary, with this little witch, the chances were higher. The two of them continued forward. Without any suspense, the two of them condensed their remaining soul force and worked together to kill that person. Then, under the gray sky, they disappeared. At this moment, the 3 experts were still standing there. On the surface, it seemed like they were still on guard. However, in reality, they were all dead. It will take at least 2 hours for Xia Wuxia and the others to discover us. 2 hours is enough for us to leave. Hurry! On the dusky ground, 2 figures flashed like lightning. Lin Ling could clearly sense that Xian Yuangu was somewhat excited. This woman was indeed a witch. It's better to be cautious. Xia Wuxia isn't a simple person. If they discover the dead within 2 hours, they can still catch up to us. Lin Ling reminded her from time to time. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the top of a hill and drew a map for each other. At this moment, Lin Ling did not hide anything, because he was not very interested in the ancient tomb. If Xian Yuangu wanted to take the treasure for herself, then he would leave it to her. The reason why he continued to move forward was because of the team's promise. Of course, if it was easy to get the treasure, Lin Ling would not let it go. However, Xian Yuan Gu didn't hide anything and drew the map. Let's go this way. Soon, the two set out again. Not long after, a ghost head appeared in front of them. The surroundings were filled with dusky ghost qi. From time to time, the sound of ghosts crying could be heard, making people shudder. This place is somewhat ominous. Xian Yuan Gu frowned and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Lin Ling directly retorted, "How could there be a good place in the ghost domain? I found that you don't know how to be gentle to women. You are very stubborn. Can't you give in to me?" Xian Yuan Gu coldly snorted. "First, I am telling the truth. Second, you have no relationship with Xian Yuan Gu. You are a cruel and ruthless witch." Lin Ling said disdainfully. Xian Yuan Gu coldly snorted again. She ignored Lin Ling and strode forward. When they got closer, they discovered that it was not a ghost head, but a ghost head mountain. It looked like a human head. Of course, the facial features of the head were extremely ferocious. "We are here. The map says to attack the ghost eyes and open the ancient tomb." Xian Yuan Gu was not afraid. Instead, she was excited. She moved forward with light steps and the power of the sacred ocean erupted. She wanted to attack the ghost eyes. Moreover, the two ghost eyes attacked in a regular order. First, 3 attacks from the left, then 2 from the right. Finally, both eyes attacked together. While Xian Yuan Gu was excited, she didn't notice that the black soil under her feet was wriggling. A rotten corpse quietly crawled out and suddenly grabbed her ankle. This made Xian Yuan Gu's face change dramatically, uprooting the heavens. At the critical moment, a sword slashed over. Then, the sound of metal clashing resounded. The rotten corpse seemed to be made of copper and iron. It was extremely hard. However, in the end, it was still cut in two by Lin Ling. "I didn't expect that other than your strong soul power, your martial arts are also very strong." Xian Yuan Gu wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood up. Because she was not good at close combat, she was afraid of close combat. Moreover, they had arrived at the ancient tomb of the titled Ghost Emperor and the map was complete. Lin Ling could completely ignore her and devour the treasures alone. However, Lin Ling did not and still helped her. This made her heart ripple. "Nonsense, stop talking nonsense." Lin Ling calmly put away his sword. "Idiot who only knows how to cultivate." Xian Yuan Gu sneered. Her jade-like hands continuously waved, releasing spiritual energy to attack the ghost's eyes. After a while, there was a rumbling sound. The ghost's mouth opened, and a terrifying baleful yin qi rushed out. The ancient tomb was opened. At the same time, the sound of ghosts crying appeared in all directions. Lin Ling turned his head and could not help but gasp. He saw a large number of baleful yin qi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Baleful yin qi was the soul of an ancient soul. It did not fear the power of the 5 elements. If it did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, the 3 realms would not tolerate it. If one encountered a baleful yin qi, unless one was an intermediate saint realm master, there was only a slim chance of survival. Most of the cultivators who entered the ghost realm died at the hands of baleful yin qi. This baleful yin qi was obviously more powerful than the ancient soul Lin Ling encountered in the plucking star purple mansion. "Quickly go in." Xian Yuan Gu's face changed and immediately rushed towards the ghost's giant mouth. Lin Ling's face also became solemn. He distorted space and quickly rushed towards the entrance. However, although his speed was fast, the baleful yin qi was not slow. In addition, Xian Yuan Gu was close to the entrance while he was on the other side, so he was surrounded. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling shouted angrily and stretched out his left hand. A flame dragon roared and shot out. Facing the baleful Yin Qi, unless it was a lightning or fire attack, physical strength was useless. Boundless demon eye. In addition, soul force could also kill baleful Yin Qi. This was because baleful Yin Qi was inferior to ancient corpses. In fact, it was only half a step away from the more terrifying Ghost General. A Ghost General was a combination of ancient corpses and baleful Yin Qi. Both its physical body and soul were extremely terrifying. Although Lin Ling's attack barely blocked the baleful Yin Qi, there were too many of them and Lin Ling was still drowned in them. Moreover, the 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon could not shake the baleful Yin Qi and could only force them to retreat. Only soul force could kill them, but it consumed Lin Ling's soul force. This idiot. At this moment, at the entrance, Xian Yuangu frowned. Finally, she clenched her teeth and did not rush towards Lin Ling. Instead, she shot towards the entrance. This world was heartless. Everyone wanted to become stronger, so they only cared about themselves and their loved ones. However, Xian Yuangu, didn't have any loved ones. She only cared about herself. Moreover, it wasn't like she hadn't been betrayed before. In the past, she had almost been gang-raped and killed by her senior brothers. Those senior brothers were like brothers to her and she trusted them. Therefore, that experience had been a great blow to her and she no longer trusted anyone. Chapter 1391. Entering the ancient tomb, that woman really can't be trusted. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed that she had left. His heart instantly turned cold. In fact, he never trusted her. It was just that there were very few people he could cooperate with, so he chose her. Your Majesty, more and more evil spirits are coming. Quickly enter the purple mansion. At this moment, Zilao's anxious voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's expression to become even more serious. The journey to the ghost realm was indeed a narrow escape. With his current strength, he had only explored for a short while and already encountered a life and death crisis. I ride a white horse through 3 trials, I change into plain clothes and return to the central plains. At this moment, a soul-stirring voice floated over like a brilliant heavenly might. The voice was clear and carefree, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. In front of his eyes, a large number of evil spirits exploded, attacked by the soul power of the voice. Then, a small hand as white as jade appeared in front of him. Idiot, hurry up and go. What are you daydreaming about? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. He knew who came to help him. It was Xian Yuangu. Holding the soft hand, Lin Ling rushed towards the entrance. At this moment, the evil spirits at the entrance had already been cleared by Xian Yuangu. However, it could only last for a few breaths. In the next moment, this place would be flooded again. Space distortion. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He carried Xian Yuangu on his back and stepped into the space, finally rushing into the entrance. Hurry up, remember to take the left side. This is what the map says. This ancient tomb is more dangerous than the outside. Xian Yuangu's voice came from time to time. Gradually, the two of them were finally safe. They were surrounded by ancient stones, and in the depths, there was a terrifying yin qi gushing out from time to time. Lin Ling's vigilant nerves slightly relaxed. Previously, danger was everywhere. Then, he smiled faintly. I found that you like to take advantage of others. How long do you want me to carry you? Heartless guy, you know that my physical body is not strong. Can't you carry me for a while longer? Xian Yuangu climbed down from Lin Ling's back and curled her lips. Previously, don't think that my opinion of you has changed. I helped you because of the team's rules. Also, you helped me that time, so now we're even. If you continue to be a trash and encounter danger, I won't help you. Do trash talk a lot of nonsense? Lin Ling laughed disdainfully and strode forward. With the map, it was much safer for the two of them to proceed forward. There were many treasures in this ancient tomb, but the two of them decided to head straight for the main chamber. King. A famous expert in Xianhuang Dayu. After death, he entered the ghost domain and stepped on the ghost Dao to avoid reincarnation. He wanted to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Xian Yuangu said on the way, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air, he's already dead and entered the ghost domain. He still wants to avoid reincarnation. Is that possible? It's possible because he has the reincarnation heart. As long as his soul doesn't die in reincarnation city and can safely return here, he can be reborn after death. Of course, it's not certain that he's immortal and indestructible. Xian Yuangu said, as long as the possessor of the reincarnation heart can find their own body, their soul can return again. Moreover, the soul with the reincarnation heart can't enter reincarnation. It's different from other souls. Xia Wusha's goal should be the reincarnation heart. It wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to guess. Xian Yuangu nodded. Obtaining the reincarnation heart is indeed equivalent to immortality from a certain point of view. How much do you know about Xia Wusha? Thinking of that ambitious and ruthless character, Lin Ling opened his mouth and asked. This person is not weak. He's an expert in the Xian ranking of the splendid mountain and rivers. Although he's ranked in the 90s, his cultivation is only at the 4th layer of the Saint realm. If his cultivation increases, his ranking will increase. Xian Yuangu explained. The splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, profound and yellow ranking was very valuable. Among the 3 profound rankings of the mortal world, many cultivators tested their strength on that ranking. He's stronger than Zhendose. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This Xia Wusha was indeed an ambitious and ruthless character. Humph. He only has that little bit of strength. If I obtain the heaven, earth, man, ghost and god 9 songs, I can also defeat him. Xian Yuangu's petite body revealed a rare aura of confidence. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. So you're saying that you came here for the heaven, earth, man, ghost and god 9 songs? Yes. The regal king knew that he was going to be resurrected, so he collected many treasures before he died. Among them were the heaven, earth, man and god 9 songs. As for the man, ghost and god 9 songs, I don't have them. However, I currently have the sun, moon and star songs. With the heaven, earth, and man 9 songs, my strength will greatly increase. My songs will be able to summon thousands of ghosts. Xian Yuangu's black clothes fluttered in the wind. We're here. The two entered the main room. This was a grand hall. In the center, there was a huge bronze coffin. It emitted the majesty of heaven and earth, as if it was the coffin of an ancient emperor that had fallen. Lin Ling and Xian Yuangu felt some pressure. From the aura, they could tell that the regal king's strength was terrifying. His strength was probably on par with Wu Sheng's. A dead man is like an extinguished lamp. It's just a corpse. As long as his soul can't rush out of reincarnation city, he can't be resurrected. There's no need to be afraid of him. We'll take his reincarnation heart later. Xian Yuangu calmed down and smiled. The two continued forward. In the corner of the main room, they found the yin-yang Pisces talisman. From the records on the map, they knew that this talisman was the key to opening the coffin. If they hadn't obtained the map, they wouldn't have known this secret. Beside the bronze coffin, there were many sacrificial coffins. The two walked forward. Each of them held a key and jointly opened one of the sacrificial coffins. This sacrificial coffin was like a secret room. In the secret room, large amounts of gold, silver, and treasures were casually scattered and piled up like mountains. Lin Ling and Xian Yuangu shook their heads. These treasures weren't very valuable to them. After that, the second sacrificial coffin was opened. There were countless treasures inside. Elixirs, weapons, martial arts, and so on. Although there were many treasures, their levels weren't high. They were useless to Lin Ling. Xianyuan Gu, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She smiled and collected many treasures. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly at her money-grubbing look. This woman was practically a living Lu Su Su. After that, the third sacrificial coffin was opened. There were fewer treasures inside, but they were obviously more valuable. Kid, don't say that I didn't warn you. Do you see those devil-masked flowers? Xian Yuangu pointed to some devil-masked flowers in the corner. Those flowers were black. The petals and stamens formed a strange smiley face. It was a specialty of the ghost realm. I see that this is the first time you've left Xianping province. You haven't gone out to gain experience. Let me tell you, those flowers have 7 kinds of devil-masked faces. If you find one with a smiley face, you have to collect it. If you refine it, it will help you step into the saint realm. Many martial artists in the mortal realm come for these flowers. However, if it's a crying face, a happy face, or a sad face, you can't touch them. Chapter 1392. Falling into a trap, then I'll remind you. Do you see that black jade hairpin? That's a king stage heavenly soldier. It has a strong defensive power and can resist the power of the 5 elements and yin and yang. Your body is weak, so it's very suitable for you. At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes narrowed. Previously, she proudly reminded Lin Ling and wanted Lin Ling to know how powerful she was. She didn't expect Lin Ling to remind her. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the way of forging. My impression of you has changed. Xian Yuangu said. She was a little surprised. Lin Ling's cultivation was not high, but his strength was extremely strong. Moreover, he knew a lot of things. He didn't seem like an ordinary warrior. Same to you. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Your Majesty, that's the feather of the vermilion bird. At this time, Zilao's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. He looked over and saw a ball of red flame in the secret room. It kept burning as if it wouldn't be extinguished even after thousands of years. Looking carefully, it was a feather. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had been reforged. What he lacked now was the feather of the vermilion bird. That feather, I want it. Lin Ling quickly walked forward. Xian Yuangu said with dissatisfaction, that feather, I also want it. You're too much. You're taking so many precious treasures. Sorry, I'm a fire-type warrior. Therefore, that feather is very important to me. Of course, all the treasures in this secret room will be yours. Lin Ling said as he walked. Xian Yuangu smiled with satisfaction. This Lin Ling knew how to conduct himself. Your Majesty, be careful. Use the rootless water and sprinkle it on your hand. Gently take the feather of the vermilion bird and place it in your zifu. At this moment, Zilao was extremely excited. With this treasure, His Majesty's sword could reach the Emperor stage. It would have the power to break the seal and greatly improve the martial way of fire. Lin Ling was also very excited. After collecting the feather of the vermilion bird, he turned his head and saw that Xian Yuangu had also plundered all the treasures in the secret room. I found the 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man. A jade slip appeared in Xian Yuangu's hand as she spoke with a grin. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but her petite figure coupled with her slightly cold temperament was extremely attractive. Hee, I've also found the feather of the vermilion bird I need. Next, I'll continue to collect treasures. Lin Ling said Xian Yuan Gu. Xian Yuan Gu. Xian Yuan Gu. Xian Yuan Gu. Then, the two of them walked toward the fourth sacrificial coffin. However, just as they stepped out of the secret chamber, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically and turned cold instantly. Someone has entered the main chamber. What? Xian Yuan Gu's pupils constricted. She subconsciously took a step back and looked at Lin Ling vigilantly. Lin Ling said Xian Yuan Gu did the same. They both believed that Xian Yuan Gu had betrayed them. No need to hide. You let us follow you for so long. Do you still want to hide? Footsteps continued to sound in the main hall. Then, a cold voice drifted out. Lin Ling cautiously looked at Xian Yuan Gu. Then, he strode out. Xian Yuan Gu already knew where he was, so there was no point in hiding. Xian Yuan Gu frowned and also walked out. At this moment, a large number of experts were gathered in the main hall. Their powerful auras seemed to suppress the entire hall. The person in the lead was Xiao Wuxia. He wore a cloak and stood there like a king. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Lin Ling, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? An indifferent voice drifted out from Xiao Wuxia's mouth. You followed us. Or, is this a scheme within a scheme? Lin Ling frowned as he glanced at the experts in the main hall. There were a lot of experts on the other side. The situation was somewhat troublesome. Although I want to say that the woman beside you is one of us, I'm sorry. She didn't betray you. Xiao Wuxia said indifferently. His words made Lin Ling feel relieved. He didn't know why, but he would rather be surrounded and killed than hear Xiao Wuxia say that Xian Yuan Gu betrayed him. Similarly, Xian Yuan Gu gently smiled. She also had the same thought. Perhaps she and Lin Ling both had a kind of obsession. They believed that the people they trusted would never betray them again. In fact, we deliberately let you two out because we knew that you two would stall for time and wouldn't easily tell us the map. So, instead of using force, we might as well let you two lead the way to the ancient tomb. Xiao Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. The smile on his face carried a trace of confidence and pride. Lin Ling was a very intelligent junior, but he was still played in the palm of his hand. Despicable. Hearing those words, Xian Yuan Gu immediately shouted. She finally understood why the other party appeared here. It turned out that all of this was a scheme to trick them. In order to force them to hand over the map, she and Lin Ling would stall for time. However, Xiao Wuxia was very smart. He chose to let Lin Ling and Lin Ling free. In the end, the two escaped and took the initiative to lead the way to the ancient tomb of the regent Ghost Emperor. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. How is this despicable? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too inexperienced. Xiao Wuxia smiled contemptuously. He glanced at the bronze coffin with excitement in his eyes. If he could obtain the reincarnation heart, he would be able to resurrect after death. This treasure was worth his effort to come to the ghost realm. Now, both of you are going to die, especially you, Lin Ling. I feel that you are a great threat. I won't let you grow. What I like the most is to strangle geniuses in their cradle. Xiao Wuxia erupted with a powerful aura. His surging killing intent locked onto Lin Ling. That killing intent was extremely dense. The other experts sneered. Lin Ling was just thinking that he was smart. Now that he was surrounded by so many experts, how could he still be alive? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Xiao Wuxia was too strong. He wasn't a match for him right now, so he could only run. This way. Go. Without saying anything, Lin Ling slashed at the bronze coffin in the distance. He didn't run back the way he came, but chose the path behind him. There were countless paths in this ancient tomb. The path he came from was the safest, but it didn't mean that there was only one way out. Of course, the most important thing was that the path he came from had been blocked by Xia Wuxia. Clang! Lin Ling's sword slashed out with a majestic aura. The power formed a sword energy in the void and landed on the ancient bronze coffin, causing the ancient bronze coffin to sway. It also let out a low and deep sound that shook people's hearts. At this moment, Xia Wuxia's eyes narrowed and a trace of fear rose in his heart. After all, according to the legends, the regent ghost emperor wasn't dead. Could it be that Lin Ling had awakened him? Moreover, if that ancient expert were to awaken, all of them would die. Not good. Roar. The others also roared furiously. The imposing aura of dominance from before had disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was a kind of panic. However, it was clear that they had worried too much. Lin Ling's sword was just a diversion, deliberately mystifying. The bronze coffin began to sway, but it gradually quieted down. Whoosh! At the same time, the Xian Yuan Gu tacitly rushed toward Lin Ling. Little bastard, you dare to trick me. Bastard! Chapter 1393. On the verge of death, stop him. Stop. On the other side of the passage, a large number of masters appeared. These people had been waiting for a long time. Obviously, they had sealed off the exit after entering the hall, but the main path was guarded by Xia Wuxia. Lin Ling, we meet again. Stop. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling was Xia Pai, a second-layer saint. Although he wasn't very strong, as long as he stopped Lin Ling for a breath, Xia Wuxia would have enough time. Furthermore, beside Xia Pai stood several experts, all of whom were second heaven saint realm cultivators. The situation had become dangerous at this moment. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely calm. Over the years, he had encountered many life and death situations, so the more dangerous it was, the calmer he was. Those who block me will die. Stop. A low roar filled with murderous intent gushed out. In that instant, the hearts of the Xia Pai masters trembled, and they actually hesitated. Don't be scared by him, he's just a transcendent trash. Stop. However, Xia Pai instantly regained his calm. Yesterday, he had a long talk with his father, who had said that Lin Ling was brave and resourceful, so he couldn't be allowed to live. A person like Lin Ling, once he matured, would definitely have terrifying achievements. Therefore, if he became an enemy, he had to kill him in one blow, or else he would receive earth-shattering revenge. Young master, I'll kill him. Stop. A master strode out, bringing with him a surging aura, and pounced towards Lin Ling. Saber of Nirvana. Stop. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a ruthless light, and an invisible soul force bloomed. A small golden saber was about to slay the soul. Lin Ling had used his strongest move right from the start. Clearly, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Put on. The second-layer saint sneered. He wanted to capture Lin Ling and make a big contribution, but before he could do anything, his body trembled, and he fell to the ground in front of everyone. The entire hall instantly fell silent. If it had been Xian Yuan Gu who had killed him, they could still accept it. But Lin Ling? One had to know that Lin Ling was a transcendent realm master, but instead of fighting back or suppressing them, he had killed them in a single blow. On top of that, when Lin Ling and Xian Yuan Gu had escaped and killed 3 Saint Realm Masters, they had all thought it was Xian Yuan Gu who had taken action. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, but the madness in their eyes intensified. Lin Ling must die. Kill him. Xia Wuxia roared and an unparalleled power swept out from behind him. He couldn't allow Lin Ling to escape. 3 songs of the sun, moon, and star. Just at this moment, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life, accompanied by an ancient charm, drifted out. The voice was like the weeping of ghosts, making the ancient tomb even more terrifying. Plop. Another cultivator who had tried to stop Lin Ling had died. Everyone looked at Xianyuan Gu in shock. They knew that she was the one who had killed Lin Ling. The battle prowess of this young man and woman was too terrifying. Go, this is their soul force attack and can only be used once. They are no longer a threat. Capture Xianyuan Gu and kill Lin Ling. Xia Wuxia's voice came from behind, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Obviously, the last thing he wanted was for Lin Ling to leave alive. Lin Ling, you're nothing but trash. If you have the ability, then fight me. Go. Hearing his father's words, Xia Pai took a step forward and rushed towards Lin Ling with a cold expression. At the same time, the remaining people beside him also rushed over. The situation became even more urgent. Perhaps in the next moment, Lin Ling would fall here. However, at this moment, the mysterious voice drifted out once more. It was like the might of the heavens had appeared on those experts, causing one of them to die again. The remaining experts were somewhat afraid and slowed down a bit. Clearly, this was the might of Xianyuan Gu's immortal body. Her soul force was 1 level higher than Lin Ling's, and most importantly, she could fuse with her immortal body. Therefore, Lin Ling's killing move couldn't be used again, but she could still use it once more. Bastard! Go! Xia Pai glanced around. Currently, he was the only one rushing towards Lin Ling. However, this was enough. Lin Ling had killed his brother. Today, he would kill Lin Ling in front of everyone. The enmity of killing my brother is irreconcilable. With one move, I will make you regret being born. Go! Rumble! The surging and majestic claw grabbed at Lin Ling, causing the void to explode. The entire hall seemed to sway. This was the small success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. The might of this martial art had yet to approach Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's robes were already fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling, be careful. Hurry! Behind him, Xianyuan Gu anxiously shouted. She knew that Lin Ling's soul force was very strong, but now that it was exhausted, he wasn't Xia Pai's opponent at all. A yellow grade 5 immortal body wants to show off in front of me. Retreat! However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling didn't retreat and counterattacked. At this moment, the ancient god ancestor appeared. A sword carrying an unparalleled tyrannical intent ruthlessly slashed out, as if it wanted to cut apart the ghost domain. The power of 8 universes erupted. Rumble! The 2 experts collided, causing the whole soil to fall like rain. Rolling power erupted endlessly, causing everyone to stop breathing as they stared ahead. Boom! In the next moment, a figure flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the ground. Spitting out blood, he fainted. Everyone hurriedly looked over and their pupils trembled fiercely. This person was their young master, Xia Pai. In their first confrontation, their young master was at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Yes. His soul force is strong enough to kill a second-layer saint, that's still acceptable. But to use his own strength to defeat young master, what kind of monster is he? Yes. His talent is at least yellow grade 7. Yes. Many experts cried out in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. After all, on the surface, Lin Ling only had a saint physique. But because of this, they felt even more terrified. If a transcendent could kill a second-layer saint, what if he reached the saint realm? Obviously, they had underestimated Lin Ling. Thinking of this, the experts angrily shouted, "You must kill him." Yes. Heaven and earth. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure became ethereal. His illusory form intersected with reality, distorting space and time. He actually passed by the remaining experts and finally appeared at the entrance. However, after clashing with Xia Pai, although he had the upper hand, he still suffered some injuries. Although Xia Pai's talent and martial arts were weaker than Lin Ling's, his realm was still there. He was definitely not to be underestimated. "Lin Ling, put down your sword and come over here obediently." Boom. At that moment, a cold shout rang out, causing Lin Ling to stop. Looking back, he saw that Xian Yuangu had been captured by many masters. Xian Yuangu's soul force was extremely strong, so it was naturally too late for her to escape after helping Lin Ling resist the masters. Lin Ling instantly clenched his fists. He knew that Xia Wusha's goal was him, so he planned to use himself as bait to reduce the pressure on Xian Yuangu and allow her to escape. But he hadn't expected Xia Wusha to be so despicable that he wouldn't even let a girl go. "You've hidden your strength well. Not only is your soul force powerful, but your strength is also terrifying, actually being able to shake a second-layer saint. I, Xia Wusha, have seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen someone as terrifying as you. Unfortunately, you will still fall here." Chapter 1394. Don't come back. "Xia Wusha, you're a famous expert. Don't you find it shameful to capture a weak woman?" Lin Ling coldly said. His face was filled with killing intent. I do find it shameful to hear you say that. However, I've always been a despicable person. Compared to your life is more important. Put down your sword, kneel on the ground, and get over here. Otherwise, I'll kill her." Xia Wusha angrily shouted again. The experts behind him also sneered. Lin Ling had hidden his strength very deeply. When he erupted, he was like a storm that raised the sky, causing them to be extremely afraid. But now, the older the ginger, the spicier the ginger. Lin Ling was still being dominated by their lord. He would die in the end. "We'll watch how you die." An old man sneered, causing even more laughter filled with killing intent to ring out. At this moment, the hall was filled with surging killing intent. At this moment, Xian Yuangu shouted, "Lin Ling, leave immediately. They won't dare to kill me. You and I each have a yin-yang fish talisman. This is the key to opening the bronze coffin. So, before they obtain your key, they absolutely won't dare to kill me." Her words caused everyone's expression to change. Key. A key was needed to open the bronze coffin. Bitch. Xia Wusha. Xia Wusha's eyes turned cold as he angrily shouted. These two juniors were still very cunning. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Xian Yuangu's delicate neck. He only needed to use a bit of strength and Xian Yuangu would die in his hands. "Lin Ling, I said before that if you continue to be such trash, I won't save you. But now, I've fallen into his hands. I've dragged down the team. How can I be so shameful as to let you save me? If you don't leave, I'll never forgive you." Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she let out a final cry. At this moment, Lin Ling took a deep look at Xian Yuangu. He gripped his sword tightly, gritted his teeth, turned around, and strode towards the tunnel. "I'm leaving. I'm finally leaving. Don't come back. I, Xian Yuangu, have been betrayed all my life, but you're the only one who didn't betray me. You trusted me, so now I'm repaying you." Xian Yuangu looked at the gradually disappearing slender figure. Her beautiful eyes were moist. She had always been betrayed by others. It was rare for her to meet someone who believed in her and didn't betray her for benefits. She would cherish him and give up her life for him to leave. It had been a long time since she had been trusted by someone. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, I will return. However, while she was in a daze, she faintly heard a firm voice. He must return. This was the team's promise. What a joke. Xian Yuan Gu, this isn't the first time you've gone out to train. In a life and death crisis, who would think of themselves? Lin Ling won't return because he's not my match. If he returns, he'll die. At this moment, Xia Wusha's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling had disappeared, and most importantly, he had taken the key with him. Xia Wusha had been guarding the treasure mountain, but he couldn't open it. I'll let you go now. You take us to chase after Lin Ling. I promise you that if we catch Lin Ling, I'll let you leave alive and give you all the treasures you obtained before. Xia Wusha said again. Because the ancient tomb was filled with danger, he didn't dare to recklessly charge in. The only ones who knew the map were Xian Yuan Gu and Lin Ling. Although I hate that guy, I hate you even more. Therefore, I won't lead the way. You can kill me, but perhaps after killing me, Lin Ling won't return. Xian Yuan Gu stubbornly said like a stubborn hedgehog. That sentence caused Xia Wusha's heart to fiercely tremble. He wanted to kill her, but he didn't dare to. Before catching Lin Ling, he couldn't kill Xian Yuan Gu. If Lin Ling knew that Xian Yuan Gu was dead, he would definitely disappear from this world. Then, Xia Wusha would truly return empty-handed. You think he'll return? Don't be naive. Xia Wusha. Xia Wusha angrily roared. Xian Yuan Gu became silent, her little face sad. In fact, if she escaped alive and obtained the treasures, she wouldn't return. Therefore, how could Lin Ling return? You can't answer it yourself. You know that he won't return. The so-called friendship between teammates is a joke. Xia Wusha roared again, then waved his hand. Chase. Kill Lin Ling and bring back the key. Bastard. If I catch him, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Chase. The masters beside him all shouted angrily, their malevolent auras surging. Today, they had set up a trap and thought that killing Lin Ling, who was at the transcendent realm, would be as easy as flipping their hands. In the end, they were still tricked by the other party. Moreover, the most infuriating thing was that the other party had left with the key. Xiao xiao xiao. A large number of people chased after Lin Ling along the passage. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. A map appeared in his mind as his figure constantly shuttled through the passage. In this passage, there were many ghosts, and ancient corpses, layer upon layer. Lin Ling, where can you escape to? Behind him, a large number of masters had arrived. They were all second-layer saints. Their faces were filled with killing intent and indifference. As long as one of them entangled Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Ling, you must be panicking right now. Listen to me, put down your sword and obediently admit your mistakes. Then, Sir Xia will let you go. An old man shouted. He seemed to be persuading, but a mysterious martial art was brewing in his right hand, making his arm look like an ancient withered tree. Obviously, his immortal physique was extremely mysterious and was related to the wood attribute. That's right, we just want the treasure. We won't kill you. The others sneered in agreement. As for the old man who spoke, he was still running along the passage with the others. His speed was extremely fast, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in a breath. The withered tree in his right hand was even more mysterious, with mysterious runes appearing on it. Wood Emperor's true chi hand. In the next moment, he looked at the faintly discernible figure in front of him and fiercely struck out. At this moment, the others were also excited. The old man who attacked was extremely famous in the great Xianyuan domain. His name was Wood Emperor, and his strength was unfathomable. If he attacked, they would definitely be able to catch Lin Ling. As his palm struck out, a strange chi pervaded the air. The withered tree palm seemed to pierce through the void, disappearing in front of them. In the next moment, it appeared behind Lin Ling. One must know that the two sides were 1,000 miles apart, but when the old man attacked, the distance between them was shortened in an instant. Good, we caught him. The other masters laughed. They knew that the Wood Emperor's true chi hand was a heavenly pattern martial art that was half a step into the great completion. In addition, the Wood Emperor's cultivation was much higher than theirs. At this moment, in front of them, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His sharp soul power sensed a terrifying power coming at him. Behind him, the withered tree claw shot out and hit Lin Ling at an inconceivable speed. Then, it turned into an ancient vine, and with a crackling sound, it actually coiled around Lin Ling. Good, good, as expected of the Wood Emperor. Chapter 1395. Beheading the Wood Emperor. My Wood Emperor's true chi hand can destroy a 1,000-mile mountain. As long as you're caught, even gods and demons won't be able to escape. The old man smiled faintly. His words were filled with pride. No one else had been able to catch Lin Ling, but he had. This was a powerful achievement. But at this moment, a scorching heat rushed over, causing the old man's eyes to narrow. Fire? No, it was a flame dragon. The crowd watched as a gigantic flame dragon appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body, who was wrapped in vines. It roared continuously and burned the ancient vines. The aura it emitted was extremely domineering. His heavenly martial art has reached the minor completion stage. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he didn't know how the summer faction lost, but now, he was more familiar with it. Lin Ling was only a transcendent, but he actually had a major law. Let's speed up. After we get the key, we must kill him. The others were also solemn. They felt that Lin Ling's body was full of secrets. Don't worry. My Wood Emperor's hand isn't that easy to break. The Wood Emperor smiled faintly. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's talent, he was still confident. However, he didn't know that compared to Lin Ling's current fire martial art, Lin Ling's true strength was his physical strength. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Almost as soon as the Wood Emperor's voice fell, everyone saw the majestic aura of an ancient god emperor erupt in front of the raging flames. Then, crackling sounds rang out continuously, shocking everyone's eardrums. Not good. The Wood Emperor's indifferent face revealed a look of horror at this moment. Then, his face turned pale as he panicked. Boom! At the same time, an explosive sound rang out. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling seemed to have become even larger. He was overbearing and majestic, and he actually managed to break free from the Wood Sovereign's ancient vines. This meant that Lin Ling had used his physical body in flames to break through the Wood Sovereign's grand rule martial arts. Ah! The Wood Emperor let out a pained howl as he rubbed his arm. At this moment, his arm was broken and shattered. Clearly, the vines that wrapped around Lin Ling were transformed from his arm. This martial art was also extremely terrifying. Within 1,000 miles, it could capture people without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, this martial art had encountered Lin Ling. You broke my Wood Emperor's true energy hand. The Wood Empress raised her head and glared at Lin Ling with rage. The eyes of the other experts trembled fiercely. Previously, they had thought that they had caught Lin Ling, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so powerful? Not only had he unraveled the vines of the Wood Emperor, he had even injured the Wood Emperor. That's all there is to it. Now, die. At that moment, the strong cultivators felt their mouths go dry. However, the Wood Emperor roared, "You're not qualified. What else can you do besides running away? You're not strong enough. What else can you do besides running away?" The Wood Emperor roared furiously. Smoke the heavens and earth. However, just as the Wood Emperor's voice fell, another cold voice drifted out, causing the eyes of all the experts to narrow. What had Lin Ling done? How powerful and majestic is a second-layer Saint Realm Master? However, you can't even see through my space distortion grand principles. What qualifications do you have to call yourself the Wood Emperor? While everyone was still in shock, a strange voice suddenly drifted out from behind them, causing their faces to turn even paler. When had Lin Ling appeared behind them? It was a grand principle. Lin Ling actually possessed another grand principle. Moreover, it seemed to be the void grand principle. One had to know that the symbol of the Saint Realm was to comprehend the void. Such a profound realm was something that even they couldn't comprehend, but Lin Ling had. You are just a transcendent. How can you possess two grand principles? The Wood Emperor found it hard to believe. Right now, he really wanted to tell Xia Wuxia that their evaluation of Lin Ling had dropped once again. This young man was even more terrifying than they had imagined. You'll know when you die. At the back of the passage, Lin Ling had already appeared strangely. His body was like flowing water, extremely mysterious. He raised his sword and the magnificent and domineering sword also flowed like water. Die for me. All the experts heard this sentence. The sword swallowed mountains and rivers and slashed towards the Wood Emperor with an unstoppable momentum. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that although the sword seemed very slow on the surface, there was a mysterious charm to it. It was as if even though it was slow, it couldn't be avoided. This was the power of the space distortion. The space distortion, coupled with Lin Ling's terrifying 8 universes force, made this sword extremely terrifying. Hong Long. A deafening sound rang out in the passage. In the eyes of all the experts, the Wood Emperor was slashed to pieces by the sword. A large amount of wood fragments scattered in the passage, causing everyone's hearts to beat violently. Although the Wood Emperor's strength wasn't comparable to the Summer factions, he was still a famous expert. However, he still died at the hands of a Transcendent Realm Junior. Most importantly, the Wood Emperor no longer underestimated Lin Ling, unlike the Summer faction's carelessness when they were defeated. Let's see who dares to kill me. An ethereal voice rang out in the passage. Everyone looked at the young man in the passage again. At this moment, the young man had strangely disappeared again. This mysterious great principal power made the experts gasp. Their previous desire to kill was finally shaken at this moment. At this moment, Lin Ling distorted space and appeared in front of the passage again. Previously, he seemed to have easily killed the Wood Emperor, but in fact, he had erupted with 120% of his strength. He was also gambling on the fear and hesitation of those experts. However, the Wood Emperor was obviously shocked by his strange figure, so Lin Ling was able to kill him. But in a real battle, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to kill the Wood Emperor in a short period of time. After all, the Saint Sea of the Saint Realm was not something Lin Ling could contend with. Coldly looking at those experts, Lin Ling moved forward again. As for those experts, they stood rooted to the ground and did not choose to continue the chase. Are we letting him go just like that? Go ahead. I saw it before. Although his cultivation realm is low, his innate immortal physique is very terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the Wood Emperor with one sword strike. Yes. His innate immortal physique is to improve his physical strength. It has reached a strength beyond our imagination. Frown. The experts frowned as they spoke, suppressing the anger in their hearts. So many of them had come to kill Lin Ling, but they did not dare to do so. They were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. If news of this were to spread, they would lose all face. Rumble. Suddenly, the passageway shook violently. A large amount of baleful ghosts and ancient corpses appeared, causing the expressions of those experts to change drastically. They only wanted to pursue Lin Ling, but they'd forgotten that this passageway was one of the most dangerous passageways. It was so dangerous that even Xia Wuxia was extremely fearful of it. Not good, look, it's full of evil spirits. It's the same behind. Damn. Damn it, we were tricked and lured here by Lin Ling. Lin Ling has the map and must know how to get out of danger, but we can't. Help. Save me, evil spirits are entangling me. Chapter 1396. Complete Annihilation. At this moment, Lin Ling was quickly passing through the passage. His eyes were filled with anger and madness as a large number of ghosts rushed over from the passage. Saber of Nirvana. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force had recovered quite a bit. The golden saber shot out like a hot knife through butter. Pang pang pang. A large number of ghosts let out ferocious sounds before exploding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ling ran again. Right now, he wanted to leave the ancient tomb and quickly improve his strength. Of course, he had a map in his mind, so he knew which path was safer and faster. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared at the entrance of Ghost Head Mountain. His blue robe slowly fluttered in the wind as he stared at Ghost Head Mountain. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I will be back." After saying this, Lin Ling disappeared into the vast earth and set off on his journey again. Obviously, Lin Ling knew very well that he wasn't Xia Wuxia's opponent at the moment, but if he broke through to the Saint Realm, then the gap wouldn't be too far. Moreover, he had one of the Yin-Yang Pisces keys on him, so as long as he didn't capture him, Xia Wuxia wouldn't dare to kill Xian Yuangu. Therefore, before Lin Ling was found, Xian Yuangu was safe. I've been through all kinds of storms since I started learning martial arts. How can I fall here? Xia Wuxia, if you want to kill me, then let's see who will kill who. At this moment, in the palace, a group of powerhouses stood there quietly, staring at the ancient bronze coffin with extremely ugly expressions. The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Sir, don't worry. This time, the Wood Emperor has taken action. He will definitely bring back Lin Ling's head and key. A powerhouse said to Xia Wuxia, causing Xia Wuxia's expression to improve slightly. Hong long long. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the passage, and then a figure rushed out anxiously and in a sorry state. Chao Zhan, what's going on? Xia Wuxia immediately shouted, causing all the powerhouses to frown. Dead, they're all dead. The powerhouse who rushed out had blue skin, as if he had been poisoned. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Everyone fell silent. Dead, the group of masters who had been chasing Lin Ling before had all died. One had to know that there were a total of 8 Saint Realm masters there. Where's the Wood Emperor? Xia Wuxia said word by word. The experts sucked in a cold breath and replied, he was killed by Lin Ling. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Were they completely wiped out? Good, Xia Wuxia, Xia Wuxia, Xia Wuxia. Xia Wu laughed heartily. He had never suffered such a great loss before. The injured expert begged, Sir, help me. I've been poisoned. We're a team. You have to help me. Xia Wu Xia Wu. Xia Wuxia's face was filled with anger and malevolence. He strode forward and the yin-yang will appeared in his hand. He slammed it down, and the injured expert was smashed into meat paste. My lord, how terrifying. The powerhouses in the hall didn't dare to say anything. They also knew that Xia Wuxia was in a rage. Tengu, can you kill Lin Ling? Xia Wu Sha's gaze shifted and landed on a thin young man. This person was a genius in the prime of his youth. He had reached the third layer of the Saint Realm at such a young age and had a powerful background. However, because he needed Xia Wu Sha's recommendation, he teamed up with Xia Wu Sha in order to obtain a recommendation to enter the ancient rhyming immortal platform. In the great mystic region, the ancient rhyming immortal platform was as mysterious as the Seven Emperors' heaven. It was the place where countless young people yearned to learn martial arts. Tengu has made a move. This person is eccentric and is a powerful peerless genius. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he's definitely not a match for him. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many powerhouses became excited. Yes. The thin young man walked out. His nose was obviously bigger than an ordinary person's. It was extremely strange and evil. His immortal physique had reached the 7th grade of the Yellow Realm. With Tengu in his body, he was like the true Lord of Darkness. Go! Xia Wu Sha also knew his opponent's strength. He waved his hand indifferently. Tengu nodded and disappeared on the spot. He didn't take any other path. Instead, he went towards the path Lin Ling had taken. This guy isn't afraid of ghosts and ancient corpses. His nose is very sharp. There are 300 million people in the mortal world. As long as he knows the smell of the other party, even if they hide in the 6 paths of reincarnation, he can still find them. Many powerhouses were looking forward to Tengu killing Lin Ling and taking back the key. Soon after, everyone left the hall. Xian Yuangu was tied up by the powerhouses. Her eyes flickered constantly as she recalled the words of the senior brother who had died in her hands. In one's life, who entered one's life was determined by fate. Some people were destined to accompany one's life. Some people were destined to become fallen leaves that would be blown away by the wind. Fallen leaves were ultimately just passers-by. Lin Ling might be a passerby in her life. Once he left, he would never return. In the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation surged. The earth was vast and ghostly chi filled the air. The song of reincarnation drifted in the world. A figure quickly passed through the vast earth. If one looked carefully, this person had a handsome face and a trace of stubbornness in the depths of his eyes. Your Majesty, you triple cultivate essence, chi, and spirit. It will be difficult for your essence to improve in a short period of time. The Fiend God Overlord physique will require more resources from the 4th level onwards. However, your Majesty's chi can be improved. Moreover, the Tyrant Song sword can also transform into the Emperor realm. Elder Z's voice kept ringing. He knew that Lin Ling urgently needed strength. Lin Ling had eyes, talent, and time. The only thing he lacked was cultivation resources. The energy-returning spirit mushroom should be able to bring me one step closer to the Saint Realm. Moreover, I also obtained a few ghost-faced flowers. Lin Ling nodded. He really wanted to become stronger. Your Majesty, a large number of experts have come out of the ancient tomb. It's best to avoid them. This time, we're no longer in the periphery of the ghost realm. Let's go forward and enter the Purple Palace. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He stepped on the ground and disappeared into the vast land. After a long time, under an ancient boulder, a jade pagoda lay on the ground. If one didn't look at it from a close distance, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and refined the energy-returning spirit mushroom and ghost-faced flowers. Hong Long Long. At this moment, in Lin Ling's dantian, the 8 spiritual sources were madly rotating and transforming into the Holy Sea. The energy-returning spirit mushroom and ghost-faced flowers had turned into a huge amount of world energy that was constantly being replenished. These 2 heavenly treasures were born from the essence of heaven and earth. One was a treasure unique to the great mystic origin realm, while the other was a treasure born from the ghost realm. Just a little bit more. After 3 months, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He was still a little bit away from condensing the holy sea. In fact, Lin Ling's forced breakthrough was not a good idea, as he had to rely on a huge amount of cultivation resources to achieve it. In terms of mental state, Lin Ling did not have the martial Tao heart that corresponded to the saint realm, but right now, Lin Ling did not have time to think about such things. Your Majesty's strength is too strong. With 8 spiritual sources, it's difficult to condense the Holy See, but once you succeed, Your Majesty's Holy See will be even more majestic than ordinary people. Elder Z said. Lin Ling nodded. Let's start forging the tyrannical song sword. Chapter 1397. Emperor stage heavenly soldier above the vast sea. Elder Z looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he closed his eyes. His state of mind was indeed unstable. Standing there, Lin Ling enjoyed the wind and the fresh smell of the sea. Time slowly passed at this moment. The turbulent sea gradually calmed down, as if it was Lin Ling's heart. The entire sea became as calm as a mirror. Your Majesty has been meditating for a whole year. Elder Z stood at the side like a loyal guard. At this moment, he was secretly surprised. A year. Just standing on the sea and calming his restless heart, this was not something that anyone could do. After all, it was not rare for a martial artist to cultivate in seclusion for a year. But to do nothing and just stand there for a whole year, this was very difficult. His state of mind was as calm as water. When he was motionless, the sea and sky were as calm as a mirror. When he moved, he was like a thunderbolt that could slaughter the world. Elder Z, can we begin? Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a clear smile. His restless heart had calmed down. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your state of mind has improved once again. Your Majesty's soul force has reached the 60th level. Elder Z smiled excitedly. This made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. Then, he sensed that his soul force had improved once again. Your Majesty, you can now enter the 3rd layer of the Purple Palace realm. The void world, there is nothing there. It is the most suitable place to forge the tyrant song sword. The 4th layer, the Inferno prison, imprisoned the criminals of the star-picking nation. It is suitable for Your Majesty to challenge. Elder Z continued to say. Good, let's go to the 3rd layer. My fire martial Tao should be improved. Lin Ling also smiled excitedly. He followed Elder Z and entered the higher layer of the Purple Palace realm. When Lin Ling stepped in, an indescribable feeling came over him. Void. Everything was void. This feeling could not be described with words. It was as if the entire world had turned into nothingness. This was also a kind of void realm. This was the 3rd level of the Purple Palace realm, the empty world. Under the shroud of nothingness, Lin Ling suddenly had a deeper understanding of the fiend god overlord physique's 4th level, heaven-smelling earth. The space between them turned everything into nothingness. One had to know that the spatial distortion technique was to distort space, allowing Lin Ling to weave through the void and distort his opponent's attacks. However, the spatial separation technique was to create 2 different types of space. This was also the great success stage of the spatial laws. Of course, Lin Ling's comprehension was only at the initial stage. It made his great space regulation stronger, but it still hadn't reached the power of space interval. A long time later, Lin Ling opened his eyes and discovered that his soul force had risen again, reaching the 65th order. It seemed like this was the reward given to Lin Ling by the Violet Palace Hall for stepping into the 3rd floor. Heavenly Book, come down. At the same time, a large number of ancient heavenly books floated down from the sky. These heavenly books recorded a large number of runes. There were elementary, intermediate, advanced, and even king and emperor grade runes. Lin Ling was able to forge an intermediate heavenly weapon before, but this time, he wanted to forge an emperor grade tyrannical song sword. The tyrannical song sword must be of the fire attribute. With this sword, although my talent won't change, my fire martial Tao will be greatly improved, and I'll enter the immortal physique level. Lin Ling's hands flew up, and in a breath's time, 3,000 runes appeared and floated in the sky. In 2 breaths, 10,000 runes. An incense stick's worth of time, 100,000 runes. After Lin Ling's soul power had greatly improved, his speed of carving runes had become even faster, and he could do as he pleased. No, these runes can't be fused with the Tai runes or the Golden Void runes. The karmic fire runes and the fire monument runes are suitable for my tyrannical song sword. As time passed, runes appeared in the sky, shining brightly and extremely mysterious. Elder Z sucked in a breath of cold air. How many runes were there? The empty world was no longer empty. It was empty to begin with, so let it be empty. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. With a wave of his hands, all the runes disappeared, and the empty world was once again formed. Elder Z couldn't help but feel heartache. Those runes were priceless. It was a pity that His Majesty had destroyed them just like that. What's lost will come back again. Lin Ling smiled faintly. With a thought, the materials used to refine the tyrannical song sword floated out. The karmic fire runes, the fire monument runes, the sky-devouring runes. Currently, my physical defense is the strongest, so when the sword is reforged, it must be the sharpest and most lethal sword. Every time I collide with the opponent's great law, my sword must have the power to absorb the opponent's power, allowing me to continuously recover the spiritual chi I've consumed. When the devouring reaches a certain point, the flames will erupt and form the most terrifying slash. Lin Ling's cold voice continued to float out of his mouth. In the sky, all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures bloomed with dazzling light, turning into flames and continuously condensing. At the same time, the tyrant song sword floated out and soared upwards. The essence of the flames turned into fireflies and landed on the sword, turning into mysterious patterns. At the same time, an indescribable fury of burning the heavens erupted. Rumble. Flames surged out from the sky, and the flame dragon roared. At this moment, Elder Z also became nervous. Was the tyrannical song sword about to succeed? The best heavenly weapon. Roar. At the same time, the flame dragon king appeared, circling in the sky. It opened its mouth wide and glared at the ground as if it had spiritual chi. Come here. In the sky, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered, and at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. It was even more domineering and magnificent, like the son of the flame dragon king. Roar. The flame dragon king in the sky roared and flew towards Lin Ling. Wherever it passed, the great law would wrap around Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's hair to turn red. Paw! His right hand grabbed the flame dragon king's body. The flame dragon king let out a roar and turned into a fiery red greatsword. On the greatsword, there was the flame of the vermilion bird and the flame dragon's fury. Flame dragon's fury, unseal. With the sword in hand, Lin Ling's heroic spirit rose in his heart, as if there was no one in the world who could block his flames. As soon as the word unseal came out, a change occurred. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly, turning into real fiery hair. His eyes were also condensed from flames, and his body was wrapped by the flame dragon. Then, Lin Ling slashed out, and the dragon roared. First, a fiery red ray of light appeared, and gradually, the ray of light turned into a dragon. 100 Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. This was the small success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art, but after unsealing, the Great Flame Dragon reached the large success stage, and one dragon turned into 2 dragons. Powerful, your majesty's current realm hasn't increased, but with this sword in hand, it's equivalent to having a fire immortal body. Moreover, in terms of rank, it's probably at the 3rd grade of the yellow rank. Most importantly, if your majesty's realm increases, then the power it brings will increase exponentially. Purple Elder sucked in a cold breath. He could feel how terrifying that sword was. As expected of an emperor-rank heavenly weapon. The most powerful part of this sword is that it can condense the flames to a point, absorbing the opponent's attack. When it reaches a certain level, it will be unsealed. That power will probably allow my martial arts to reach the pinnacle. Lin Ling said indifferently. His left hand stroked the Tyrant Song's sword. This sword only had attack, no defense. Raising his martial arts realm by 2 levels. Chapter 1398. Tengu's arrival. Emperor realm experts were very rare and had the power to unseal. Some people put their power into defense, and after unsealing, their defense would become even stronger. Some people put their power into speed, and after unsealing, they would be safe and sound even if 10,000 people attacked them. Lin Ling put his power into offense. But this was normal. In terms of speed, Lin Ling had the great law of space, and in terms of defense, Lin Ling had the strongest ancient god emperor body. Therefore, Lin Ling strengthened his offense. This meant that with his current strength, Lin Ling could easily defeat a 2nd stage saint. Even a 3rd stage saint could be killed as long as their immortal body was weaker than Lin Ling's. Absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute offense were all combined into one. After this cultivation, Lin Ling's strength had reached a qualitative leap. Elder Z was still in shock as he said, "Your Majesty, unless you encounter a yellow class 10th grade celestial body, you don't have to be afraid." A yellow class 10th grade celestial body has innate divine abilities that can be combined with martial arts. Most of the yellow class celestial bodies have their own martial arts divine abilities. Lin Ling nodded. His fiend god overlord body also had the ability to distort space. Naturally, other immortal bodies also had it. Right now, I'm lacking cultivation resources. When I enter the Saint Realm, I'll see how powerful Xia Wuxia is. Lin Ling's lips curled into a confident smile. At this moment, his eyes flickered and he said, "Someone is investigating the Purple Mansion." At this moment, the ghost domain was still gloomy. From time to time, ghosts would float by, causing one's heart to tremble. Occasionally, a small group of people would pass by, but their expressions were solemn as they quickly passed by. Although there weren't many ghosts here, they didn't dare to underestimate them. On top of a hill, a black-robed young man sat quietly. A flagon of wine appeared in his hand as he drank from it. Next to him lay a black three-eyed dog. It was as fierce as a calf. Of course, the three-eyed dog would occasionally look at the black-robed young man, wagging its tail continuously. "Little Black, the smell disappeared here. That person is related to the Jade Pagoda." That young man laughed. "Little Black, this time, if we can kill that person, Lord Xia will recommend me to enter the Yungu Immortal platform. From then on, I will be able to conquer the clouds and become a peerless genius of the mystic origin region. Yungu's celestial stage, one of the 3 pillars of the human world. It's as famous as the 7 Emperors Sky of Xianping Province and Champion University of Xianhuang Dayu. Besides, compared to the 7 Emperors Sky of Xianping Province, Yungu's celestial stage's conditions to recruit peerless geniuses are much better. Xiao He, wait until the day my name spreads throughout the human realm. I want 3,000 concubines and 10,000 slaves. Xiao He, since you like to eat people, I'll feed you every day to eat the young boys and girls." As the black-clothed youth spoke, the three-eyed fiend hound wagged its tail even more vigorously. In the distance, a group of people passed by and saw the young man. When they saw the three-eyed fiend hound, they knew who he was. It was the new peerless genius of the mystic origin region, Tengu. That person was terrifyingly strong. He had the strength of the third saint layer and was ranked last on the lower Xian ranking list. People went to challenge the lower Xian ranking list every day, but very few people managed to make it to the lower Xian ranking list because it represented the strongest cultivators of the initial saint layer. "You think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in there?" said Tengu indifferently. Some people in the distance were surprised. Who was Tengu talking to? "You can't hide from me, Tengu. I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't come out, I'll destroy the pagoda," said Tengu again. He knew Lin Ling was in the pagoda because his nose was the most sensitive. If he wanted to kill someone, he could find him even if he hid at the ends of the earth. "I wonder who Tengu is targeting. That person is so unlucky." In the distance, groups of 2 or 3 people were curious. "Paw." At that moment, the jade pagoda swayed and a young man in a black robe slowly walked out. A black robe. It was the same as Tengu's, black. Many people were tempted, but Tengu represented black. Could that person also represent black? Was he qualified to wear a black robe? Tengu was still sitting and drinking. He looked at the young man indifferently and said, "A few days ago, you were wearing a blue robe. Now you're wearing the same robe as me. Don't you know I hate people who wear the same robe as me?" Lin Ling. As soon as the voice came out, the crowd in the distance became curious. Lin Ling. Who was this person? He didn't seem to be famous among the 3 Xians of the mortal world. However, they also noticed that Tengu didn't like others wearing the same robe as him. At this moment, the one who came out was Lin Ling. He stared at Tengu indifferently and his heart became solemn. 3rd layer saint. This person was very strong. "You're one of Xia Wusha's people?" Lin Ling asked. "That's right. You only have 2 choices now. 1, kill yourself and I'll bring your head back. 2, resist. It'll only take me a little time." The heavenly hound slowly stood up, and a powerful aura bloomed. He stood there, as if he was a terrifying great law. "He's dead." In the distance, many people were shaking their heads. They had also noticed that Lin Ling was only a transcendent. The difference between them was too great. One had to know how powerful the heavenly hound was. Even if a 3rd layer Saint Realm Master faced it, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. "So, have you made your choice?" Tengu said indifferently. The 3-eyed demon hound beside him barked at Lin Ling ferociously, as if it was saying that it wanted to eat Lin Ling. "I'm wearing a black robe. It represents my return to the days of war, so I don't like others wearing the same robe as me," Lin Ling said indifferently. Tengu nodded. "So you've chosen to fight. That's good. If you kill yourself, it'll be too boring." He was extremely confident. Even if he knew that Lin Ling's soul force was strong, he still didn't fear him. It was obvious how strong he was. "Little Black, watch from the side. This piece of meat is for you. After you finish eating, I'll let you bring his head back." The heavenly hound walked out step by step. A pitch-black light drifted out like ribbons. It was completely black. This was an extremely mysterious power that formed a terrifying law. Above the ground, darkness shrouded. The wandering spirits were actually assimilated by the darkness, becoming part of it. A talent of darkness. Lin Ling frowned. Then, he saw the heavenly hound walking towards him. As he walked, he sneered and said, "I know your soul power is strong, but it can't shake me. And your physical strength is not bad either. Unfortunately, you met me. If you don't believe me, you can try." His figure was extremely illusory, as if he had walked out of the darkness. The ribbons of darkness around his body were even more terrifying than ghosts. "This darkness is alive. Lin Ling was shocked. He took a step back and kicked out with his right foot. A stone fell into his hand and he threw it out fiercely. The power of 8 universes bloomed and enveloped the stone, making it as terrifying as a cannonball. Any first-layer Saint Realm cultivator would be killed instantly. Hong Long Long. Chapter 1399. Dark invasion. Almost at this moment, Tengu had already turned into a rolling black cloud, majestically shrouding Lin Ling everywhere it passed. The ground turned black. It was extremely terrifying. Smoke the heavens and earth. Lin Ling took a step forward, distorting space and avoiding Tengu's terrifying great law of darkness. The place where Lin Ling had been was now filled with endless darkness. It was a ghastly sight. The crowd in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they had seen Tengu's strength. It was indeed terrifying. This also meant that Tengu was not afraid of any close-range attacks. He was extremely powerful. You run pretty fast, and you even managed to dodge my dark cloud devouring technique. This means that you possess the great law of space. Not bad at all. To possess the great law of space at the transcendent realm is extremely rare. Within the surging darkness, a slender figure was faintly discernible as he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Your talent is dark assimilation. Lin Ling said in a low voice. He sensed that the other party's talent was to assimilate any power. For example, in close combat, Tengu's innate talent could assimilate those forces and make any powerful force disappear without a trace. It was a heaven-defying innate talent. That's right, my talent is at the 7th grade of the yellow rank, a domain that you will never be able to touch. Tengu nodded and said. His talent was so strong that not only could he assimilate physical strength, but he could also assimilate spiritual strength. Therefore, if Lin Ling's spiritual strength attacked him, he could also assimilate spiritual strength into darkness. This was how terrifying he was. Wherever he appeared, there would be darkness. Talent is like an ancient tree that created the world. Below the tree are ordinary spirit bodies and saint bodies, while the flowers, fruits, and leaves of the tree are powerful immortal bodies and even godly bodies. However, talent is not unchanging. Where the ancient tree is close to sunlight, those talent fruits are similar to fire, thunder, and metal, and all of them have the power of extreme yang. While where the tree is close to darkness, those talents become cold and dark, such as ice, poison, and darkness. My talent grew on the dark side of the ancient tree, unable to shine on the sunlight all year round. Tengu continued to move forward as if he was dominating everything. That's an apt description. Lin Ling nodded. The innate talent ancient tree described the innate talent of thousands of martial artists, but what about his, Lin Ling's, innate talent? The god-devil overlord physique was neither yin nor yang, neither dark nor dark. Clearly, it was a fruit at the center of the innate skill ancient tree. It could shine under the sun, but it could also be in darkness. This caused it to look ordinary on the surface, but it had the most basic power. As for fire elemental talent, Lin Ling's was very ordinary. However, he had the support of the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, there was a chance for him to improve in the future. He would turn from an ordinary green leaf into a fruit. Therefore, you are no match for me. Tengu's cold voice drifted out from the darkness. He had made his move, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand. The fiend god overlord physique was like an ancient god, intimidating the world. Rumble. The collision of the two powerhouses was earth-shattering. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. All they could see was darkness filling the sky. Amidst the surging power of darkness, a young man was like an emperor conquering the world. He was so powerful that he could cut through mountains and rivers. Space fluctuations were constantly blooming. Amazing, he's not dead yet. Many people were shocked. They thought that after Tengu went all out, the insignificant young man would die without a doubt. Who would have thought that the young man was still alive? After all, he was only an ordinary transcendent. Do you not know how to do anything other than escape? At this moment, Tengu was also secretly surprised. The reason he hadn't killed Lin Ling was that Lin Ling's physical body had an indescribable resistance. Lin Ling was actually able to resist his darkness assimilation for a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Ling's movement technique's grand principles were too powerful. By distorting space, he was able to repeatedly avoid Tengu's devouring darkness. Of course, Tengu was only surprised. He didn't think that Lin Ling could counterattack. I understand a little now. In the endless darkness, Lin Ling was like the only spark left in the world. The so-called talent is actually dependent on one's level. You haven't been able to assimilate me for so long because my talent is stronger than yours. You only have a higher realm than me. Lin Ling understood it deeply. This also meant that if Lin Ling reached the saint realm, it would be even more impossible to assimilate him. The godly demon overlord body was worthy of being a yellow grade 10th grade talent. With an ancient god emperor body, he was not afraid of thunder, fire, or darkness. Your talent seems to be an earth grade saint body, but it's a little mysterious. However, you're just temporarily alive, that doesn't mean you won't die. Darkness true soul, Tengu true lord, heaven and earth. Tengu erupted with an even more terrifying aura. His whole body was like a sea urchin at this moment. The dark aura that was like clouds before had now all turned into a flame form. It was even more crazy and violent. The aura of death made people's hearts tremble. If I want to assimilate you, can you stop me? A cold voice floated out of Tengu's mouth. The dark flames turned into a large number of demon dogs and rushed towards Lin Ling. Can a yellow grade 7th grade talent assimilate me? Lin Ling looked at the dark flames indifferently and then looked at his arm. There was also a dark mark there. He had inadvertently touched it when he was dodging Tengu's attack, but now, the dark mark was slowly shrinking. It seemed that the assimilation had failed. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. Fight! Rumble! The darkness that blotted out the sky and covered the land enveloped the ghost region. That mighty aura even caused many ghosts to be assimilated. The expressions of the groups in the distance changed drastically as they frantically retreated. Tengu's talent was too terrifying. It could be said that he was invincible. Look at that young man. Look! Then, many people pointed to the other side. What was shocking was that Lin Ling did not dodge like before, nor did he attack. Instead, he stood there with a sword pointed at the sky. His black robe fluttered wildly, as if he had chosen to give up. Whoosh! Unsurprisingly, the surging darkness drowned Lin Ling, turning the whole world into a world of darkness. It settled just like that. How boring. Little Black, find his head and bring it back to Master Xia. Tengu stared indifferently in front of him, then said softly. Woof, woof. The ferocious three-eyed demon dog barked happily, as if saying, I want to eat his flesh. Tengu shook his head helplessly. He had already assimilated into the darkness. It was good enough to find his head, and it still wanted to eat Lin Ling's flesh. That was impossible. Go! Tengu waved his hand and let the huge three-eyed demon dog step into the great law of darkness. However, at this moment, a terrified dog bark came from the darkness. In the next moment, the three-eyed demon dog ran out with its tail between its legs. Tengu could not help but frown. Little Black was afraid. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1400. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. At this moment, within the rolling dark flames, a human silhouette gradually became clear. Although it could be seen that the endless darkness was assimilating the silhouette, there was also a mysterious power that allowed the person to continuously recover. Moreover, the speed of recovery was faster than the speed of assimilation. Seeing this, everyone's pupils trembled fiercely. Resisting my innate talent. Tengu's pupils also constricted, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. At this moment, Lin Ling was allowing the darkness to invade him. He was gambling with his life, because this was the only way he could have a chance of winning. And what he was betting on was that his innate talent was more terrifying than Tengu's. Tengu's realm was too much higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling couldn't win at all. Lin Ling's advantage was his innate talent. His innate talent was 10th grade while Tengu's was only 7th grade, so if he couldn't use this advantage to counterattack, Lin Ling would lose for sure. Fortunately, Lin Ling underestimated the strength of the godly demon overlord physique. This innate talent didn't have anything special on the surface, but the advantage was in the strength of the physical body and terrifying defense. And this was the absolute defense. In the ancient times, there was an overlord who conquered the world. In the world of darkness, he raised his sword and slashed, and light descended. At the same time, a low shout drifted out. Countless people saw that the person assimilated by the darkness was actually speaking, and the darkness began to retreat like the tide. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, as if it had cut through the darkness, blooming with endless light. In that world of darkness, the black-robed young man finally appeared, and behind him appeared the ancient god Dizun. Dizun's arms and legs were extremely clear, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. How is this possible? Is your innate talent the same as Lord Xia's, reaching 10th grade? Tengu stared fixedly at the scene, frowning. Lin Ling didn't fear his darkness, so the only explanation was that his innate talent was stronger than his. But on the surface, wasn't Lin Ling's innate talent an Earth-grade saint physique? Your innate talent is indeed very powerful. Even if you meet someone with the same level of innate talent, you still have a chance to win. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. In the endless darkness, Lin Ling slowly walked out. Have you heard of Gendosa? When the voice came out, the heavenly hound's eyes lit up and then he sneered. Although his darkness had failed, his strength wasn't limited to this. He faintly smiled and said, ranked 3rd on the lower Xian ranking. Of course I've heard of this person. Your innate talent, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop as his indifferent voice drifted out. What are you trying to say? The expression of the heavenly hound turned unsightly. He had always been puzzled by this point. However, he guessed that since Yuan Daoshe was a disciple of the human emperor, he should be stronger than Yuan Daoshe. But if Yuan Daoshe entered the Yungu Immortal Foundation, he would surely be able to surpass Yuan Daoshe. What I want to say is that you rely too much on your innate talent. You don't know that Gendosa is stronger than you in martial arts. Martial arts are the foundation of a cultivator. You've entered the 3rd layer of the saint realm and have great innate talent, but your martial arts are only at the minor completion stage. Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was filled with ridicule. When Tengu heard this, his face turned malevolent. Indeed, his weakness was martial arts. In fact, his innate talent was very strong, but his martial arts were very ordinary. This had always been a regret in his heart. Sometimes, because of the boredom of comprehending heavenly pattern martial arts, he didn't want to spend time comprehending martial arts. He would rather use his innate talent to suppress other cultivators. So what? Although your innate talent isn't low, your cultivation realm is too low. You still aren't my opponent. Lin Ling, you're still too young. I, Tengu, roamed the great mystic region unhindered. When I was 10 years old, I killed 10,000 people. Before I was 18, I had already reached the transcendent realm. My status isn't low either, I'm a disciple of the great mystic region's Tian clan. If it wasn't for the fact that my Tian clan isn't familiar with the Yungu Immortal platform, I wouldn't be helping Lord Xia today. In terms of status, innate talent, and strength, I'm the best. Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to talk about me? Tengu sneered. As soon as his words fell, the darkness that had calmed down before once again bloomed like flames. It was even more ferocious than before. Obviously, the darkness before him had been infused with the power of the Great Law. So, this time, how could Lin Ling not be assimilated by him? I came from an ordinary background and only reached the transcendent realm in my 20s, but I have a fearless heart. I also have a heart that is willing to do everything I can for the martial Tao. For the sake of the martial Tao, I didn't eat or drink for 3 years just to study a single martial Tao. Tell me, I'm not qualified to talk about you. Lin Ling continued to step forward. This time, he was no longer afraid of the darkness. Every time his godly demon overlord body faced a powerful innate talent, it would begin to resist, gradually resist, and finally face it proudly. This time, Lin Ling's immunity to the darkness had greatly increased. This guy's cultivation speed and background are completely inferior to Tengu's, but his martial Tao heart is much better than Tengu's. Moreover, he's only a transcendent, but he's not afraid of Tengu's Saint Realm cultivation. This alone is terrifying. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. At first, they saw that Lin Ling was afraid of being assimilated by the darkness, but now, he no longer seemed to be afraid. He was like a sharp sword, fearless and unflinching. Moreover, they could faintly see that he was an emperor who ruled the world. Hong Long Long. The turbulent darkness still surged out majestically, drowning Lin Ling. However, a moment later, Lin Ling's body walked out of the dark flames again. Sure enough, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of the darkness. How can this be? Tengu's face became more and more ugly. I really pity you. You have such a powerful innate talent, but unfortunately, you don't know how to use it. If you had reached the grand accomplishment stage of heavenly rune martial arts, I would have lost without a doubt, but you don't. Lin Ling continued to step forward, his voice filled with disdain. Even so, I can still crush you. Tengu roared angrily. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so difficult to deal with. Most importantly, Xia Wusha's evaluation of Lin Ling was already very high, so he didn't underestimate Lin Ling. However, it seemed that his evaluation was still too low. At the very least, Xia Wusha didn't know that Lin Ling had a 10th grade yellow rank immortal physique. Tengu swallows the moon. With a wave of his right hand, Tengu gave up on suppressing Lin Ling with his innate talent. Instead, he chose to suppress Lin Ling with his huge cultivation realm. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice and stretched out his left hand. Majestic fire energy burst out and circled around his palm. Gradually, fiery red dragon horns appeared and a flame dragon swam out, as if it was the flame of Nirvana rebirth. Roar! The flame dragon roared with the aura of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. In other words, the great flame dragon was 2 dragons at the moment. Pop! 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 The place where the 2 dragons swam continued to explode, and the sound spread thousands of miles away. Wherever the dragons swam, there would be great laws. Holding the 2 dragons in his hand, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His black robe was extremely dazzling, telling Tengu that Tengu was qualified to wear a black robe. This. Chapter 1401. Absolute defense. This was a slap, a crisp and resounding slap. Furthermore, it was a slap to the face of the heavenly hound. Tengu's background and status weren't small, and he was a 3rd layer saint, but his heavenly rune martial art was only at the minor success stage. Lin Ling wasn't qualified to speak to him. How the hell did you cultivate? Tengu sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned ferocious. He no longer had the calm and domineering aura from before. He roared unwillingly, so what if you're at the major success stage? Your low cultivation is your weakness. You'll die sooner or later, so die. Hong long long. In the sky, the demonic dog that was formed by darkness roared wildly and pounced towards Lin Ling. This was the great law of darkness, which could assimilate everything. In the next instant, it collided with the two great fire dragons controlled by Lin Ling. The earth-shattering sound of the collision caused the hearts of the crowd to jump violently. However, although Lin Ling's heavenly rune martial art was stronger, his cultivation was obviously his weakness. Therefore, after the collision, the fire and black energies eventually dissipated. Tengu's face was still ugly. After all, what kind of cultivation did he have, and what kind of cultivation did Lin Ling have? How could he put his face when the two of them dissipated? What an amazing talent and comprehension of martial arts. However, that's all you have. The spiritual energy of a transcendent is limited, so using a heavenly rune martial art is already against the norm. You still have spiritual energy left. Suddenly, Tengu thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Many people also realized that Lin Ling's spiritual energy wasn't enough to support a second heavenly rune martial art. Lin Ling didn't stop. How could he not know this? If he didn't have 8 spiritual energies, he wouldn't even be able to use the 1000 restriction Great Flame Dragon. However, he didn't say anything and slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword. It was time to test how sharp this sword was. The fiery red sword looked like a fire dragon. I wonder what grade of weapon it is. Many people were curious when they saw Lin Ling's actions. They did not expect to witness such an exciting battle today, let alone a battle between a peerless genius and a mysterious genius. In the beginning, Tengu had the upper hand, but the mysterious youth used his innate immortal body to counterattack. However, the mysterious youth's cultivation level was too low, so Tengu had the upper hand again. It had to be said that this battle was very exciting. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Now, the mysterious young man had used a sword, a mysterious fiery red sword, which made people even more curious. You don't have any spiritual source left, so you're using your sword to block. I wonder what grade of sword can withstand the attack of a third-layer saint. Tengu smiled coldly and slowly stepped forward. It was undeniable that he had underestimated Lin Ling at the beginning, but now, he was deeply afraid of him. However, he knew that he would win, because he would no longer crush Lin Ling with his talent. Instead, he would use the power of the sacred sea to his advantage. The sword that you will never have the right to touch. In the sky, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Tengu. A scorching aura spread out, causing his body to move like water waves. Tengu, the peerless genius of the great Xianyuan region. His strength in Xianping province would definitely be enough to get a recommendation. This was Lin Ling's guess, but it was the truth. Tengu only lacked a recommendation. He was qualified to enter the Yungu Immortal Plateau. I have absolute speed. You think you can kill me? Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. It's only a matter of time. The heavenly hound frowned. Indeed, Lin Ling's great law of space was very difficult to deal with. Of course, if he spent some time and used darkness to assimilate heaven and earth, Lin Ling would not be able to escape from his grasp. I have absolute defense. You can kill me. Lin Ling said calmly as if he had no idea how strong Tengu was. Absolute speed, absolute defense. Is this the talent of that young man? How terrifying. Many people gasped. Absolute, everything was absolute. This kind of talent seemed simple, but in fact, it was the most terrifying. I admit that your defense is not even afraid of my darkness. It is indeed powerful. But if I attack you with the power of the Saint Ocean, you can't block it. Tengu said coldly. He was sullen in his heart. It was only a transcendent, but it was so difficult for him to win. He had to rely on his cultivation realm to suppress him. I also have absolute attack. I can kill you. The last sentence floated out of Lin Ling's mouth with absolute killing intent. It was like the will of fire, burning the world. If 1 year was not enough, then 100 years would be enough. If 100 years was not enough, then 1,000 years would be enough. Absolute attack. Can you do it? Tengu roared. The darkness around his body rolled. He urged the spirit chi of the Saint Ocean to turn it into a giant black palm and press down on Lin Ling. Talent was useless against Lin Ling, so he could only crush him with brute force. As for martial arts, the simpler it was, the better it was. Profound mountain swallowing palm. The giant palm slapped out, stirring up the clouds. What a huge power, it's the power of the Saint Ocean. The crowd in the distance frowned. If they were to block this palm, they would be reduced to ashes. Absolute defense. Let's see how you block it. Tengu's voice also drifted out. Spirit swallowing mountains and rivers. At this moment, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward, using his powerful physique and tyrannical song sword to meet the palm. With a bang, the palm pushed Lin Ling 1,000 kilometers away, but in the end, it was cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. How is this possible? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it was an ordinary attack from a saint, a transcendent should not be able to block it. Tengu also frowned slightly before sneering, as expected of absolute defense. You can block my palm with all your strength, but can you block 1,000 of my palms? Black dog swallowing mountain swallowing palm. Tengu continued to push out his palms, constantly erupting with power, using the power of his Saint Ocean to suppress Yang Kai. Let's see how you block it. Absolute defense is very powerful, but let's see how strong your defense is. A sky full of black palms flew out, layer upon layer, majestic and mighty. Earth uprooting heavens. Lin Ling stared at the giant palms and activated his eye of time, as if he wanted to see the weaknesses of these powerful martial arts. Then, he swung his sword, twisting space, and piercing through the sky full of giant palms. Hong long long. Every time they collided, the sky would explode. Tengu's power is so terrifying. The surrounding crowd turned pale as they stared at Lin Ling, their hearts filled with admiration. Although Lin Ling was in a situation where he could not escape death, being able to reach this step as a transcendent was something to be proud of. However, what they did not see was that every time Yang Kai blocked, the fire array on the tyrannical song sword's blade became more dazzling. After a stick of incense worth of time, the sky seemed to have been baptized by a great calamity, but the black-robed figure was still standing, his sword proudly laughing at the world. He's not dead yet. The crowd was numb. Absolute defense was too terrifying. Even Tengu sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something that should have been impossible, but it was happening right in front of him. Weren't you curious about the grade of my sword? Up in the sky, Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spat out these words. Chapter 1402. Absolute attack, one line of heavens. This is a peerless genius of the grand mystic realm. You should remember that you came here to kill me. You are a third-level saint, yet you still can't kill me. If you say I can't kill you, do you still have any face left? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. These words caused many people to nod in agreement. Tengu's cultivation was higher, and he should have been able to kill Lin Ling. Now that he had failed, he actually had the face to say that Lin Ling couldn't touch him. Such arrogant words were extremely ironic. But, you said I can't do anything to you. In the sky, after Lin Ling smiled, his eyes turned cold, causing Tengu to frown. He sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Let me tell you. My sword is an emperor's step heavenly armament. Lin Ling coldly spat out these words, shaking the earth. Emperor's step. This was a priceless treasure. Only a few super-large sects and the experts of the great dynasty would have it. Moreover, according to legend, Emperor's step heavenly armaments all had a special characteristic, and that was unsealing. With one unsealing, a martial artist's strength could double. Nonsense. An Emperor's step heavenly armament requires tens of thousands of materials to forge, all of them priceless. How could a transcendent waste like you possess one? Tengu roared, because he also didn't have an Emperor's step heavenly armament. Yes, I'm a waste, I shouldn't have one. In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. His left hand gently stroked the Tyrant Song sword, as if he were caressing his most beloved person. The emotions in his eyes were genuine, and this was indeed the case. The Tyrant Song sword was obtained by Lin Ling in the Seven Profound Martial House, and had accompanied him through many trials and tribulations. Today, let it show its brilliance. Flame Dragon's Fury, unseal. Everyone heard these words, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame power erupted. In the sky, an even larger flame dragon horn appeared, slowly swimming out from the sword. A pair of eyes gazed down upon the world, making the young man holding the sword seem like the son of a flame dragon. At the same time, a massive aura erupted, making the young man seem like a Saint Realm powerhouse. I have absolute defense, absolute speed, and now, absolute attack, Flame Dragon King. Boom! The Flame Dragon King roared. It was at least 1,000 miles long, and was even more terrifying than the flame dragon from before. The dragon protected Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was surrounded by the great law of fire. Unseal, this is really an Emperor's stage heavenly soldier. Tengu's face also went pale. In fact, there was no need for Lin Ling to say anything, he had already noticed the terrifying aura. Thinking back, he suddenly realized that the Saint Realm strength Lin Ling had displayed seemed to have come from him. In other words, Lin Ling had absorbed his attack, integrated it into his body, and stepped into the Saint Realm. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. At this moment, Lin Ling's red hair danced wildly in the wind. The corner of his mouth revealed a frivolous smile, as overbearing and magnificent as the Fire Dragon King. Rumble. With a slash of his sword, 2 flame dragons roared as they flew out. He had actually used a single slash to reach the large success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. Tengu swallows the moon. Tengu's expression changed drastically. He was even terrified and surprised. He erupted with the power of darkness, but after colliding with the flame dragons, his figure was sent flying backward, falling into a disadvantage. Peerless genius, I thought you were amazing. Now, try my sword. Lin Ling stepped on the Fire Dragon King, showing off his prowess as he flew across the sky and slashed at Tengu. From afar, it was a shocking sight. The sky was filled with flame dragons, and the youth on the Fire Dragon King was the most dazzling, as if he was the son of a true dragon. Black Dog Body. Tengu was completely terrified. Dark energy spread out in an attempt to avoid Lin Ling's attack. You said before that I only knew how to run. What are you doing now? On top of the Fire Dragon King, an arrogant voice resounded through the air. Lin Ling, you are very powerful. You actually have an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. Good, good, good. I underestimated you today. I will tell Sir Xia about this. He underestimated you again. Tengu wanted to run away. The current Lin Ling was too terrifying, and he wanted to tell Sir Xia about this. Most importantly, he was very puzzled. After all, Lin Ling was not that strong a few days ago. However, a few days later, Lin Ling had an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. This was too surreal. Boom! Endless darkness erupted. Tengu disappeared. No one knew which one was Tengu. There was only endless darkness. Obviously, Tengu's martial art was also very powerful. His true body entered the darkness, making it impossible for people to catch him. He ran away, and he even abandoned the three-eyed fiend hound. The surrounding people felt that it was extremely ironic. The three-eyed fiend hound was Tengu's beloved dog. The two were like companions, but now Tengu anxiously ran away, even abandoning his beloved dog. This was an expert on the lower Xian ranking. However, Tengu's martial art is very powerful. The sky is filled with darkness. Tengu really did run away. Then, everyone looked at the sky. There, a screen of darkness covered the sky, making it impossible for people to see anything. It was completely dark. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, "You're here, and you still want to leave. I'll let you see the strongest sword of an emperor stage heavenly soldier, a line of heaven." The sword light appeared, as dazzling as fire. In the sky, a line of fire that was only as thick as a finger bloomed. It was as if the world of the void had been divided. The darkness was actually divided by the sword. It was a shocking sight. It was as if the sky had been divided by the sword. Then, loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After being divided, the darkness exploded and burned. Putong! A head fell from the sky. Looking carefully, it was Tengu's head. There was no escape. One sword, splitting the sky. How can this emperor stage heavenly soldier be so powerful? This is the biggest gap I've ever seen in a battle. A transcendent killing a saint realm third heaven. This is simply a miracle. The people below were all thirsty. What a sharp sword. It actually merged with fire to form a scene of a line of heaven. Paw! At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the ground. The Tyrant Song's sword had also returned to its normal state. After absorbing the Heavenly Hound's attack, Lin Ling had finally released his strongest sword attack. The might of that sword attack had reached the pinnacle of heavenly pattern martial arts. How could the Heavenly Hound block it? Moreover, if Lin Ling's comprehension of heavenly pattern martial arts reached the large success stage, the Tyrant Song's sword would make his martial arts even more powerful. The power of the Tyrant Song's sword was precisely to increase Lin Ling's comprehension of fire attribute martial arts, forming an absolute attack. As expected of an emperor stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Looking at Tengu's head, his mocking smile became even stronger. The black robe represents battle. You are not qualified to wear it. Then, he looked at the three-eyed hound and said indifferently, "Bring his head back to Xiaowusha. If you can't do it, die." Whoa! The three-eyed hound lowered its tail, held Tengu's head in its mouth, and quickly left. The crowd was stunned. Ridicule, absolute ridicule. When Tengu had arrived, he had arrogantly said that after killing Lin Ling, he would bring Lin Ling's head back and let the three-eyed hound take it back. But now, it was his head that was being taken back. Xia Wusha, you better ensure that Xian Yuan Gu is fine. Otherwise, I will exterminate your Xia family. Chapter 1403. The head he brought back was a bit heavy. Xia Wusha, that big shot of the Xia clan. This young man actually dares to challenge him. Lin Ling, where did that peerless genius come from? He's terrifying. He's as strong as the geniuses of Champion University. The crowd wanted to find Lin Ling's figure again, but Lin Ling had already disappeared, causing them to freeze in place. They hadn't expected that the battle they had inadvertently witnessed would be so exciting. A saint fighting a transcendent, and the transcendent actually winning. Absolute defense, absolute speed, absolute attack. 10th grade yellow rank, plus an emperor stage heavenly soldier. Is that guy a student of Champion University? It might come from the Yungu Immortal platform. Those people started to discuss animatedly. At this moment, in Xia Wusha's ruins, Xian Yuangu had been locked up. If she hadn't been waiting for Lin Ling's key, she would have been killed long ago. Senior, we've already recorded the route we took last time. As long as we get Lin Ling's key, the treasure inside the bronze coffin will belong to us. Several powerful martial artists looked at Xia Wusha. Xia Wusha was sitting on a chair made of ancient skeletons. His posture was steady, and he gave off the aura of an ambitious and ruthless person. Good. Xia Wusha nodded in satisfaction. Xia Pai, who was beside him, also smiled. The treasures were all in front of him. Moreover, there was the reincarnation heart. Woof, woof. At this moment, the sound of a dog barking rang out, causing everyone's eyes to light up. They knew that it was the three-eyed demon hound. This also meant that Tengu had returned. Pass down the order. Once the key is in hand, we will set out immediately. Xia Wusha also stood up and shouted excitedly. Since Lin Ling was dead, the key must have been found. Woof, woof. However, only the sound of a dog barking attracted everyone's attention. They saw a tall black dog with a drooping tail returning with a human head in its mouth. This made everyone puzzled. Where was Tengu? Perhaps Lord Tengu saw some treasure on the way, so he didn't come back. Let's take a look at Lin Ling's ugly face first. Xia Pai pondered for a moment and guessed. Everyone smiled and nodded. This guess was very likely. Then, Xia Pai walked forward and looked at the head. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Pai, what's wrong? Xia Wusha immediately had an ominous feeling. Father, this is Tengu. Xia Pai said in disbelief, causing the entire wooden house to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's hearts exploded. The three-eyed demon hound had returned, but it wasn't Lin Ling's head that was in its mouth, but Tengu's. It's Lin Ling. Xia Wusha's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling was declaring war on him because Tengu was dead. Lin Ling didn't have to pay attention to him, but Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he had the three-eyed fiend dog bring Tengu's head back. If this wasn't a declaration of war, then what was? Father, there must be an expert helping Lin Ling, otherwise, with Lin Ling's strength, he wouldn't be Tengu's opponent at all. Xia Pai also felt as if he had been slapped by Lin Ling, making him extremely angry. Find him. Xia Wusha roared. Above the vast earth, ripples rolled as Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, passed through like a ghost king. He had checked the treasures left behind by Tengu after his death. There were indeed many treasures that could bring him closer to the Saint Realm, but it was clearly not enough. This time, I'll save Xian Yuangu first, then go to Yellow Spring Mountain. Right now, I need more cultivation resources. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. Woo-woo. At this moment, a large number of evil ghosts pounced over. Even early Saint Realm experts had to take a detour. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling didn't even look at the evil ghosts as he slashed out with his sword. A flame dragon roared and engulfed the evil ghosts. At present, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao was still at the minor accomplishment realm, but the tyrannical Song's sword had been engraved with 1,000,000 fire runes, allowing Lin Ling's sword to reach the grand accomplishment realm, increasing his martial Dao comprehension by an entire realm. If it was unsealed, it would have the power of 2 realms, reaching the peak. At this moment, if someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. A transcendent realm cultivator not only roamed the ghost domain alone, but he also wasn't afraid of evil ghosts. This was simply a first in the ghost domain. Only Lin Ling felt that it was normal because he cultivated essence, qi, and spirit, all of which had become super powerful. This is a ghost face flower. Xian Yuangu said that this flower can't be picked. Stopping on a hill, Lin Ling frowned. Then, he looked up at the sky. Like a lonely swordsman, he once again advanced towards the ground. His teammate, Xian Yuangu, once told him that there were 7 kinds of ghost face flowers, and only the smiling face could be picked. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. Big brother Lin Ling, are you looking for the ghost face flower? At this moment, a black light floated out from Lin Ling's chest and turned into a little girl. It was Xiao Yun. Lin Ling's cold face revealed a smile at this moment, as if he had seen a true friend in the cruel and merciless ghost domain. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, because something happened to my teammate. I've been training hard all this time and forgot to let you out." "It's okay. I saw what happened to big sister Xian Yuan." Xiao Yun smiled. She looked as innocent as the girl next door. However, not only did she see the past between Xian Yuangu and Lin Ling, but she also saw the past between Lin Ling and the second dream. She was touched. She had never thought that big brother Lin Ling was such a man of flesh and blood. His life was colorful. Most importantly, big brother Lin Ling was a kind person. "Are you going to leave now? Is it safe to leave here?" Lin Ling looked at Xiao Yun as if he was looking at a younger sister. "No, I won't leave for now. If I leave here, I will easily encounter evil spirits. They will devour me. I will only be safe in Reincarnation City. All the ghosts that want to enter reincarnation will appear there." Xiao Yun explained. "What about Yellow Springs Mountain?" Lin Ling frowned. Wasn't the second dream supposed to be in Yellow Springs Mountain? "Big brother Lin Ling, you want to find the soul of big sister the second dream, right? However, if a person has just died, their soul will appear in Yellow Springs Mountain. They will walk through the Yellow Springs Mountain and cross the Bridge of Helplessness. After drinking Meng Po's soup, they will lose their memories and enter Reincarnation City to wait for reincarnation. I was caught by a martial artist when I was walking in Yellow Springs Mountain." Xiao Yun explained. "The second dream has been dead for 5 years. Is she still in Yellow Springs Mountain? Or has she already entered Reincarnation City? Or has she entered reincarnation?" Lin Ling frowned and hesitated. If the second dream had already reincarnated, should he disturb the second dream? Was it right or wrong to do so? "Go. I talked a lot with big sister the second dream in the bamboo. Although she has lost everything, I can vaguely hear her singing. She wants to go home." Xiao Yun said word by word. Lin Ling's body trembled and his face turned serious. "All right, this is a promise. I will fulfill it. For now, let's save Xian Yuangu first. Then, we will go to Yellow Springs Mountain. Big brother Lin Ling, you are looking for the ghost-faced flower, right? I am very familiar with these flowers. As long as it is within 100 meters, I will be able to sense it." Xiao Yun said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. Then, Xiao Yun floated on Lin Ling's shoulder. A man and a ghost walked on the vast land again. Chapter 1404. Old ancestor blood river. Time quietly passed. "Big brother Lin Ling, there's a smiling ghost-faced flower here." With Xiao Yun's help, Lin Ling was able to save a lot of effort because all the flowers Xiao Yun found were smiling ghost-faced flowers. In the distance, Lin Ling heard her voice and was overjoyed, quickly striding over to Xiao Yun. At that moment, however, a cold voice called out, "Wait, I saw this ghost-faced flower first." At some unknown time, 5 figures had appeared in the distance, 3 men and 2 women. The one who spoke was one of the women. The cultivation of these people wasn't very high, only 2 of them were second-layer saints. Xiao Yun suddenly became a little afraid, floating on Lin Ling's shoulder, as if Lin Ling was the person she trusted the most. Lin Ling only glanced at the other party for a moment before acting as if he hadn't seen her and collecting the ghost-faced flower. Right now, he didn't have the leisure to care about unnecessary people. How bold. I took a fancy to this flower, yet you dare try to steal my treasure. The woman suddenly shouted. Lin Ling was ignoring her. On top of that, Lin Ling was only a transcendent, she had never seen such an arrogant person before. You took a fancy to it and it's yours. Do you know how far I walked in order to find this flower? Lin Ling muttered to himself, feeling quite funny in his heart. The treasures of the ghost domain naturally belong to whoever obtained them. Taking a fancy to it and claiming it belonged to her, this woman was simply too overbearing. You want to die. The woman's eyes became cold, but after saying this, Lin Ling slowly turned to look at her, his clear eyes becoming cold. I dare you to say that again. Put ong. The woman's heart jumped violently. Although the other party was only a transcendent, for some reason, his eyes gave her an extremely shocking feeling, as if killing her would be as easy as flipping a hand. If you don't want to speak, then goodbye. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, Lin Ling turned around and left while the woman stood there, not daring to move. She didn't know why she was afraid, but in any case, she didn't dare to speak again. Zhang Xiaonian, did this person bully you? At this time, the other 4 people also quickly walked over. One of them seemed to like Zhang Xiaonian a lot, so he coldly said, Sir, please wait. If you don't tell us what happened, you will stay here today. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed the sword at his waist. A powerful aura was released, forming circles of ripples, allowing him to dominate everything within 100 meters. In the ghost domain, other than the terrifying ghosts, there were also the top experts of the 3 profound of the human realm. Therefore, even if they were friends, as long as they were not teammates, they would maintain vigilance when meeting each other. Don't point your sword at my back, or you'll regret it. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said indifferently. Everyone was stunned. They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so arrogant. This person was only a transcendent, and most importantly, he didn't seem to have any teammates with him. Who gave him such courage? Then let's see how I'll regret it. The young man who drew the sword couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling slowly turned around, his hand reaching for the ancient sword behind him. But at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. Wait, Lin Ling, we were reckless before. We apologize to you here. This sentence was filled with anxiety and panic, causing the eyes of the remaining people to narrow as they stared at the person who spoke. That person's face was pale and looked sickly, but in their group, his strength wasn't weak. But now, he was actually panicking and anxious. What was going on? It's you. Lin Ling also looked at the person who spoke. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. He had met this person a few times, but each time, he was extremely wary of him. He was the Second Life Ghost King of the Thousand Era Ghost Sect. Lin Yi, what do you mean by this? The 4 people looked at the Second Life Ghost King, still puzzled. Lin Yi was the name of the Second Life Ghost King's team. Although Lin Yi's origin was mysterious, it was undeniable that this person was extremely strong and valued friendship. He would not violate the rules of the team. This was how it was in the ghost domain. No matter what kind of person one's teammates was, even if they were cruel and ruthless, once they formed a team, they would trust each other. This was a rule that had been passed down for thousands of years. He's just a transcendent, and he's alone. Moreover, your strength is not weak, there's no need to be afraid of him. One of the women also felt strange, but she was relatively calm, so she asked. She was the team's leader. Let me solve this matter, I hope it can be solved, otherwise it'll be troublesome. Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned and stared at Lin Ling. As soon as these words fell, the other 4 people's hearts trembled fiercely. troublesome. A transcendent cultivator would bring them trouble. Involuntarily, they looked at Lin Ling again and found that the black-robed young man's face was indifferent, his eyes filled with indescribable vicissitudes, as if he was alone in the ghost domain, without the slightest fear. The lonely swordsman. Everyone had this feeling in their hearts, but feeling was just feeling. The fact was that this young man was indeed a transcendent. Did he have a team? And those teammates were very strong, so Lin Yi was afraid. Lin Ling, you and I have met a few times, so how about giving me some face and letting this matter go? Lin Yi came in front of Lin Ling and said sincerely. Blood River old ancestor, I didn't expect you to be like an ordinary person after reincarnating. It seems that you have entered the cycle of reincarnation and are addicted to the mortal world. Ha! Lin Ling smiled faintly. He naturally knew the origin of the other party. He could be called an old ancestor-level master, but he was just recultivating. However, why should I give you face? Lin Ling said again. The other party was from the Thousand Generations Ghost sect. He had never had a good impression of this sect, so why should he give them face? What's more, that man had pointed his sword at him before, and that woman had even asked him if he wanted to die. As long as there was murderous intent towards Lin Ling would not show mercy. In this ruthless world, sometimes it was just that simple. If you weren't a friend, then you were an enemy. How dare you? Brother! Among the four people behind, the young man holding the sword suddenly shouted angrily. He already found it unbelievable that Lin Yi would give him face, but who knew that Lin Yi didn't care at all? He knew that Lin Ling was the most enigmatic person in the world. He could only be friends, not enemies. The Three Generations Ghost King was an example. Offending Lin Ling was the same as offending Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was a transcendent, he didn't dare to underestimate him. In fact, he had always wanted to be friends with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Thousand Generations Ghost sect had gone too far, making it difficult for him to become friends with them. You say that this matter is over, and you say so, but your friend's sword is still pointed at me. Lin Ling said coldly again. Yao Ping, withdraw your sword. He had finally managed to make Lin Ling lower his guard, but this guy had overestimated himself and was still pointing his sword at Lin Ling. Wasn't this courting death? Big brother Lin Yi, he's just a transcendent. Yao Ping. The young man named Yao Ping roared unwillingly. All right, 3 breaths have passed, he only has one choice. 1. Fight me, because using a sword against a swordsman is tantamount to a challenge. 2. Apologize. Lin Ling slowly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. Wait, Lin Ling, don't worry, I can solve it. All right. Chapter 1405. To become stronger, he went to Yin Mountain. Lin Yi turned to his teammates behind him. Yao Ping, you bastard. Put your sword away and apologize to Lin Ling. Brother. Brother Lin Yi. Yao Ping wasn't willing to do that. Listen to Lin Yi, he's not an impulsive person. The leader of the group said faintly. I'm sorry, I was rude before, I hope you won't take it to heart. Yao Ping finally put away his sword unwillingly and apologized. What's the use of a verbal apology? A real apology is made up with treasures. Lin Ling said again. Pointing a sword at him and saying sorry was enough. Plus, he didn't need an insincere apology. Warriors had to pay for their actions when they went out to train, and Lin Ling was the same. If he offended someone, he either had to apologize and give them treasures, or fight. It was that simple, but Lin Ling chose to fight most of the time. Don't be so arrogant. The 4 were furious at Lin Ling's words, and even the leader frowned. Am I arrogant? Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that he was being arrogant. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these people, including the Second Life Ghost King. If these people had such strength, they would have done the same. Fight me if you dare. Yao Ping couldn't hold it in anymore. You're too weak, a first-grade yellow-class immortal body, you can't block my sword. Lin Ling said bluntly, angering Yao Ping and the other youths. How arrogant, how arrogant. They weren't peerless geniuses in Xianhuang Dayu, but they were famous geniuses. Yet, Lin Ling said they couldn't block a sword. You can try. Lin Ling said again. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart and finally looked at the captain. The captain frowned and finally nodded. Yao Ping, give him the ghost face flower you got before. You should know that in the ghost realm, provoking someone like that is equivalent to a life and death battle. You are in the wrong. Sister Luo Xiao. Yao Ping gritted his teeth in anger, but he took out the compensation in the end. The leader and Lin Yi had spoken, he had to pay. Alright, this ends here. Lin Ling took the compensation and turned to leave. Xiao Yun on his shoulder smiled like a crescent moon. She liked following Lin Ling around because she liked the feeling of being protected. Wait, Lin Ling, are you alone? Seeing Lin Ling leave without hesitation, Lin Yi suddenly shouted. Lin Ling nodded faintly. His affirmation made Yao Ping and the others even more unsatisfied. They thought that Lin Yi was afraid of the young man because he had a strong team behind him, but who knew that the young man was only one person? Why don't we form a team? Lin Yi said after some thought. No. As soon as he said that, the other four rejected. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. These people were looking down on Lin Ling. Although he knew that Lin Ling was strong, he didn't know how strong he was. Everything was based on his intuition. Not interested. Although I'm alone, I have teammates. They're just resting somewhere. Lin Ling shook his head. You need the ghost face flower. If you do, why don't you come with us to Yin Mountain? There are more ghost face flowers there, enough for you to enter the Saint Realm. Lin Yi said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was in urgent need of cultivation resources to break through. Yin Mountain was a good place. However, he had only met Lin Yi a few times. If they couldn't form a team, why did Lin Yi invite him? Could it be? Lin Ling glanced around and suddenly laughed. You want me to go with you because you want me to protect those good-for-nothings. Of course, you too. What did you say? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, Yao Ping and the others glared angrily. A transcendent realm cultivator had called them trash, and if they really were to fight together, who would protect who? Haha, you're right. We can take care of each other. After all, Yin Mountain is very close to Yellow Spring Mountain. There are a lot of strong teams there collecting ghost face flowers. Xian Yuan and Xianhuang Dayu have many masters there. It's a gathering of heroes. How strong are they? Lin Ling asked faintly, not bothering with what the others were saying. About third layer Saint Realm. Lin Yi said word by word, and their talents are very strong. I heard that there are even 8th grade golden class existences. Humph. So weak. Humph. Lin Ling frowned. He decided that he had to go to Yin Mountain. After all, he could grow faster and break through as soon as possible. So weak. Humph. The four behind him rolled their eyes. They didn't know what to say. Okay, I agree to go with you, but we're not a team. If you encounter any danger, you deal with it yourselves. If you can't, I'll try to help. Of course, if I can't deal with it, I'll leave immediately. After all, we're not a team. Lin Ling pondered. He also needed someone to lead the way. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Ling smiled. His pale face was filled with excitement. He had always wanted to be friends with Lin Ling, and now there was a good start. However, the four behind him weren't happy. Lin Ling was right. They weren't a team, so it was fine for Lin Ling to go with them. I'm Yun Luoxia. Yao Ping. Zhang Xiao Nian. Wang Lin. The other four unwillingly walked over and introduced themselves. Although they weren't a team, at least they weren't enemies. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. He didn't say anything and went ahead alone. So arrogant. The four were stunned. Their faces turned ugly. Lin Ling didn't even greet them. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't treat them as teammates at all. He was just giving Lin Yi some face. After all, they only met by chance. There were no teammates. He only had 3 teammates, Jin Yuan, his sister, and Xian Yuan Gu. Yin Mountain was said to be a burial pit for tens of thousands of people. The ghost aura was extremely dense, and normal people didn't dare to go near it. But this time, a large number of teams and ancient martial artists were here, so it was much safer. Not good, there are ghosts. Everyone be careful. Along the way, they naturally encountered ghosts. These ghosts became more and more numerous after they left the outskirts of the ghost realm. Yun Luoxia and the others were on high alert. Ghosts were very scary. They could devour people's souls. If they weren't careful, they would die here. Luckily, there weren't many ghosts this time, so they killed them carefully. The 5 of them looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling directly swallowed the ghost face flower and raised his cultivation. This guy. Other than Lin Yi, the other 4 were furious. When the ghosts came, Lin Ling didn't help them. But he actually cultivated in front of them. Did he think they were his bodyguards? Even Lin Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 1406. Huang Quan Yen, 5 evil spirits and you're making a fuss over nothing. I really don't understand. With your strength you've actually made it this far. A moment later, Lin Ling stood up and said lightly, he knew that these 4 were angry, but if it was a powerful ghost like the Ghost General, Lin Ling would still take action, but a trivial evil spirit, how could he, Lin Ling, take action every single time? He didn't have that much time. Don't go too far. Among the 4, Zhang Xiaonian angrily shouted, this arrogant swordsman was too arrogant. Lin Ling didn't even spare them a glance as he continued forward with Xiao Yun, causing the 4 Saint Realm Masters to furrow their brows in anger. At this moment, behind the hill, a white ghost with extremely dense ghost chi drifted over. Forget about a transcendent realm master, even a Saint Realm Master would be invaded by this ghost chi. Jia Jia. The evil spirit let out a shrill cry, seemingly sentient, and rushed towards Lin Ling. Be careful. Yun Luoxia instantly shouted anxiously when she saw the baleful ghost, and the others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Elder Sister Luoxia, since he's so arrogant, let him face it himself. Among the 4, Wang Ping coldly snorted. He had long been dissatisfied with this young man with a sword on his back. Now was the perfect time for him to suffer. Do you think he'll kneel down and beg for mercy? Definitely, but for Big Brother Lin Yi's face, if he kneels down and begs for mercy, we'll join forces to kill this evil spirit and help him. After he asks for our help, I'll humiliate him and make him see clearly. The others all spoke up one after another, causing Yun Luoxia, who had originally intended to help, to stop. Perhaps letting this Lin Ling see clearly wasn't a bad idea. Afterwards, she glanced over at Lin Ling and found that he was also looking at Lin Ling, as if he wasn't worried at all. Jia Jia. At this moment, the evil spirit floated around like a phantom, its blood and ghost chi sweeping out in all directions. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the evil spirit at all, continuing to move forward, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Was this Lin Ling stupid? Whoosh! At this moment, the sword flashed. Lin Ling quickly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. Then, he continued to move forward. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not seem to know that there was a ghost approaching him. His eyes were fixed in front of him. As for the ghost fiend, it had paused for a moment, but it quickly continued to rush towards Lin Ling. But at this moment, with a bang, the ghost fiend's soul trembled, emitting a ferocious roar. It turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Gue Sha, who even an early Saint Realm master dared not underestimate, had simply disappeared. Yun Luoxia and the others were stunned on the spot. They could only watch as Lin Ling continued forward as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. How did Gue Sha die? Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling use his sword before, but Lin Ling's sword was very ordinary, only possessing the world force of a transcendent. Such power was unable to shake the evil ghost at all. How can this be? Shouldn't he be kneeling to us for help? The four of them could not understand at all. How could they know that Lin Ling dared to venture here alone because he had already faced countless ghost fiends? In other words, Lin Ling had hundreds of ways to instantly kill Gue Sha, but because he had killed too many ghost fiends, he chose the simplest and most efficient method. Gue Sha is afraid of lightning and fire. Soul attacks, but not all yang attacks are effective. Extreme yin attacks can also be used, but you have to find a weakness. Gue Sha is also a type of ghost. It has 3 souls and 7 spirits. 3 souls, fetal light, refreshing spirit, and nether essence. 7 spirits, corpse dog, concealed arrow, yin sparrow, thief seizing, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. If you can find the fetal light and nether essence of the 3 souls, or the corpse dog and non-poison of the 7 spirits, Gue Sha can be defeated. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. The 4 of them trembled. Was that even possible? They had never heard of such a thing before and were even somewhat skeptical. Even the reincarnation of Blood Sea ancestor had never heard of such a thing. It seems that Master is right. The ghost domain is filled with danger, but there are always geniuses from the human world who come here and temper themselves with their lives, walking the line between life and death many times. In the end, they can easily resolve any danger in the ghost domain. Is this Lin Ling that kind of person? Yun Luoxia frowned. Not necessarily. I admit that he has a good grasp of Gue Sha's weakness, but the sword he released before was still only at the transcendent realm. Yao Ping said unwillingly. Although he was somewhat in awe of Lin Ling in his heart, he did not want to admit it. What's more, he said to find the 3 souls and 7 spirits of Gue Sha. How can an ordinary person find such a thing? Zhang Xiaoyan added. Previously, they wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, but Lin Ling had killed Gue Sha with a single sword strike. This caused them to suppress the anger in their hearts. It was as if they had punched cotton, unable to vent their anger. Gue Sha has 3 souls and 7 spirits, but they have already transformed. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see them. Even my blood, I can barely see them. I heard that those with strong soul force can clearly see everything. Lin Yi stared at Lin Ling's back in the distance and said with a frown. He was even more curious about Lin Ling's strength. Could Lin Ling's strength be comparable to a second heaven saint? It was indeed terrifying. After all, Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. A day later, the group finally arrived at Yin Mountain. Looking from a distance, it looked like a plain. The ground was full of potholes, as if it was a mass grave. Many ancient corpses had crawled out of their graves, and the sound of ghosts crying could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, a white shadow could be seen floating by. This is the 10,000 ghost mass grave. Those who committed many evil deeds in their lifetime were punished by the ghost domain for not entering Yellow Spring Mountain. As a result, the ghost chi here is extremely dense, and a large amount of ghost face grass is born here. However, although there is a lot of ghost face grass, no one dares to approach because there are ghost generals here. Later, for some reason, a large number of ancient cultivators came and worked together to wipe out the ghost generals, making this place less dangerous. Later, more and more masters came, making this place more lively. On a hill, Lin Yi looked into the distance. Beside him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling asked curiously, "Aren't you Blood River ancestor? You should be very proficient in the ghost Tao. Why are you afraid of this place?" "I'm proficient in the Blood River. Moreover, this is the ghost domain, not the human world. There are Gue Sha Tian Li and the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor. They are real ghost gods. Not to mention me, even the Overlord Di Zun has to be careful here," Lin Yi said. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. His gaze passed through the misty plain and fell on the mysterious mountain range in the distance. He asked, "That's Yellow Spring Mountain, right?" "Yes. Yes, but Yellow Spring Mountain is even more terrifying. I heard that the Undying Lord, Yellow Spring Great Emperor, is there." Lin Yi's face turned serious. "However, I heard that a large number of ancient cultivators have formed teams to go to Yellow Spring Mountain. Those teams are extremely powerful, all of them are at the late Saint realm. Take my Xianping province for example, there are 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Of course, there are even more in Xianyuan and Xianping province." 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling's face turned serious. Why were these masters gathering at Yellow Spring Mountain? Yellow Spring Flame. Chapter 1407. Corpse Mountain, Corpse Sea, Your Majesty, the underworld flame is a godly flame, one of the top 10 flames in the world. It has the power to bring the dead back to life. I heard that the underworld emperor controls it. Old Z said. He had the same idea as Lin Ling. The tyrannical Song sword had leveled up, and Lin Ling had the power to take the new flame. If he could get it, Lin Ling's talent for fire would reach new heights. Underworld Mountain is even more terrifying. There are a lot of heavenly ghosts and heavenly wrath. Even the ancient warriors don't dare to go there, so they're waiting for more strong cultivators to come. Of course, we can't go there, so we can only stay in Yin Mountain. Lin Yi said. Let's focus on increasing our strength. Alright. Lin Ling suppressed his excitement and said indifferently. Yin Mountain, there are countless kings and warriors. There are also 10,000 emperors' bloodline, ancient temples, and other strong cultivators. They'll go there in teams for treasures. Second, to gain experience, we'll have to face the strong cultivators who call themselves kings. So I suggest that we follow the team. That's the only way to survive and get treasures. Alright. Yun Luoxia and the others walked over. Lin Ling looked at them and nodded. Alright. Alright. Of course, those are the descendants of the ancient kings. They also have Yungu's celestial foundation, and we're not weak either. For example, Sister Luoxia is the princess of the Sun-Moon Cloud dynasty, and I, Yao Ping, am from King Ping's palace. As for Zhang Xiaonian, she's Cui Zhu Fairy's disciple. Wang Ping isn't weak either. His father is one of the 10 generals of Xianhuang Dayu. Yao Ping took a step forward and said proudly. After he finished speaking, the others all puffed out their chests. Perhaps they wanted Lin Ling to know that they were the descendants of the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world, and that they were quite famous among the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. We're all going to get a recommendation. Wang said. Wang Lin also said. This time, he wanted Lin Ling to take them seriously and know how powerful they were. Understood. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very dull. He came from Xianping province and the experts he came into contact with were mostly from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, he wasn't familiar with the 3 profound experts of the human realm. You Yao Ping and the others' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. Even that, I understand, was said lazily. He didn't care about them at all. Just like when they were together in the beginning, Lin Ling thought that they were trash. Now that they said that they had powerful backers, Lin Ling still thought of them as trash. Their only use was to lead the way. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as well. He was shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. Although he was the Blood River ancestor, he knew how strong these ancient warriors were. He didn't dare to be arrogant, but Lin Ling ignored him. Could it be that Lin Ling was much stronger than them? Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. I need the ghost face flower. Since we're together, we'll split the rewards fairly. Lin Ling didn't wait for the geniuses to speak. Yao Ping and the others still wanted to talk about what ranking they had obtained in the human world's Fengyun competition, but Lin Ling's words shut them up. They held their breaths as if they had powerful strength but couldn't show it. Alright, I agree with your suggestion. Yun Luoxia nodded on behalf of everyone. They must be here for the ghost face flower, so even if they were unhappy with Lin Ling's disregard, they could still endure it. There are many powerful teams inside. If we meet them, kill them if we can, and retreat if we can't. Our team must be united so that other teams won't dare to invade. Lin Yi said. He knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. The ghost realm couldn't be compared to the human realm, and there were too many ancient warriors here. For the ghost face flower, to prove themselves, and to increase their reputation, other than their own team members, everyone else was their opponent. Yun Luoxia's face turned solemn. Just as she was about to remind them of the taboo, Lin Ling had already walked forward with his sword on his back. Everyone was stunned. A transcendent was so arrogant. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. Woo woo. As soon as they stepped into the Yin Mountain, the soil under the ground wriggled. It was extremely disgusting. A large number of golden corpses crawled out, and many ancient corpses were hidden among them. It was as if they had entered a pile of ancient corpses. Some corpses had broken legs, but they were still crawling on the ground. Some corpses even had 3 heads and looked ferocious. Moreover, the skin of these corpses was as hard as heavenly soldiers. If it weren't for the large number of masters gathered in Yin Mountain, the sea of corpses alone would be enough to drown any master. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop and continued forward. Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. After seeing Lin Ling's appearance, they finally understood that Lin Ling wanted to find cultivation resources and break through as soon as possible. Do you have something urgent to do? In order to break through, you're venturing into the dangerous ghost realm alone. Yun Luoxia caught up with Lin Ling and asked casually. Save my teammates. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Yun Luoxia's heart trembled. She suddenly realized that this handsome young man wasn't indifferent because he also had teammates. For his teammates, he wouldn't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. Suddenly, she had a feeling that if she could become Lin Ling's teammate, it would be a very happy thing. Brother Lin Ling, there's a ghost face flower over there. At this time, a little ghost girl appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder. It was Xiao Yun. She pointed in a direction in the distance, where a large number of ancient corpses were rushing over. Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly as he said to Xiao Yun, sit tight. After saying that, he strode forward, pulling out the Tyrant Song's sword. Without looking at the ancient corpses, he swung his sword fiercely. With a rumbling sound, the ancient corpses were split into 2. However, Lin Ling didn't stop. With every swing of his sword, a large number of ancient corpses were killed. So powerful. He's only a transcendent, but his sword is so sharp. Yao Ping frowned. It's his physical strength. Lin Ling explained, changing their view of Lin Ling's strength for the first time. Everyone, go look for the ghost face flower. Remember, don't go more than 1,000 miles away. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be difficult for us to rush over. Yun Luoxia also said. The 5 of them split up, 2 in a group, and went to look for the ghost face flower. Yun Luoxia pondered for a moment and followed Lin Ling. She was a little curious about Lin Ling woo woo woo. The cold earth was filled with ghostly energy. Beneath the ancient ghostly land, there seemed to be an endless number of skeletons and corpses crawling out from time to time. As Lin Ling walked along the ground, he frowned slightly. There was no end to these ancient corpses. Then, with Xiao Yun's help, Lin Ling quickly found a ghost face flower. According to the rules of sharing, this ghost-faced flower now belongs to me. Lin Ling said, then directly put the ghost-faced flower into his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 1408. 9 Nether Troop, sitting cross-legged to refine, it's too time-consuming. Lin Ling replied with a smile, no longer as cold as before. Yun Luoxia shook her head with a bitter smile. Lin Ling was the most mysterious transcendent she had ever seen. How could she know that Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique could even swallow metal and rocks, let alone a mere ghost-faced flower? More and more people are coming. Look over there, that's Crane Immortal, a 3rd-layer saint with an 8th grade yellow class talent. Her martial arts are at the great success stage, she can kill anyone in the same realm. And that's the ancient cultivators from Xianhuang Dayu Heavenly One Divine Palace. They're here too. Fixed Sky Patrol Team. Yun Luoxia said from time to time with a solemn face. From time to time, powerful teams would pass by, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He could feel that these people were indeed very strong. Sun Moon Cloud Dynasty Princess Luoxia, I can't believe I saw her here. Her team seems to only have 2 people. Don't cause trouble, there are more experts and geniuses in Yin Mountain, let's go in. Many teams passed by, and many of them recognized Yun Luoxia. Some of them had bad intentions, but their stronger teammates stopped them and the team continued forward. Lin Ling glanced at Yun Luoxia and found that her face was a little pale. Yun Luoxia only let out a sigh of relief after those experts left. He's only a 2nd stage saint, is he strong? Lin Ling asked. That's the Immortal King, he has the heavenly rune lightning body and his immortal physique has reached the great success stage. I'm not his match right now. Yun Luoxia explained, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He was stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, Yun Luoxia's mother insect called out. It was Yao Ping's anxious voice. It seemed that something had happened over there. Not good, a team has attacked Yao Ping and the others. We must hurry over immediately. Only when the team is together will others fear us. Yun Luoxia was somewhat anxious. She then rushed towards Yao Ping with Lin Ling. Fortunately, they weren't too far apart, and it didn't take long for Lin Ling to catch sight of Yao Ping and the others. They seemed to have gotten into a fight with another group. There were 9 people in that group, both men and women. They weren't too old, and their strength was in the 1st or 2nd heaven of the saint realm. The 9 Nether Troop is in trouble. Staring ahead, Yun Luoxia furrowed her brows. Is he very strong? Lin Ling frowned. He used the Eye of Time and 9 vortexes appeared in front of him. Some of the vortexes were gigantic, while others were ordinary. Lin Ling had a basic understanding of those 9 people. They're as strong as us, but if there's a fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Besides, the 9 Nether Troop is the palace's guard. If they're here, it means that the palace's strong cultivators are also here. I think the palace's Empress Tian Huang is also working hard to get into the youngest celestial stage. Yun Luoxia explained. The youngest celestial stage, Champion University, and the 7 Emperors celestial stage. Those were the legends of the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. Lin Ling sighed. His world was the Xianping province. He didn't know that Xian Yuan and Xian Huang also had so many strong cultivators. Besides, they were much stronger than Xian Pang. When Yao Ping saw Yun Luoxia, he immediately said, "Sister Luoxia, they want to steal my ghost-faced flower. Besides, I found a yellow spring stone. They want it too. So it's Princess Luoxia from the Sun Moon Cloud dynasty." All right. The leader of the Yun Luoxia troop was dressed in black armor, and their faces were cold and arrogant. He wasn't old, but he had a dignified air about him. Moreover, they were looking at each other, discussing whether they should attack Yun Luoxia's team, and whether they could win after attacking. "Yun Luoxia troop, you made a mistake first. What do you want to do now?" "All right." Yun Luoxia took a step forwards and stood with Yao Ping and the others. She wanted to tell them that they weren't weak. If they dared attack, they'd better think carefully. "Let's go." "All right," said the captain of the Yun Luoxia troop, waving. Their mission was to go to the ghost region and collect treasures for the strong cultivators. If their opponents were too strong, they wouldn't attack them easily. But among the 9 people, there were a few who didn't want to give up because the captain was too cautious. They didn't dare offend Yun Luoxia, but they thought that if they really fought, they could kill Yun Luoxia's team. "Since it's that way, we'll mind our own business," said Yun Luoxia, nodding. She left with Yao Ping and the others. She was also thinking that if they didn't have to fight, they shouldn't. "Ah!" At this moment, someone in the Lin Ling troop exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw cracks on his armor. The young man glared at Lin Ling furiously. "You sneak attacked me." "What?" Yun Luoxia and the others' faces changed. The current situation was that the 2 teams were afraid of each other and had separated peacefully. But Lin Ling's sneak attack was tantamount to provoking the other team. Lin Ling was also stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Sneak attack. They had just turned around. If he really attacked, it was impossible for them not to notice. So, the armor was actually broken by the Yun Luoxia troop. His goal was simple. He wanted to stir up trouble and steal Yun Luoxia's harvest. At this moment, the captain of the Yun Luoxia troop went silent. He seemed to understand his teammates' intention. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Why did you sneak attack him?" Lin Ling sneered and didn't say anything. He wanted to see how the other party would continue acting. The captain knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was low and didn't have the right to speak. So, he insisted that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack. He looked at Yun Luoxia and said, "The people in your team are not clean. Unless you hand over all the ghost face grass and the underworld stone, you will have to bear the consequences." "Sir, don't go too far." Yao Ping and the others frowned. How could they not know the purpose of the Yun Luoxia troop? "Do you dare to offend my palace?" The captain sneered. He seemed to be in the right, so he wasn't afraid of the background behind Yun Luoxia. His words made Yao Ping and the others grit their teeth and fall silent. Yun Luoxia's face was also ugly. However, the Yun Luoxia troop wasn't weak. It was best to avoid conflict. She asked indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "His armor cracked." "That's the evidence." The captain said indifferently. Hee, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You said that he sneaked an attack on your teammate. First, he's only a transcendent. Second, if I'm not wrong, your armor is the 9 nether earth-shattering armor. It's a mid-level heavenly soldier. How can it be broken so easily? Lin Yi said indifferently. He had reincarnated, so he was naturally calmer than others. With that, the 9 nether troops' faces turned ugly. They had missed this point. The captain's mask seemed to have been torn off as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Lin Yi and said, "You're good. Then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we can leave." Chapter 1409. You asked me to sneak attack you. Since that's the case, we'll mind our own business. Yun Luoxia nodded and left with Yao Ping and the others. She was also considering not to clash head-on if possible. Ah! At this moment, someone from the Lin Ling troop exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw cracks on his armor. The young man glared at Lin Ling furiously. "You sneak attacked me." "What?" The faces of Yun Luoxia and the others changed drastically. The current situation was that the two teams were wary of each other and had separated peacefully. However, Lin Ling's sneak attack was tantamount to provoking the other team. Lin Ling was also stunned for a moment before a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sneak attack. They had just turned around. If he had really launched a sneak attack, it was impossible for them not to notice. Therefore, the armor was actually broken by the 9 Nether troop. Their goal was simple, to stir up trouble and steal Yun Luoxia and the others' harvest. At this moment, the captain of the 9 Nether troop was silent for a moment. He seemed to understand his teammates' intention. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Why did you sneak attack him?" Lin Ling sneered and did not speak. He wanted to see how the other party was going to continue acting. The captain knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was low and did not have the right to speak. Therefore, he insisted that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack. He looked at Yun Luoxia and said, "Your team members have dirty hands and feet and are looking for trouble. Unless you hand over all the ghost face grass and the underworld stone, you will bear the consequences." "Sir, don't go too far." How could Yao Ping and the others not know the purpose of the 9 Nether troop? They immediately frowned. "Do you dare to offend my palace?" The captain sneered, as if he had the right and was not afraid of the background behind Yun Luoxia and the others. His words made Yao Ping and the others grit their teeth and fall silent. Yun Luoxia's face was also ugly. However, the 9 Nether troop was not weak, so it was best to avoid conflict. She asked indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "His armor cracked." "That's the evidence." The captain said indifferently. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say he attacked your teammates, but first of all, he's just a transcendent. 2. If I'm not wrong, your armor is the 9U earth-splitting armor, a middle-stage heavenly soldier. How can it be broken just like that? At this time, Lin Yi said indifferently. He had reincarnated, so he was naturally calmer than others. With that, the 9 Nether troops' face turned ugly. They had missed this point. It was as if the captain's mask had been ripped off. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Yi. "You're good. Well then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can we leave?" Yun Luoxia also said with a cold expression. Her words made the Yun Luoxia troop grit their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this, but they couldn't find an excuse to make a fuss and kill this team. "Go!" The captain of the 9 Nether troop waved his hand and chose to leave. Next time, there would definitely be a chance to wipe out this team. Wait! However, they had only taken a few steps when a cold shout rang out, causing them to look over. They could not help but freeze in place. The one who spoke was actually the weakest person in Yun Luoxia's team, and that person was Lin Ling. "What are you trying to say?" The 9 Nether troops stopped and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Among them, the one with the cracked armor sneered, "Do you want us to apologize?" He knew that his previous slander had failed, so he guessed that this young man wanted him to apologize. Unfortunately, this young man couldn't see through him. "Lin Ling!" Yun Luoxia hurriedly shouted. She also thought that Lin Ling wanted the other party to apologize, but in the current situation, it was better if the two teams didn't fight. After all, if they fought, both sides would suffer great casualties. What's the use of apologizing? What's the use of apologizing? What's more, if apologizing is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The other party wanted to find an opportunity to kill them, but failed. Then, he turned around and left. Was he going to pretend that nothing had happened? Police. What's that? And you don't want us to apologize? Then what are you trying to do? The 9 Nether Troop looked at each other and sneered. They were curious about what kind of waves this weakest young man could stir up. The reason why I don't want your apology is because you said that I launched a sneak attack. If I don't do anything, how can it be called a sneak attack? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and stood in front of the sneering young man. The young man shook his head, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The matter had already calmed down, but he still dared to stir up trouble. He stretched out his fingers and played with his nails. You're right. You didn't even do anything, so how can it be called a sneak attack? But let me tell you in advance, there are some things that you have to pay a great price for. Lin Ling, come back. Yun Luoxia and the rest were even more anxious. They knew that Lin Ling was slandered, and his mood wasn't good. However, Lin Ling didn't want the other party's apology. Instead, he seemed to want to launch a sneak attack. What was he trying to do? However, although they tried to persuade him, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't their teammate and was very stubborn. Therefore, they could only shake their heads helplessly. You can attack, but once you do, it will be a real sneak attack. The captain of the 9 Nether Troops sneered. He looked at Lin Ling and waited for Lin Ling to attack. Attack, let's see if you dare. If you attack, it would be a real sneak attack. Come on. The young man with the broken armor opened his arms and allowed Lin Ling to launch a sneak attack. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded his head and slowly pulled out the tyrant song. Then, he ruthlessly slashed. Boom. With a slash, the power of 8 universes exploded. The young man's armor cracked and his entire body was chopped into pieces. Everyone fell silent. The 9 Nether Troop was stunned. Then, their eyes turned red as they roared, you killed him. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would end up like this. I didn't kill him. I just followed his request and launched a sneak attack. Lin Ling said calmly. This caused the pupils of the 9 Nether Troop to tremble. They understood what Lin Ling meant. They slandered Lin Ling for launching a sneak attack, and now, Lin Ling had launched a sneak attack in front of them. However, Lin Ling's sneak attack didn't break the armor of the Celestial Troop, but the person who broke the armor died. This result also proved that Lin Ling didn't launch a sneak attack. If he really wanted to launch a sneak attack, would that person still be alive? You've got guts. You actually killed my brother. Among the 9 Nether Troop, a man's face stiffened. He didn't expect that the young man his brother slandered would be so strong. Previously, his brother had chosen to slander Lin Ling because the latter's cultivation was too low. Even if he was wrongly accused, he probably wouldn't have the right to speak. Don't randomly accuse him. He asked me to launch a sneak attack, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. I only launched a sneak attack and he couldn't block it. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the furious 9 Nether Troop. I don't care. You're dead. Today, I want you to die here. The 9 Nether Troop roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. You want to kill me? Lin Ling asked indifferently, as if he didn't know how powerful the 9 Nether Troop was. You must die. You dared to offend the 9 Nether Troop. No matter what kind of background you have, you must die. The other 9 Nether Troop members revealed their killing intent. Chapter 14:10. These people had been eyeing them covetously, but they were afraid of Yun Luoxia and the others backing them. But sooner or later, they would come knocking on their door. Since that was the case, let's see if they had the strength to kill them. On the other side, Yun Luoxia and the others had their mouths wide open. Although they knew that Lin Ling was arrogant, they didn't expect him to be this arrogant. They had just calmed down the storm, but Lin Ling stirred it up again, as if saying that since they dared to provoke a storm, they had to bear the consequences. I sneak attacked your little brother before, so as his older brother, I'll sneak attack you again. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, and with a stomp of his foot, his ancient god emperor physique appeared and his sword slashed out. Hong long long. Another 9 nether guard fell. This person was a second-layer saint, a powerful cultivator in Wunai Palace, or else he wouldn't have been qualified to come to the ghost domain, but he still couldn't block Lin Ling's sword. His sword is too sharp. Yao Ping sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling had told him before that he wouldn't be able to block even a single sword strike from Lin Ling, but now it seemed that not only would he not be able to block even half a sword strike, he wouldn't even be able to block half of it. He had seen transcendent realm geniuses fight across realms, but he had never seen such a terrifying one. Even Lin Yi was taken aback. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. How could they know that Lin Ling's 3 absolutes were absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed? Unless one's talent surpassed Lin Ling's, even if they were a 3rd-layer saint, Lin Ling would still be able to kill them. You've got guts, killing another one of my 9 nether guards. How do you want me to torture you to death? The remaining 9 nether guards roared. The 9 of them had come here from the periphery of the ghost domain, slaughtering countless teams, but this was the first time several of their teammates had been killed here. I was just following his request to sneak attack him. However, what made them vomit blood was that the black-robed youth said something harmless. Kill him. The captain of the 9 nether guards roared, his eyes filled with killing intent, causing Lin Ling's sneer to thicken. Taking a step forward, he distorted space. Swallowing mountains and rivers. The heavens and the earth. On the ground, dazzling sword light flashed, and every strike caused blood to splatter everywhere. Yun Luoxia and the others could only vaguely see the ancient venerable emperor holding a giant sword and conquering the world. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, only one of the 9 remained, the captain. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, never having imagined that this transcendent realm young man would be so terrifying. And Lin Ling was standing in front of him, his black robes fluttering wildly, his sword pointed at him, as if telling him that he, Lin Ling, had put on his black robes and returned to the days of battle. He should not have provoked Lin Ling. Indeed, during the great calamity of the rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had donned his black robe. The black robe represented his decisiveness in killing, and it also represented his resolute heart. I'm from the 9 nether troop of Wunai Gong. If you dare to kill me, be careful of offending our Wunai Gong. At this moment, the captain did not dare to move, his face cold and indifferent. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His team had been completely wiped out, and not by any other team, but by a single person. He never thought that the most terrifying member of Yun Luoxia's team would be the person with the lowest cultivation. So, what are you trying to say? Lin Ling looked at the captain indifferently. You can't kill me. Even if you touch me, you will die. We are geniuses of the Wunai Gong. Sir is the king of Tian Huang in Yin Mountain. Try touching me. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. At this moment, he could only bring out the powerful background behind him. You want me to touch you? Lin Ling asked indifferently, as if he did not know what the Wunai Gong was. Yes, do you dare? The captain sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be hesitating, so he could not show any weakness at this moment. Perhaps he could scare Lin Ling away. In fact, I don't know what the Wunai Gong is. The reason why I didn't kill you is because I thought that since you didn't let me kill you, I naturally can't kill you. The 9 nether troop died because they let me take the initiative to kill you. But now, you seem to be asking me to touch you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, causing the captain's pupils to shrink. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of the Wu Nai Gong, so he would not easily make a move against him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was not afraid at all? The reason why he did not kill him was because he did not let Lin Ling kill him. Just like before, when the 9 Nether Troop let Lin Ling sneak attack, Lin Ling naturally made a move. But before, his last words were to let Lin Ling kill him, asking if Lin Ling dared to kill him. He said these words to make Lin Ling more wary and not dare to touch him, but in the end, it made the situation even more troublesome. Wait a minute, I was wrong before. Don't kill me. Don't take my words seriously. After reacting, the captain immediately said with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. I don't want to kill you, but you want me to kill you, so I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Lin Ling's smile became even more evil, causing the captain's pupils to constrict. He wanted to say something, but all he got in return was a sword strike. Then, with a boom, his body exploded, turning into dust. You don't take your words seriously, but I take my words seriously. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword, and at the same time, collected the treasures left by the 9 Nether Troop. Yun Luoxia and the others were still staring at Lin Ling in shock. They didn't know what to say anymore. They had tried their best not to provoke the Lin Ling troop because they didn't want the two teams to fight. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all? He had single-handedly defeated the 9 Nether Troop. It seems that a fierce man has joined our team. Wow! What a monstrous transcendent. With his strength, he can easily enter Champion University. Wow! Lin Yi, I admire you. Good eyesight. Good. How could Yao Ping and the others not be convinced? They were completely convinced. At that moment, Blood River ancestors stared at Lin Ling coldly. After a long time, he finally spat out, "Monster." Monster. It wasn't that he had never seen a transcendent realm cultivator defeating a saint in battle, but Lin Ling had not fought a battle to the death, nor had he fought a battle of attrition, but had instead chopped down vegetables and melons. This was extremely rare, which meant Lin Ling's talent was on a completely different level. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling's talent was absolute defense, and that his sword was something they had to look up to, they would be even more shocked. Brother Lin Ling, I'll help you. Yes. Yao Ping was the first to rush over to help Lin Ling collect the spoils of war. Then, Wang Lin and Zhang Xiaoyan also rushed over. They knew that having strong teammates in the ghost realm was a great blessing. Other teams wouldn't dare to rashly invade. What are you doing? Lin Ling frowned. Why was this guy so enthusiastic? We're teammates. Yao Ping laughed. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. When did I agree to join you? Ha! It's fate that we met, so we're teammates. Hee, we just treat you as a teammate. Wang Ping looked cold, but he was actually so thick-skinned. These bastards. Ha! Chapter 14:11. A sudden change occurred. The baleful ghost heavenly ruthlessness was born. Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he felt wronged. He didn't know that Lin Ling was this strong, he only knew that he couldn't fight Lin Ling. After that, the crowd continued moving forwards. More and more strong cultivators were gathering in the Yin Mountain. Teams were fighting everywhere. The ghost region was in chaos. Arhat's real body. Arhats from the great region of Xianyuan. A bunch of bald donkeys dared come to the ghost region. Try my 10,000 scissors. In the eastern sky, several golden Arhat true bodies appeared, their auras intimidating the world. In the distance, an enormous pair of scissors blossomed, cutting apart the great laws. It was extremely terrifying. In the west, there were also battles. Teams were killing each other. I'm going to get a recommendation from Champion University, Abyssal Turtle Force Field. Is that so? Ancient Netherworld, I've always wanted to see how strong you are, White Bone's demonic body. The abyssal turtle was floating in the sky. 10,000 lightning bolts flickered and blocked a gigantic white skeleton in the distance. The two strong cultivators were fighting fiercely. How terrifying! More and more strong cultivators are gathering. Most of them want to go to Champion University, they're all geniuses. I have the feeling that the era of geniuses is about to start. In the Yin Mountain, Yunluoxia and the others were walking slowly. It was chaotic, too chaotic. Teams were fighting everywhere. Strong cultivators and great cosmic laws were everywhere. It seemed like the ghost region was about to be opened. It seemed like all the young cultivators of the three Xian ancient cultivators of the human world had come to the Yin Mountain. Subconsciously, their eyes fell on the black-robed youth in front of them, and they immediately felt a sense of security. They had encountered many powerful teams before, but Lin Ling had defeated all of them alone. If they had not been lucky enough to team up with Lin Ling, they would have been wiped out long ago. At that moment, Lin Ling was looking at the battle in the distance, but he didn't pay attention to it. He was talking to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun had told him that the second dream's soul had dispersed, maybe it had turned into 3 souls. Lin Ling had only collected 1 soul, so it would be even more difficult to find the second dream. After all, Lin Ling was afraid that one of the souls would reincarnate. "I'll find her," whispered Lin Ling. He swallowed the last ghost face grass. He was only 1 step away from the saint layer. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed. Under the ground, a large number of white skeletons crawled out. Each of the white skeletons had an evil ghost within them. They were tall and mighty, at least 5 meters tall. The moment they crawled out from the ground, many people were killed and their flesh and blood were devoured. Xian Xian Qi. The baleful ghost sky is coming out. Someone stared at the sky and shouted anxiously. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the death chi and ghost chi combined to form a vortex that smashed into the earth. "Ah, save me!" Someone was affected by the vortex and cried out in pain. Then, he turned into a ghost head and became a baleful ghost. So scary. Is the baleful ghost sky about to come out? It said that it's a ghost god formed by the heaven and earth's baleful ghost sky. If it comes out, all of us will die. The crowd panicked. The baleful ghost sky was not something they could face. The baleful ghost sky is still in the process of coming out. We can kill it. If we can get its baleful ghost sky bead, we can increase our cultivation by 1 realm. At that moment, a powerful heaven's pride shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wind and thunder rolled in the vast Yin Mountain. The younger generation of ancient martial artists from the mortal world's 3 Xian Qi were ready to make a move. They were not afraid of the baleful ghost sky bead. Kill! Countless battle cries sounded throughout the world. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This change made Lin Ling and the others, who were walking in the Yin Mountain, gasp. They looked into the distance where spirit chi fluctuations were constantly blooming in the sky and on the ground. Great principles were colliding. On the ground, a large number of ghost generals were fighting against the mortal world's 3 Xian Qi cultivators. The rumbling was deafening. The sudden change turned the group battle into a great battle of ghost generals. A battle of 10,000 people, and all of them were Saint Realm powerhouses. For many people, such a sensational scene was something they would never encounter in their lives. So scary. Yunluoxia gasped. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Let's go and take a look. Boss Lin Ling, we can't. The battle over there is too crazy. It's not something we can meddle in. Yao Ping said with a pale face. If you want to become stronger, you can't avoid danger. But if you don't want to go, just stay nearby. I'll go and take a look. Lin Ling shook his head. He was only a step away from breaking through. Moreover, Elder Z had told him before that the baleful ghost pearl was the essence of heaven and earth's baleful qi. If he could refine it, Lin Ling would be able to greatly improve his essence, energy, and spirit qi. It was Lin Ling's first time seeing a treasure that could improve his essence, energy, and spirit. He naturally wouldn't miss it. Then let's go. We're not the only team going there. Lin Yi stared into the distance and said, moreover, among the ghost general's bones, there's a small bone that is the essence of ghost spirits. Ordinary martial artists can also refine it. Its effect is even better than ghost face grass. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They followed Lin Ling and rushed forward. Hong long long. At this moment, the center of the Yin mountain plain was indeed in an uproar. At the same time, a pool of blood that spanned 500 kilometers floated out. The surging sea of blood roared, and a child was soaking in it. The child's body was covered in complicated patterns that were extremely evil. Moreover, a blood-red bead appeared above its head and was slowly fusing into its body. Of course, this merging obviously took some time. Humans, die. The moment I'm born, I want all of you to become my ghost general army. Humph. The child's resentful voice drifted out. It was extremely terrifying. This was the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi that was born from the heaven and earth's baleful qi. Pu. Some of the transcendent realm cultivators and even some saint realm cultivators coughed up a mouthful of blood as their faces paled. Retreat, don't get close to the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi. Retreat. After coughing up blood, many people retreated with pale faces. This kind of ghost wasn't something they could get close to. Trash and trash, watch from afar. Don't go looking for death. At this moment, a powerhouse riding the golden-eyed Lion King arrived with a majestic aura. These powerhouses were originally going to Yellow Springs Mountain, but they were attracted by the birth of the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi. Moreover, other than him, even more mysterious experts had arrived in a grandiose manner. Their strength was clearly much stronger than the previous group. If this baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi is born, the human world will be wiped out. My heavenly dragon temple will purify it on behalf of all living beings. In the sky, a blood-red kasaya drifted out. The sound waves rolled as an old monk arrived from afar. Heavenly Dragon Great Zen Master from Xianping Province. Many people recognized the old man and their blood boiled. Such an ancient powerhouse had also arrived. Bald donkey, if you want the baleful ghost bead, just say it. Why do you have to find such a fake excuse? Chapter 14:12. Battle King's Disciple. Sir, you're too arrogant. Amitabha, this old monk will purify you on behalf of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Flesh Kasaya. Bloody light bloomed. The Kasaya that seemed to be made of thousands of flesh and blood released the light of Buddha and Devil. Immortal Thunder God Body. As soon as the flesh Kasaya appeared, the other Xianhuang Dayu cultivator also released a terrifying lightning energy. I am the world palm. At the same time, another top cultivator arrived. He was like an ambitious person, domineering and unparalleled. With a palm strike, a storm raged. This person was the genius king of Xianyuan Great Region's Wunai Palace, also known as King Tianhuang. He was a powerful genius king who wanted to be recommended to Yungu Immortal Platform. Boom! The ground cracked, and a large number of ghost generals were shattered. White bones shot out in all directions. The power of that palm strike was terrifying. Everything was just like the name of the martial art. I am the world palm. How terrifying! King Tianhuang unleashed his full strength. I'm afraid he's in the top 20 of the lower Xian ranking. Many people's blood boiled. They had never seen so many strong cultivators gathered together in their lives. Now that they could see it today, they had no regrets in life. In my opinion, Gue Sha Tianli is about to be born. If he succeeds, we won't be its match and will all die unless we have the help of a late Saint Realm cultivator. So, why don't we join forces to attack Gue Sha Tianli? Whoever obtains the heavenly violent bead will be lucky. If he can kill Gue Sha Tianli, it will be a blessing to the world. The heavenly violent bead will belong to him. What do you think? An ancient voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was the old monster of the four gods constellation. That's a good idea, but the heavenly violent bead belongs to me, He Xian. Another white-robed young man arrived. He was like a crane in the clouds. He Xian is here too. His immortal body is the rare great crane immortal body. Moreover, he's about to be recommended to Yungu immortal platform. In your dreams, the heavenly violent bead will belong to me. Rumble. At that moment, a giant blade slashed at the blood pool. A sharp voice came from the blood pool, "How dare you stop me from being born? You'll all die." The child in the blood pool became more and more ferocious, filled with resentment. It's getting closer and closer to the day of its birth. I think that all third-layer saints should make a move. If you're below this level, unless you think you're strong enough, you should go and kill the ghost general. Alright, I'll go first. Million scissors. The strong cultivators attacked once again, crazily attacking the blood pool, causing it to sway continuously. Blood rained down and landed on the bodies of many martial artists, corroding them. Kill. However, not only were the top experts not afraid, they became even crazier. One by one, the famous figures took action, causing lightning, flames, and storms to appear in the sky. At the same time, on the ground, huge rocks as big as palaces tumbled in the sky like rice straws, intimidated by the power. They're all famous figures. Xian Peng, Xian Yuan, Xian Huang, all the experts have made their moves. Many teams stood in the distance, watching this scene in shock. However, Ghost Fiend Heavenly Ruthless is getting crazier and crazier. Look at the Heavenly Ruthless bead, it's getting closer and closer to fusion. Oh no, if the evil ghost Tianli comes out, we'll all die. Many people were shivering. The evil ghost Tianli was terrifying. As far as they knew, it would take a lot of cultivators of the late stage of the Saint Realm to kill it. One person couldn't do it. You're all a bunch of trash. I, the Fire Spirit Princess, am here. Who dares stop me from obtaining the evil ghost Tianli? I'll destroy his entire clan. At this moment, billowing flames surged over, and a girl who was only 5 or 6 years old appeared before everyone's eyes, standing on a fire dragon as if she was a child of the fire tribe. The Fire Clan's daughter. Many people gasped when they saw the girl. Even the famous strong cultivators were astonished. The Fire Spirit Princess was from the Fire Clan in Xianhuang Dayu. According to legends, the Fire Clan was the descendant of the fire god Zhu Rong. They were born with incredible fire abilities. The Fire Spirit Princess was an outstanding cultivator of the Fire Clan. When she was born, she burned the sky for a whole month. Then, she was chosen by Champion University and became the youngest disciple of Champion University in history. Many people were trying their best to be recommended to Champion University. Some people were recommended to Champion University, but nobody was a disciple. There were 3 legendary cultivators in the human world, the 7 emperors, Yun Gu, and Champion University. Becoming their disciple meant that she was the best cultivator in the human world. She had become a disciple at the age of 5, who else could do it? The girl on top of the fiery dragon had an illustrious reputation, but on the surface, she was a kingdom-toppling beauty. She had black hair and black eyes, an otherworldly beauty. She was like a lotus flower, with snow-white skin and eyes as bright as the stars. However, her fiery red hair gave others the feeling that it was wildly dancing in the wind. She was so attractive at such a young age. Someday, she would become one of the most beautiful women in the human world. Of course, the Fire Spirit Princess was renowned throughout the world. When she was young, many ancient martial art practitioners had come to propose marriage to her. Unfortunately, the number of people who had been rejected numbered in the millions. Fire God's world. A delicate voice sounded from the fire dragon. At this moment, flames soared into the sky. The porcelain doll-like beauty had activated some kind of immortal body. She began to grow and turned into a beautiful woman with a seductive body. Flames surged all over her body, attracting the attention of thousands of people. With a light wave, flames bloomed. A major law appeared, and it had reached the peak of the half-step realm. Paw! 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 The pool of blood burned, emitting a fishy smell. The children in the pool of blood let out ferocious cries. They released surging evil chi that turned into a wind dragon and swept towards the Fire Spirit Princess. What a fierce ghost! The Fire Spirit Princess's face turned serious. She did not dare to underestimate the evil chi. With a wave of her right hand, a large number of people flew up and became her scapegoats. They were swept up by the evil chi wind dragon and turned into ashes. Fire Spirit Princess, no! Many people shouted anxiously. They did not have any intention to resist the Fire Spirit Princess and could only beg for mercy. You trash, it's your fortune to be able to block the attack of the evil Chi Tianli for me. The Fire Spirit Princess had been favored by the heavens since she was young. She was extremely arrogant and cruel. Of course, this was normal. With the Fire Tribe as her backing, who would dare to provoke her? It's still the same. The evil Chi bead will belong to whoever can kill the evil Chi Tianli. It's the same no matter who it is. At this moment, King Tianhuang said lightly. He had delicate features and his long hair danced in the wind. He was only in his 20s. His words made it clear that no matter how powerful the Fire Spirit Princess was, they had to follow the rules. Whoever killed the evil Chi Tianli would get the evil Chi bead. Will I, the Fire Spirit Princess, go back on my words? Don't worry. You can attack the evil Chi Tianli, but the one who will get the evil Chi bead will still be me because only I can kill it. The Fire Spirit Princess shouted. Her long, white legs were faintly discernible at the edge of her red dress. She was completely different from the little girl from before. It's enough to hear you say that. The crane deity nodded lightly and stared greedily at the Fire Spirit Princess's alluring body. Was this the Fire Spirit Princess when she grew up? However, she was indeed beautiful. Attack! Chapter 14:13. The mysterious youth makes a move. Rumble. 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 Wind and clouds rumbled as the ghostly aura turned into a vast whirlpool. Countless experts attacked the blood pool one after another. Shisha Tianli seemed to know that they were being surrounded and let out sharp screeches as he retaliated. Many experts were injured, and the weaker ones were killed instantly. At this moment, Yunluoxia and the others were looking at the scene with serious expressions. They all wanted to get the Tianli pearl, but it was obviously difficult. Without powerful strength, they couldn't get close to it. Especially Lin Yi, the Blood River ancestor. He sighed inwardly. There were many ancient martial artists with stronger backgrounds than him, and the geniuses were even more terrifying. They had already reached the level of the 7 emperors' recommendation. Emperor Tianhuang, the 9 nether troops said that we are the powerful genius king of the palace. If he knows that we killed the 9 nether troop, it will be troublesome. His strength is not something we can fight against. Yun Luoxia said worriedly. Yao Ping and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about their words. His eye of time appeared, and his soul power gathered as he stared at the blood pool with full concentration. Gradually, the blood pool appeared in his eyes. It was indeed a ghostly god formed by the heaven and earth evil qi. There was only one kind of passion in his heart, and that was to get the Tianli pearl. He did not notice at all that a shadow had appeared behind him. It was a shadow that was as quiet as the night. She seemed to be looking ahead in a daze, but when her gaze landed on someone, her eyes immediately felt as if they were connected by flesh and blood. She is me. The ghostly shadow spoke for the first time. It was as if even if she had lost all her memories and consciousness, she would still remember that person. Sister, the second dream. Wow! Beside the ghost, Xiaoyun said in surprise. This was the first time she saw her sister the second dream speak. In her impression, the second dream had always stood in the bamboo and was silent most of the time. This made Xiaoyun suddenly have a feeling. Could it be that one of the souls of her sister the second dream was among that group of experts? At this moment, a soft singing voice floated out from the mouth of the ghost who had lost her memory and consciousness. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years? Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword? Who parts today and in the past, lingering for a few years, the flowering period is getting further and further away, breaking the fleeting years. That night in his memory, that lonely girl in his memory, seemed to have descended once again. The singing caused everyone's faces to change drastically. How could there be a spirit in Lin Ling's body? And it didn't seem to be a complete one, it was just one of the three spirits. Sister, the second dream. Little Yun shouted worriedly. As a soul, she knew that one of the three souls of the second dream must have appeared on the other side, causing the second dream, which had not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation, to appear after seeing one of the souls of the past. At the same time, on the ground ahead, someone frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She vaguely felt that something was calling her, telling her to go back, or she would miss something. However, she frowned and ignored it. Her gaze fell on the blood pool. The blood around Shisha Tianli was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. However, Shisha Tianli was also struggling. This caused the resentment and evil qi to become even more terrifying. No one dared to go near him. Obviously, the crucial moment was about to arrive. Everyone in Yin Mountain was excited. Who could kill Shisha Tianli? There were so many experts, so many geniuses, so many referrals. Who would be the king? Let me do it, I am the fist of the world. King Tianhuang wanted to be the one to shock the world. He immediately attacked, but Shisha Tianli was also at a crucial moment. It was time for him to merge with the Tianli bead. Hence, the evil qi around him became even crazier and blocked the powerful fist. Damn it! Moreover, a large amount of evil qi surrounded King Tianhuang. He was furious. It seemed that he had to hide for a while. The other geniuses, the crane god in white clothes, the young man with the scissors, the young man with the demonic thunderbolts in tent, were all ready to attack. At the same time, in the distance, two old men were floating in the sky. They were terrifyingly strong, they had already broken through to the fourth saint layer. They were smiling. It seems like King Tianhuang will obtain it in the end. If he succeeds, Champion University will recruit him as a disciple. I have high hopes for the Crane Immortal. This person is a disciple that my Younggu Immortal platform will definitely recruit. You want the Tianli bead, right? But you don't want to compete with the young geniuses. Therefore, you'll wait for the crane god to obtain the Tianli bead and give it to you. The two old men spoke to each other, looking at the scene in front of them like ancient gods. After they finished talking, the entire Yin Mountain calmed down. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everybody knew that the crucial moment had arrived. In the distance, the sound of weeping ghosts kept spreading in the air. At that moment, all the strong cultivators were stupefied. Their chi was condensed. The Tianli bead is mine. It was the calm before the storm. The strongest attack had finally arrived. In the sky, the golden scissors of the sun and moon appeared as if they could cut anything in the world. On the ground, white skeletons and skeletons were rushing towards the blood pool. In the distance, fire dragons roared. Thousands of fire dragons were roaring furiously. At that moment, it was a battle between heroes. Heaven and earth. However, at the same time, an ancient divine emperor arrived like a dazzling star. The space around him was distorted, and in an instant, he passed by a large number of strong cultivators. Many people were shocked. Another strong cultivator had arrived. Who was that mysterious young man? Yun Luoxia's heart was pounding. Lin Ling had been silent the whole time, but now he had disappeared. His speed was beyond their imagination. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was going to compete with the heroes. This guy. Lin Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, a transcendent, had rushed into the battlefield of a third heaven saint. This was unbelievable. Of course, Lin Yi felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. After all, Lin Ling was someone from the great Xianping region. Big brother Lin Ling. Xiao Yun said worriedly. She only knew now that Lin Ling was ready to attack. That was why he didn't see the second dream behind him. You're courting death. On the Yin Mountain, countless people roared. That person was so fast. Didn't he know that the bird that pokes its head out gets shot? The first person to attack would have to face the Tianli bead. Rumble. Sure enough, the Tianli bead appeared and engulfed the black-robed figure, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. You overestimate yourself. King Tianhuang, Crane Fairy, Princess Huoling, and the other strong cultivators laughed disdainfully. Uprooting the heavens. However, at that moment, a sword light appeared and cut through the Tianli bead. How is that possible? He's not afraid of the Tianli bead. Could it be that he's not afraid of the 5 elements? Is he immune to wind, fire, and thunder? At that moment, everyone's hearts exploded. Chapter 14:14. Battle for the one-line heavens. You dare kill me. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the huge shadow of a child floated out from the blood pool, glaring fiercely at the black-robed figure, an endless amount of power gushing out, like a sea of blood was about to drown him. This time, the attack was filled with evil chi, obviously even more terrifying. He was lucky enough to block the evil chi before, but he definitely won't be able to block the evil chi this time. The first idiot to act died, blocking Gue Sha Tianli's strongest attack for us. Now that he's exhausted again and again, it's our turn. None of the masters present believed that the black-robed figure could still survive. Being submerged in the sea of blood was the result of being submerged in the world evil chi, a power so strong that even a third-layer saint wouldn't dare face it head-on. Flame Dragon's Fury, unseal. At that moment, a shout rang out, and in mid-air, a fiery cloud appeared and a dazzling light bloomed from the sea of blood. Like a sea urchin, the sea of blood was gradually incinerated, and a huge ancient fire dragon king appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the expressions of countless people to stiffen. That mysterious youth hadn't died and had even blocked Gue Sha Tianli's attack. Who are you? A mere transcendent, why aren't you afraid of my evil chi? What kind of talent do you have? And that sword of yours, what is it? How can it absorb my evil chi? A sharp voice rang out at the same time. It was Gue Sha Tianli, his voice like thunder in everyone's ears. A transcendent. Was there even a transcendent realm cultivator qualified to fight here? Impossible, even a third-layer Saint Realm Master had to be careful when facing Gui Sha Tianli. However, the truth was right in front of them, a transcendent realm cultivator had also joined the battlefield. I am the one who obtained your heavenly ruthless bead. A domineering voice rang out. Atop the huge fire dragon king, a black-robed young man stood indifferently, his fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind, his sword seemingly made of fire, shocking the world. Who is this person? His fire martial Dao seems to have reached the grand accomplishment stage, only slightly weaker than mine. The fire spirit princess frowned. This was the first time she had seen someone whose comprehension of the fire martial Dao was greater than hers. Of course, it wasn't just her, everyone was curious as to who this person was. Can he kill Gui Sha Tianli? If he succeeds, he will create a miracle. A cultivator trembled in fear. This was the first time he had seen such a crazy thing. Acting mysterious, you'll die sooner or later. King Tian Huang roared. His martial dais had been snatched by a transcendent realm junior. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, it's too late. I've already fused with the heavenly violence pearl. At this moment, a voice filled with resentment drifted out. Under countless gazes, the ferocious child slowly floated up from the blood pool. The smile on his face made everyone tremble with fear. They remembered what Gui Sha Tianli had said. After he was born, everyone would die. Damn it! We've been tricked. Its fusion with the heavenly violence pearl is even faster than we thought. All the masters present wore ugly expressions. It seemed like a great calamity was about to befall them, unless they had a large number of Saint Realm Masters on their side, but obviously, that was just wishful thinking. Heavens to die to be. Did the fusion really succeed? The fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead is the fusion of the baleful ghost chi and the heavenly ruthless bead. Right now, you have only fused with the baleful ghost chi because there are two types of baleful ghost chi. One is called baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. The other is called heavenly ruthless ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. However, you are baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. You have fused with the baleful ghost chi, but you have not fused with the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. At this moment, an icy cold voice drifted out. Everyone saw that it was the young man standing on the fire dragon king who spoke. Who are you? Why do you know everything about me, including my birth? The slowly floating ghost Sha Tianli let out a sharp sound. Because I saw it. The youth stepped on the flame dragon king. His flaming sword was dazzling, and his black robe fluttered wildly as he shot towards Shisha Tianli. Fine, so what if you can see it? There are only 3 breaths of time left. Unless you kill me, the true baleful ghost heavenly wrath will definitely appear. Ha ha ha. An ear-piercing voice drifted out, making many people's faces turn pale. Could it be that they still couldn't make it? 3 breaths of time is enough. Fire Dragon King's sword, a line of heaven. Right at this moment, the youth moved. He slashed out with his sword, as if he was the sole ruler. This sword seemed to be the most dazzling sword. It possessed all of the destructive aura of fire. It was tyrannical, crazy, and actually made countless people unable to open their eyes. They couldn't see through that sword. What? The great laws of fire, the peak realm. Only the fire spirit princess saw through that sword. That was the martial path of fire that surpassed hers. Line of fire. A shocking line of fire appeared. It was very thin, and it sliced forward at a slow speed. However, although it looked thin, it had the power to cut through all things under the heavens. Kacha. The blood pool was split in 2. Shisha Tianli was split in 2. There was no deafening rumbling sound, but there was nothing it couldn't cut. At the same time, Shisha Tianli, this child, let out a resentful voice. Its neck was cut off, but it used thousands of baleful auras to fuse together again. Only halfway through the fusion, it let out a terrifying voice. You cut through my Tianli bead. Humph. Everyone looked over and clearly saw that the Tianli bead and Shisha Tianli were separated by a sword. Although they continued to fuse together, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that the sword had hit a vital point. I will be back. Boom. Rumble. Finally, Shisha Tianli exploded. Thousands of baleful auras gushed out in all directions. Then, a blood-red stone fell from the sky. Finally, it was caught in the black-robed youth's hand. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out, the Tianli bead is mine. Done. The entire Yin mountain was silent. Shisha Tianli had appeared. Thousands of masters had arrived. They were like kings on the martial stage of the three profound of the human world, releasing their emperor Qi. In the end, the weak couldn't shine and couldn't stop Shisha Tianli. However, the remaining top masters, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, the Crane Immortal, King Tianhuang, and other masters, fought to the end. They were ready to use their most terrifying attack to seize the Tianli bead. However, at this moment, the mysterious youth arrived. He used the sharp sword of fire to kill the ghost and seize the Tianli bead. All of this was like a dream. Most importantly, they seemed to have learned from Shisha Tianli that the youth was only at the transcendent realm. Everyone's face froze and then turned ugly. They had thought that the youth was overestimating himself and dared to fight with them, but in the end, they were all slapped hard by the mysterious youth. This guy really succeeded. In the distance, Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. He couldn't say anything. Boss Lin Ling said that he has absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute attack. It's true. Yao Ping's heart also jumped violently. He worshipped the mysterious youth even more. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and said lightly, the one who kills Shisha Tianli will get the Tianli bead. No one can take it from him. This is what you said before. Yes. After saying this, he wanted to leave. He knew that he had become the focus of attention, but the matter was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he immediately took action. Chapter 14-15. Critical Breakthrough Hong Long Long. 8 streams of spiritual qi bloomed wildly, merging together like a heavenly river, condensing towards the largest sea. Saint Sea Descent. Obviously, the ghost face grass Lin Ling had swallowed before was showing its effects. He's breaking through. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. That guy was really arrogant, taking first place with a single sword strike and then ignoring everyone, breaking through just like that. As for Lin Yi and the others in the distance, they all smiled bitterly and looked at each other before rushing to Lin Ling's side without any hesitation. They were all Saint Realm masters, so they knew that breaking through to the Saint Realm was of great importance. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it this time, they might not have another chance in their lifetime. Moreover, one should not be disturbed during a breakthrough, so no matter what, they chose to help Lin Ling. As for Yin Mountain, it was still silent. Who is this boy? Finally, a voice drifted out. It was King Tianhuang. No matter who he is, he stole our heavenly ruthless bead. He Xian stared at Lin Ling, who was cultivating with malicious intent. In addition to him, many masters also frowned and stared deeply at Lin Ling. Although this boy killed Gui Sha Tianli, the heavens will not allow him to openly steal Gui Sha Tianli. A master said loudly, moreover, the heavenly ruthless bead should be shared equally among all of us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's emotions were stirred. Only those who were capable would be able to obtain it. Indeed, how could such a rare treasure of heaven and earth be obtained by Lin Ling alone? Most importantly, no one knew Lin Ling, which meant that Lin Ling's background was very ordinary. At most, he was at the level of a referral, so there was no need for them to be afraid of him. Wait, you all agreed before that the one who killed Gue Sha Tianli would get the heavenly ruthless bead, but now, you seem to be going back on your words. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Yi stood in front of Lin Ling, frowning at the crowd. He made his move after we injured Gue Sha Tianli, so he snatched our harvest. Since he doesn't follow the rules, we naturally won't follow the rules either. Heaven Wasteland King's cold laughter came out. What a joke. We saw it just now. When Shishi Tianli descended, the evil aura became even stronger, but you didn't dare to approach. Moreover, even if you could attack, would you be able to kill Shishi Tianli? Lin Yi's words were filled with mockery. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, if Lin Ling had not made a move, they might not have been able to succeed. That was because Lin Ling's sword had severed the fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead and the heavenly ruthless ghost. That sword had been so tricky that they could not do it. They also did not know that the heavenly ruthless ghost was hiding such a secret. He's only relying on that sword. That sword looks like a pretty good heavenly soldier. It's very likely that it has reached the heaven stage. Crane Immortal's white robe fluttered as he smiled. It seemed like he was talking about how strong Lin Ling was, but he was also telling everyone that Lin Ling's sword was a pretty good treasure. This made many people stare at Lin Ling's sword, their eyes turning colder. 1. Lin Ling was in the midst of a breakthrough. This was an opportunity. 2. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he was only a Saint Realm First Heaven. Although his strength was a little mysterious, there were so many experts here. Would they be afraid of him alone? However, he killed Shishi Tianli and benefited the three mysterious of the human realm. Therefore, we will let him leave and give him some ghost face grass. However, his heavenly ruthless bead must be left behind. Moreover, his sword seems to have been obtained in the ghost realm. Even if it doesn't belong to him, it should be left behind for the true owner of the sword to claim. Crane Immortal waved his right hand, showing off his elegance. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling's sword. That sword made his heart skip a beat. That's great. At least we can answer to the 7 emperors. He took someone else's item. Naturally, he has to return it. Moreover, he met us. If he met other experts, they would have killed him long ago. That's right. Letting him leave is giving us a way out. Many experts nodded. They would take back the heavenly ruthless bead first and discuss how to split the loot. Of course, there was also the sword. Then let me take back the sword. Moreover, your team seems to have killed my 9 nether troop. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Without giving Lin Ling and the others any more time, King Tianhuang walked towards Lin Ling. Although he looked calm, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I am the world palm. He struck out with his palm. It was extremely domineering, as if the whole world was under his control. This was a rare domineering law. It was similar to Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique. It could withstand the 5 elements: wind, fire, lightning, yin and yang. You. Lin Yi frowned. The situation was getting troublesome. He couldn't stop these experts. Flame god world. However, at this moment, a shout was heard. The mighty flame was like the master of a world. Under countless gazes, it collided with the domineering palm. In the end, the 2 terrifying attacks were annihilated. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Someone is helping. They looked over and saw a red-haired girl coldly looking at them from afar. She stretched out her jade-like hand, and flames burned on her palm. Moreover, she seemed to have used a powerful attack. Her celestial body was also finished, and she turned into a 5-year-old porcelain doll-like girl. Although she was cold, she was extremely cute. The disciple of the warlord, Princess Wuling. Everyone was in disbelief. Princess Wuling, what do you mean by this? King Tianhuang frowned and said. At this moment, the fire spirit princess' bright eyes were filled with indifference. She ignored the heaven wasteland king and instead looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. This was the first time she had seen this young man. However, his handsome features and calm eyes gave her a strange feeling, as if she owed him something. I said that the heavenly ruthless bead belongs to me. Anyone who dares to take it will be killed. He wants to leave it to me, said the Princess Wuling in a clear and melodious voice. Many people suddenly understood. So that was how it was. But it was in line with Princess Wuling's temperament. All right, attack, said the Princess Wuling. Everybody looked at Princess Wuling. However, Princess Wuling frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to kill that young man for the time being. If you can't do it, I'll do it, said King Tianhuang. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more annoyed he was. Lin Ling was surprisingly asking Princess Wuling to help him. Why? How dare you? I said that his life is mine, said Princess Wuling, shouted Princess Wuling. Her voice was like a silver bell. Nobody dared offend her. She wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't. Was she going to wait until Lin Ling broke through to the next cultivation layer? Everybody frowned. Princess Wuling was the only one who could stop them. Because she was a disciple of the warlord clan, nobody dared offend her. Of course, ordinary people didn't dare offend a disciple of Champion University, but it was a different story if she was a disciple of Champion University. Princess Wuling, even though he offended you, he helped millions of people, so you can't kill him. However, you have to hand over his sword and the heavenly ruthless bead. All right. Chapter 14:16. You want to steal my sword? It's old Jean. Yes. And old Xian from Yungu's celestial stage. Yes. Many people recognized the two old men and immediately bowed respectfully. Those two old men were like the Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper because they were real legendary disciples from Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage. Everybody had to look up to them. When the two Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper appeared, the Yin Mountain became even more silent. I know who the owner of his sword is. Therefore, I'll take his sword and give it back to its owner. Yes. Two old men appeared in front of the crowd. Old Xian smiled. His eyes were burning with passion. That sword was quite powerful. He had taken a fancy to it. The fire spirit pouted. She didn't know what to say because she didn't know why she wanted to help that young man. She had just helped him without thinking. Lei Yi, go and bring that sword and the heavenly ruthless bead here. These two treasures don't belong to that young man. Elder Xian knows the owner of the sword, so he'll take care of them. As for the heavenly ruthless bead, it was obtained through great effort, but it still needs an owner. Until the final owner appears, I'll take care of it. Yes, said old Jean in a dignified way. Many people had the impression that old Jean wanted the Tian Violent Pearl. I agree with old Jean. Old Jean has unquestionable integrity. It's fair for him to take care of the treasure. Yes. I agree too. Yes, shouted many people after remaining silent for a few seconds. They couldn't get the Tian Violent Pearl, so they supported old Jean. After all, in the future, they would need his help. They couldn't miss that opportunity. When someone spoke up, the others didn't want to be outdone. They all supported old Jean. Old Jean, old Jian, don't worry, I'll take the sword and the Tian Violent Pearl back. Yes, said the young man called Lei Yi, smiling and walking towards Lin Ling. He had already been recommended to Champion University, but this time, he had helped old John, so old John would think highly of him. Those guys. Yes. The faces of Yao Ping and the others darkened. It was just that there were too many experts here, so they had no right to speak. Lin Ling remained seated cross-legged in his Dantian region. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as his 8 spiritual sources merged together to form an enormous sage sea. Once the sage sea appeared, he would transcend mortality and become a sage. Moreover, Old Z continued to whisper in Lin Ling's ear, telling Lin Ling that it was more difficult for him to break through to the next realm than for ordinary people because he cultivated 3 types of essence, qi, and spirit qi. On top of that, his spiritual qi was simply too vast, so he only needed 1 dan to break through to the saint realm. Lin Ling's saint qi was the purest and most condensed of all. Pop! Pop! At the same time, in Lin Ling's soul qi, the sky shattered and fused together. This allowed Lin Ling's understanding of the void to deepen. The symbol of the saint realm was to comprehend the void. However, not every early-stage saint realm cultivator would be able to comprehend the void. Most of them would only be able to comprehend the void after reaching the late stage of the saint realm. Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique allowed him to distort space, allowing him to become more familiar with the void. Space separation. The so-called space separation not only allowed Lin Ling's distorted space to become stronger, but it also allowed the law of space to form an attack. Space slash. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Isolating the energy of heaven and earth, it formed a kind of space slash, also known as the void slash. One had to know that heaven and earth were filled with spiritual qi. No matter where one went, there would be spiritual qi. However, space could be devoid of spiritual qi. This was proof of the power of space. Once this power was controlled, the attack power would be incomparably terrifying. It seems that my godly demon overlord physique has an additional attack. Heaven. Lin Ling thought to himself. Currently, he cultivated 3 types of essence, qi, and spirit. Absolute defense, fiend god overlord physique. All immortal physiques below the 10th grade of the yellow realm would be crushed, and his physical body was extremely strong. Absolute speed, space distortion, and now space separation. He could separate the opponent's powerful attack by at least 50%. At the same time, he could form this kind of attack into a slash, which was extremely terrifying. Absolute attack, Emperor rank tyrannical song sword, and space slash. In fact, space slash was also heaven uprooting, but with the addition of the power of space, the attack was even stronger. Of course, in terms of attack power, Lin Ling's strongest points were still his soul force and tyrannical song sword. Rumble. This time's comprehension seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Lin Ling's Dantian Saint C was finally successfully condensed, and there was also excess spiritual qi continuously flowing in, allowing his realm to gradually stabilize. This was very scary because very few people could stabilize their realm immediately after breaking through. From another perspective, this also showed how many heavenly treasures Lin Ling had consumed. My strength has increased by 3 times. Lin Ling's heart was filled with pride. At the same time, Lei had already arrived in front of Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Just a transcendent trash, he actually dared to snatch the heavenly violence bead in the midst of a battle for supremacy. This was a disgrace to him, but so what if he was dazzling? Wasn't the heavenly violence bead still going to belong to the 2 titans? Even his sword had been snatched away. Then, his hand slowly reached for the sword. At the same time, old Xian, who was far away, smiled slightly. Was the sword going to succeed? Boz. However, Just as Lei Yi's hand touched the sword, a hand slowly landed on his wrist and stopped him. "Sir, why did you touch my sword?" At the same time, a cold voice drifted out. At this moment, Lin Ling woke up and looked coldly at Lei Yi. He woke up. How lucky, he actually succeeded in breaking through, but he's only a saint realm first heaven. The crowd was surprised, but then they all sneered. The young man was really lucky to be able to break through at such a time. Of course, if the fire spirit princess hadn't delayed him, the young man would have already failed. "You're awake. That's even better. Now let me tell you, your sword was stolen from someone else, so you have to hand it over. Also, you have to hand over the Tianli bead. Old Zhan and old Jian saw that you killed Tianli Gui and spared your life. Now, get out of here." Lei Yi was also surprised, but he quickly said indifferently. His cold eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know what was going on. "Lin Ling, they want to steal your loot." Lin Ling explained the situation from the side, causing Lin Ling's face to turn cold instantly. "You want to steal my sword?" Lin Ling looked indifferently at Lei Yi. "First, it's not that I want it, but the original owner of the sword wants it back. Second, did I allow you to speak to me in such a tone?" Lei Yi said word by word. In front of so many people, he couldn't embarrass himself. However, this young man overestimated himself and questioned him. This made his anger boil. "Now, you only have one choice. Hand over the sword and the Tianli bead and get out of here." Lei Yi said again, his attitude extremely firm. He wanted Lin Ling to get out of here like a stray dog. "Very well, then I'll give you a choice." Chapter 14:17. Given a choice, the corners of Lei Yi's mouth curled up, curious as to what choice he would make, but just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling took a step forward and a terrifying physical strength erupted from his left hand, this time mixed with the power of his Saint Si. "I'll give you a choice, scram." Hong. A fist punched out, its aura capable of uprooting mountains and rivers. It smashed into Rei's stomach, causing Rei's pupils to constrict. He never imagined that this youth would dare to attack him. But in the next moment, a terrifying strength swept out, crushing the Saint Si in his dantian. He bent over like a shrimp, and then he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. He crashed into the distance and immediately lost consciousness. This punch was undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. Lin Ling had actually dared to attack, so the choice he had given was to use his fist. You're quite bold." The two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper realm were stunned for a moment before shouting loudly. A trivial Saint Realm Jr. actually dared to attack them in front of them. Courting death, we gave him a way out and told him to scram, yet he actually dared to resist. Lei Yi only took back his sword, but he didn't appreciate it and instead attacked him. "If it were up to me, we'd definitely teach him a lesson." The crowd of heroes all let out angry voices. This young man was simply too arrogant. "You bunch of trash, do you only know how to flatter others? You only know how to be envious of others after they snatch your treasures, yet you're so shameless as to cultivate the martial Tao." At this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice everyone's anger, his cold eyes sweeping over them. Yun Luoxia had told him what had happened before, letting him know that if it weren't for her help, he would have failed to break through. Moreover, Gui Sha and Tianli were killed by him, so these people not only didn't want to be grateful, they also wanted to steal his Tianli bead and even snatch his sword. If it were before, he would have immediately fled upon encountering so many masters, but now, his strength had greatly increased, and the situation was no longer something others could control, he was the master of this world. "Trash, you're calling all of us trash." The crowd became even more restless. They had seen arrogance before, but none of them had ever seen such arrogance. Even the two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper couldn't help laughing. This young man's strength was indeed not bad, being able to enter the Saint Realm battlefield as a transcendent, but that was it, he didn't have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Yin Shan's angry roar was like a tidal wave. The crowd was furious. Reckless Jr., although Old Jean and Old Xian are only at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm, they are the disciples of legends of the mortal world. Their statuses are high, yet this junior dared to call them trash. In the distant periphery of Yellow Spring Mountain, a large number of powerhouses were also watching the scene on Yin Mountain. These people were even stronger, having reached the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. What an unyielding young man. Even if he dies, he won't hand over the sword. I want to see how long he can last. These powerhouses were divided into 3 groups. They were from Black Origin, Black Peng, and Black Yellow. They were the only ones in the Ghost Realm who could enter Yellow Spring Mountain. One of the groups was from Black Sky Dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianping Province. Black Sky Dynasty was a super powerful existence in Kuan Temple. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and Hong Mansion. In Xianping Province, it was second only to the 7 Emperors World. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Has this Lin Ling started to enter the 3 profound stages of the mortal world? A handsome man in that group said. He knew Lin Ling, he's Lin Ling, who's currently in the limelight in Xianping territory. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. However, Senior Pooh, this person is from Heavenly Temple. Are you interested? I'm not interested, but I owe him a favor that I haven't paid back yet. The 3 top groups all looked at Yin Shan and expressed their opinions. They were watching the scene in front of them as if they were watching a good show. Yin Shan's angry voice was still like the waves of the sea. Lin Ling, they're disciples of Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage. They're also elders. You can't offend them, said Yun Luo Xia hastily. Lin Ling could offend anyone, but he couldn't offend 3 legendary cultivators. Besides, they knew that Lin Ling was proud and arrogant. He knew what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, even if the heavens were big, Lin Ling wouldn't lower his head. Masters, please listen to me. Yun Luoxia quickly spoke for Lin Ling. Hearing that, the 2 old men sneered and said indifferently, then what do you want to say? My teammates don't know how strong you are, so if they offend you, please forgive them. You're a titan, you won't lower yourself to our level, said Yun Luoxia. The 2 old men nodded. They represented Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage, so they cared about their reputation too. Even though we won't blame him, his sword is my friend's, so he has to give it back. And the Tianli Pearl, everybody worked hard to get it, so he has to give it back. Then, he has to apologize and kowtow. Let's forget about what happened before. Old Jean stroked his beard and said with a strong sense of righteousness. As expected of Old Jean, he has unquestionable integrity. Surprisingly, he doesn't blame Lin Ling. He's an emperor's disciple, how could he lower himself to the same level as that young man? Lin Ling, you're lucky. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize, said the crowd worshipping him. Old Xian smiled and said, of course, if cultivators can't solve problems with words, they can solve problems with strength. He can also prove himself. I'll let the 3 of them fight for the sword. If he wins, we'll leave immediately and forget about this. As soon as these words were said, many people were even more impressed. The 2 great masters actually gave Lin Ling a chance. But for Yun Luoxia and the others, it wasn't an opportunity because Lin Ling couldn't stop them. It also meant that no matter what, Lin Ling would have to leave empty-handed. Lin Ling, what should we do? Asked Lin Yi, looking at Lin Ling and frowning. Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. He suddenly smiled coldly and said, "All right." A soft voice drifted out and silenced the Yin mountain. The two titans were startled as well. This young man actually agreed. Even though Lin Ling had killed Shisha Tianli, everybody knew that Lin Ling's sword had been very tricky. It had cut off the fusion between Shisha Tianli and the Tianli Pearl. In terms of strength, there were countless heroes here. How could Lin Ling stop them? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm first-layer cultivator. Moreover, he had broken through by luck. You really agree?" Even old Jean was surprised. But he quickly became happy. If that was the case, he would get Lin Ling's treasure. No one would say that he was bullying the weak. When Shisha Tianli was born, they didn't make a move because they couldn't put down their faces to fight for it. It was the same now. However, Lin Ling had given them an even better excuse to get the treasure. "Of course I agree. Why not?" Lin Ling nodded, "But the person who fights must have 100 ghost face grass. If I win, the ghost face grass will belong to me. If I lose, the sword and Tianli Pearl will belong to me. It's a fair fight. Do you dare?" Chapter 14:18. I don't know what you should thank me for. After hearing this, many people were startled. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a request. However, they glanced at the two titans and immediately became spirited. This was even better because they had helped the two titans obtain the sword and the heavenly violence pearl. This favor would be even clearer and the two titans would remember them. Elder Jean and Elder Xian both smiled. They naturally agreed to this condition. "Then let's have a fair duel. Don't worry, even if you can't win, we won't let anyone kill you. With us two elders here, your safety is guaranteed. Moreover, if your talent is not bad, we can give you some pointers and let you have the qualifications to be recommended." Elder Xian was extremely happy, so he decided to give Lin Ling a way out. It was as if he was bestowing some kind of treasure upon Lin Ling, causing the eyes of many heroes to turn red. Hearing those words, Lin Ling was stunned. He sneered and said, "I can't guarantee that I won't kill your dog. Besides, you want to give me pointers. Who do you think you are to give me pointers? You." The joy in the hearts of the two Mount Tais north seemed to have been splashed with cold water. Boom! As for the surrounding heroes, their hearts were about to explode. What an arrogant junior, how insolent. Who's the first one to die? However, the voice that made them furious once again drifted out. Lin Ling wanted them to die. "All right, Immortal General, you go." Old Jean's expression was extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Ling and said, "Seeing that you're still young, we won't let the older powerhouses go up, lest you say that we have an unfair advantage. If that's the case, I won't be able to put down my face. I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Lin Ling said apathetically, which infuriated Elder Jean even more, but he endured it. "Thank you, Old Jean, for giving me this opportunity." That youth called Undying General laughed excitedly. Right now, he didn't have a recommendation quota, but after obtaining a favor, this recommendation quota wouldn't be difficult. "Ha, thank you, Lin Ling." The Immortal General strode forward, the wind and clouds billowing. He was at the second layer of the Saint Realm, a 7th-level golden class talent. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Even if they were at the same level, the Immortal General wouldn't fear him. "Thank me." This time, Lin Ling was a little puzzled. Why did the other party thank him? Don't you know how hard it is to get a recommendation? Even if you have great strength, it will be very difficult for you to enter the 3 great legends of the mortal realm without a recommendation. Now that you have helped me, how can I not thank you? The Undying General calmly spoke, making Lin Ling laugh coldly. He finally understood what the Undying General meant. Are you so confident that you can win? Not only can I defeat you, I can even kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The immortal general had great confidence in himself. Good, put down the 100 stalks of ghost face grass, then you can die. Lin Ling nodded, making the immortal general stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. You were really strong before, but you only killed Gui Sha Tianli when he was in danger. Now, I can kill you in 3 moves. No, I can't kill you, I can defeat you. Immortal General, let him know who he is. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding voices were like waves. No one thought that Lin Ling would win. Even Yun Luoxia and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling was very strong, they knew that the immortal general had gone to the lower Xian ranking and almost made it into the ranking. This showed how terrifying he was. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed Tengu when he was in the transcendent realm. Tengu was a master on the ranking list, ranked at the bottom. Now that Lin Ling had reached the saint realm, these heroes were like dogs. Immortal heaven cloud shattering. The surrounding voices made the immortal general even more domineering. Grand principles appeared, and they had almost reached the great accomplishment realm. His talent was shattering, and he could shatter the clouds in the sky. This guy's strength has greatly improved. Among the cheering crowd, many of them had solemn expressions. Only Fire Spirit Princess knew that Lin Ling's Fire Martial Dao was stronger, reaching the great accomplishment realm. He had even reached the pinnacle of the one-line sky. However, Lin Ling's talent and immortal physique were not as good as the immortal general's, and his realm was lower. Rumble. The ground of Yin Mountain exploded, as if everything in the world was shattering. The immortal general's attack was extremely domineering, and clouds covered Yin Mountain. Seniors, I've won. At this moment, a proud voice drifted out from the clouds. It was the immortal general's voice. He had used his strongest attack just now, wanting to kill with one blow and cause a sensation. Good, immortal general, the overlord of the great Xianyuan domain, I have faith in you. Old Shan stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. That was too easy. He was defeated just like that. Sigh. I really envy the immortal general. If only I had gone up, I would have gained the favor of the 2 great disciples. Sigh. Many people stared at the clouds, quietly waiting for the immortal general to come out. However, right at this moment, space rippled, and an illusory figure appeared behind the immortal general like water ripples. The immortal general stopped in his tracks, and his pupils constricted. The one who appeared behind him was Lin Ling. Not bad at all. A large area attack, but the loophole in the grand principles is too large, so it can be easily avoided. Sigh. A disdainful voice sounded. Meanwhile, the immortal king's body trembled. How could this be? He had just turned around, but what welcomed him was a sword that revealed its sharpness. Within the power of 8 universes, it carried the power of space, cutting through space, fiercely slashing over. Empty sword. Sigh. The immortal general seemed to have seen the final sword of his life. It was incomparably dazzling, and that sword was so fast that it actually had the power to distort space. You ambushed me. Sigh. He only let out one last sound, and then his head fell off, rolling out of the clouds. Meanwhile, at this moment, everyone outside was still quietly waiting for the immortal general to walk out of the clouds, but soon, a voice that said, "You ambushed me," drifted out, making many people's hearts tremble. Then, a rumbling sound sounded, and a head rolled out from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the immortal general's head. Silence, absolute silence. They all thought that the immortal general would definitely win, but who knew that in the end, what he exchanged for was a head. Most importantly, that head belonged to the immortal general. You are thanking me. I don't know what you should be thanking me for. Sigh. At the same time, the clouds gradually scattered. A black-robed youth walked out, an evil smile at the corners of his lips, looking at everyone with contempt. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all stared at the youth in shock. That youth was extremely cold, his smile carrying an evil aura, seemingly calm, but hiding a storm. You killed him. Elder. Elder Jean and Elder Xian were stunned, and then they both roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would win, and even kill the immortal general. If you want to take advantage of others, then you definitely have to put your life on the line. Before, when I killed Gue Sha Tianli, I also put my life on the line. Lin Ling said indifferently, pointing his sword at the crowd in front of him. There are 2 more, who wants to go? Go. Arrogant. Go. Chapter 14:19. Strength blooming, Amitabha, this old monk will do it. Tian Long De Chan Master, you are too old, it's not a fair fight, let me do it. At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a domineering figure appeared above Lin Ling's head, looking down at him. You killed my Lin Ling troop, didn't you? This person is King Tian Huang. Lin Ling seemed to be very strong, but he had heard the immortal general say that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him. This meant that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than the immortal general. Otherwise, why would Lin Ling sneak attack him? He could just crush him. Therefore, he estimated that Lin Ling was definitely weaker than him. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the king in the sky indifferently. You're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I admit that you're very strong, but you only won because of a sneak attack. Now, you'll have to face my world palm. A domineering voice floated out from King Tian Huang's mouth. His body was as majestic as a palace, and his palm fiercely slammed out, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the earth to explode. The moment he attacked, he exploded with the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Moreover, he was a 3rd heaven saint expert with a 7th grade yellow rank immortal body, the tyrant body of heaven and earth. Once the great law appeared, he would dominate and have the power to crush everything. The crowd in the distance was boiling. Lin Ling had won previously, but it seemed to be a sneak attack. Now that he met King Tian Huang, he could still sneak attack. Empty sword. Staring at the terrifying palm in the sky, Lin Ling was still like a proud swordsman. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced towards the sky. The sword in his hand was majestic, blooming with unparalleled power. Although the opponent's cultivation was higher, it wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed someone of this realm before. Tengu was one of them. Rumble. The sword and the huge palm collided, shaking heaven and earth, and rolling thunder and wind. He's also very strong. Many people's faces were solemn. Lin Ling was actually not killed by a single palm strike. His strength was indeed not bad. Heaven Wasteland King furrowed his brows. His I am the world palm was invincible and could suppress all the cultivation of the opponent. However, in front of Lin Ling, the additional effect seemed to be useless. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing the heavens with his sword. Finally, with a ruthless slash, he severed the I am the world palm. That tyrannical slash caused even more people to suck in a breath of cold air. Before, they were not willing to let Lin Ling obtain the treasure, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified. At least in a one-on-one battle, there were very few people present who could win against Lin Ling. You only have this little bit of strength. I only used one palm, but you blocked it with all your strength. Now, it's time for me to get serious. Heaven Wasteland King was still floating in the air, his indifferent voice coming out of his mouth. In the 3 profound of the human world, he was all-powerful and had defeated countless opponents. Now, he finally met an opponent who could move him. Because the opponent was only in the saint realm, he could block his palm. However, that was all. I am the world fist. I am the world palm. I am the world body. Rumble. In the sky, mountain-like fists and palms pressed down majestically. As soon as those palms came out, many people had difficulty breathing. They found that those attacks were not only powerful, but also carried the aura of the great law. It was so tyrannical that it actually compressed the spirit chi of the entire sky. The spirit chi was compressed as if it was controlled. This showed that I am the tyrannical world palm. Rumble. All the giant palms slapped out, instantly drowning Lin Ling. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of one of the most powerful teams in Yin Mountain today. They obliterated Lin Ling with thunderous momentum. This time, we should be able to win. Old Jean and Old Xian said indifferently. What a powerful great law of martial arts. However, thank you for your strength. Now, it's time for you to die. However, at this moment, a cold shout sounded. Flames erupted from the cratered ground below. A destructive, tyrannical, and crazy aura rushed into the sky. Dragons. Countless dragons swam out from the ground as if they were burning the sky. The great law of fire, the peak realm. The fire spirit princess was the most sensitive to fire. At this moment, her baby face was full of shock because she had not reached this realm. What? He's not dead yet. Old Jean and Old Xian also had difficulty breathing. They also felt a strong pressure. In their eyes, millions of fire dragons roared and clustered around a fire dragon king, majestically flying into the sky. At the head of the fire dragon king, the black-robed youth looked like a king descending to the world. He was like the wrath of the fire god, looking down on the world. Stealing my things, and you even have a reason to do so. Heaven Wasteland King, you are really a disgrace to my palace. The cold voice was like a clap of thunder in King Tianhuang's ears. His face turned pale. The young man was at the first level of the Saint Realm, but he gave off a powerful pressure as if he was at the fourth level of the Saint Realm. How could this be? Could it be that the youth had absorbed his strength? Yes, it was the sword. Heaven Wasteland King stared at Lin Ling's sword in shock. This time, he completely understood. It was that sword. Run, you have 3 breaths of time to run. Stepping on the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling appeared in front of Heaven Wasteland King and said indifferently. In your dreams, I am a genius king of the palace, one of the recommended candidates. How can I run? Heaven Wasteland King roared. Today, the heroes of Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy. He shone brightly and made countless people look up to him and worship him. How could he run away from this final battle? If you don't run, then die. Lin Ling coldly spat out a murderous voice. He was incomparably decisive. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed forward. The strength that he had absorbed from Heaven Wasteland King turned into flames and spewed out. Lin Ling's great law of fire was only at the small success stage, but with the help of the Emperor Stage Tyrant Song Sword's fire formation, he could raise it to the large success stage. Moreover, if he absorbed the opponent's strength, he could raise it to the peak stage. He could slash out a terrifying sword slash like one-line sky, and also use the great law of heavenly pattern martial arts of the transcendent stage. And this great law was the 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Rumble. In the sky, 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, the ghost domain seemed to have turned into purgatory. How terrifying, is this the fire dragon world? The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after reaching the first level Saint Realm. I am the world palm. I am the world fist. Die. Heaven Wasteland King's eyes were red. He attacked crazily, as if he wanted to break the dome of heaven with his fist. His martial arts were indeed terrifying, but he encountered the even more terrifying 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Those flame dragons were extremely tyrannical and could burn anything in the world. When they swept out, Heaven Wasteland King's domineering fist was burned and then exploded. 10,000 dragons roared, terrifying. How can this be? My immortal body is not afraid of the 5 elements, yin and yang. How can his fire harm me? Heaven Wasteland King's heart was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt that the black-robed youth was terrifying. He then clenched his teeth. The future is long, let's fight again next time. He retreated. Escape. The crowd's mouth was dry. Even someone as strong as Heaven Wasteland King was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. Want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Ling indifferently spat out, making the crowd look at the sky. Only then did they realize that the dense fire dragons had formed a mysterious formation that dominated the entire sky. Great Law, this was the true Great Law. Chapter 1420. Magnificent army frightens the world. Boom. King Tian Huang took a step forward, but the flames inexplicably exploded around him, causing him to be covered in dust. As he retreated, the flames exploded again, and he seemed to have stepped into a purgatory of fire. Wait, let me out. Tian Huang was even more afraid. What kind of martial art was this? Why did it have the power of formation runes? I beg you. His voice drifted in the sky, making many people feel unreal. One had to know that after Tian Huang arrived, even the fire spirit princess was not afraid of him. Moreover, he was about to become a recommendation, so he did not care about the millions of heroes. But now, not only was he afraid, he was begging for mercy, begging the son of the fire dragon king in the sky. Beg me. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Begging for mercy when you are not as strong as others, but killing when you are stronger than others. How could there be such an easy thing? Die for me, million dragon dance. Boom. Something even more terrifying happened. In the sky, millions of fire dragons danced, and their trajectories carried a mysterious charm of heaven and earth. The power of the Great Law was even more domineering. And this martial art was formed by Lin Ling with the formation runes. It could only be used when using the 10,000 forbidden Great Fire Dragon. No, let me out. Tian Huang was trapped in the Great Law of Fire. His voice was even more panicked as he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was blasted full of holes by the flames. His immortal physique was not afraid of the 5 elements, but in fact, it was only relatively speaking. Under the power that exceeded his knowledge, he would still be burned by the flames. In the sky, the voice gradually became softer. Tian Huang was blasted to death by the dragons. The most ironic thing was that the power that blasted him to death came from his body, absorbed by the Tyrant Song's sword. So terrifying. That's right. It's that sword, right? That sword is definitely not of the king grade. I'm afraid it has reached the emperor grade and increased the power of fire by 100%. He won 2 out of 3 matches just like that. The hearts of the people in the distance exploded. For the first time, they felt that the black-robed youth was like an emperor descending. He was completely unfathomable. He was only a first-layer saint, but his strength was too terrifying. Even old John and old Xian looked serious. Unknowingly, there was only 1 match left. What should they do? Could it be that he was going to watch that young man leave with the treasure? Trash, a bunch of trash. A 3rd-layer saint couldn't even stop a 1st-layer saint. What right do you have to say that you have a recommendation? What other dog? In the sky, the flames gradually dimmed. Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, stared indifferently at the heroes of the world. Crazy, crazy enough. No one had expected that the most domineering person in today's battle for supremacy would be that young man. The most ironic thing was that they had previously bullied the young man because his cultivation level was low, while they had more experts on their side, so they coveted the young man's treasures. But now, it seemed that the young man's treasures weren't something that just anyone could lay a finger on. He must have been recommended, or else he wouldn't be so strong. Moreover, he should be from Xianping Province's 7 Emperors' Heaven. Someone guessed, making even more people suck in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt that with the recommendation of one of the 3 great legends of the human realm, that youth definitely had a seat that could laugh proudly in the human realm. Crane Immortal, you go, you must defeat him. Old Sean shouted. There was no other choice, he could only rely on Crane Immortal. Crane Immortal was already recommended, and he had a powerful 8th rank Yellow Realm talent. In terms of immortal physique, he was above everyone else. Impudent Junior, look over here. Crane Immortal's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. He was like an immortal crane in the clouds, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Tens of thousands of immortal cranes appeared in the sky. It was like an immortal realm, thousands of auspicious colors, and endless rays of light, making people feel as if they had entered a dreamland. The great heavenly crane physique, according to legends, was the bloodline of immortal cranes. It came from the myriad immortals island and could become immortals. Look, Crane Immortal grew a pair of wings. Many people stared at the immortal youth and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Crane Immortal was even more elegant. His white robe made him look like an immortal, with a pair of pure white wings behind his back. That kind of beauty was indescribable, and that kind of holiness was even more difficult to describe with words. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Tens of thousands of white cranes had just appeared. Almost at the same time, Crane Immortal's hands moved frequently. Then, like a fairy scattering flowers, countless Taoist scriptures flew out along with the white cranes, forming mysterious and profound patterns. The sky was filled with white cranes, the sky was filled with ancient scriptures. The great law and the immortal physique fused together, forming the great law of Tao that controlled the world. This was Crane Immortal's most powerful technique, Taoist secret scriptures. Everything returned to the beginning. Under his great law, everything would return to their original state. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost chi in the sky returned to its original state. Even the earth returned to its original state. It was as if this was not a ghost realm, but an immortal realm. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Only his voice floated out from time to time, falling into the ears of all living beings in the world. Lin Ling, you are dead. The distant crowd was shocked by Crane Immortal's technique, but soon they cheered. This was the beginning of everything. This also meant that under Crane Immortal's great law, Lin Ling would return to his original state. At that time, he would only be an ordinary person. So, how could he win? As expected of the bloodline of myriad immortals island. Becoming a disciple is only a matter of time. Old Xian praised. He was very satisfied, he was very satisfied. Lin Ling, this arrogant and unbridled junior, was finally suppressed. At this moment, cranes filled the sky. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He felt a mysterious aura spread out, causing his pupils to constrict. But soon, his body produced a resistance force, gradually allowing him to return to his original state. It was the Fiend God Overlord physique. Crane Immortal's great law was based on his immortal physique, but it was only yellow rank 8th rank. However, Lin Ling was yellow rank 10th rank. An 8th rank dared to be arrogant in front of a 10th rank. Are you done singing? While everyone was excited, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, shocking the entire Een Mountain. Singing. Lin Ling said Crane Immortal was singing. Even Crane Immortal's pupils constricted. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. Embarrassing. He, a dignified immortal young master, had actually become a singer. The Tao cannot be Tao. Without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, it is not real. If it is not real, it is empty. Heaven and earth are all cranes, thousands of mountains, there is a beginning and an end. Crane Immortal erupted with an even more powerful great law. It could make 90% of the people present unable to block his divine ability power. However, this did not include Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was even colder, as if he was being played. He took a step, distorted space, and pounced towards Crane Immortal. Are you done singing? A domineering and angry voice once again shook the world. How can he ignore the great law of heaven and earth? Everyone's heart exploded. Then, a voice of fear rose in their minds. Could it be an immortal physique that surpassed Crane Immortal's? For the final battle, did you bring 100 ghost face grass? You didn't say anything before coming to fight me. Moreover, in the battle, not only did you not use your full strength, you sang everywhere, and even let chickens and ducks fly everywhere. Scram. Chapter 14:21. Lawless. Rumble. Along the way, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, destroying all the cranes in the sky and destroying the immortal realm. Emperor, it's actually an emperor. Emperor. The dignified Crane Immortal was actually singing, and the great heavenly crane was actually a chicken or a duck. Emperor. Countless people and heroes swallowed their saliva. They had seen Saint Realm experts challenge those of a higher realm, but they had never seen such an invincible one. His defense could be called abnormal. You. Emperor. As for the Crane Immortal, his eyes were red. He did not expect that Lin Ling would not be affected by his great law. He was about to say something, but at this moment, a sword came from the west. The cold killing intent scared him so much that his face turned pale. He hurriedly dodged, and the jade crown on his head fell from the sky. Paw! Falling to the ground, the crown shattered. Countless people looked over and felt that it was extremely ironic. Was this still the immortal young master Crane Immortal? At this moment, he was worse than an immortal, worse than a human, more like a stray dog. Old Jean, help me. Emperor. Crane Immortal frantically fled. He was scared, completely scared. What was the origin of this young man? Why did an emperor descend? Why was he not afraid of his great heavenly crane physique? At this moment, old Jean and old Xian's faces were ferocious. How did things turn out like this? 3 heroes went out to fight, and if they didn't die, they would run away. Everyone was also stunned. This result was beyond their imagination. A first-layer Saint Realm expert sweeping all 3 recommendations. This was too much of a dream. Enough. Emperor. Elder Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a roar that shook the entire heaven and earth. Many people's eyes flickered, and a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Lin Ling had made the 2 titans lose face today. They were furious. And now that they were angry, they naturally wouldn't care about face anymore. They would definitely take action against Lin Ling. Idiot, he doesn't know that in this world, strength and status were everything. Even if he won 3 rounds, how could old Jean and old Xian let him go? Emperor. Some heroes coldly laughed. Lin Ling was arrogant, but now he couldn't be arrogant. Old Jean, make your move. Even more people were shouting loudly. Today, All of them had lost face, being suppressed by the venerable Emperor Youth Lin Ling. How could they swallow this humiliation? I say, enough. Old Shan also roared and released a powerful aura. He was a fourth-layer saint. The two of them were clearly furious at this moment because Lin Ling had ruthlessly humiliated them. Lin Ling, come back. Yun Luoxia and the others shouted anxiously. Mount Tai and Big Dipper had made their move. Lin Ling was in trouble. At this moment, Lin Ling also stopped and indifferently looked at Elder Zhan and Elder Xian. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, as if he had released everything and shook the entire Yin Mountain. Ha ha ha. Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling hearing his arrogant laughter, their hearts trembled. Lin Ling actually dared to laugh. However, even though they felt that Lin Ling was arrogant to the extreme, they had to admit that Lin Ling was domineering and powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a proud swordsman, fearless in the face of the world. Others laughed at him for being too arrogant, but he laughed at them for not being able to see through him. What are you laughing at? The laughter was like mockery, causing the two old men's expressions to become even more unsightly. I am laughing at your stupidity. Lin Ling stopped laughing. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his ancient sword was majestic. He stood in the sky and looked down at the two Mount Tai and Big Dipper. I know you are laughing at the unfairness of the world. You clearly won, but we don't want to admit it. Brat, I want to tell you that the world represents everything with strength, and status is even more so. The two of us are disciples of the legend realm, so you shouldn't embarrass us and be stubborn. Old Xian threw caution to the wind and coldly said. I am not laughing at the unfairness of the world, I am laughing because things are just as I thought. In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at the two Mount Tai and Big Dipper and indifferently said. What? He knew that this would happen? He clearly knew that he would offend the Mount Tai and Big Dipper, so why did he still stubbornly refuse to hand over the treasure? Many people were puzzled, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. Then what are you trying to say? Old Shan looked at Lin Ling and felt even more unhappy. Lin Ling knew that they were going to attack, but he was still not afraid. Lin Ling laughed again, and his cold and arrogant voice finally floated out. This was also the reason why he agreed to the 3 battles. I want to say that I already knew that you guys would go back on your words, so I agreed to the 3 battles. As for you guys teaching me a lesson, sorry, I have been waiting, because today, I will even beat up the disciples of the legend realm. Boom! In the entire Yin Mountain, the hearts of countless people were like thunder. Lin Ling, it was not that he did not know that the Mount Tai and Big Dipper would go back on their words, he knew very well, so he was waiting for the Mount Tai and Big Dipper to come out and teach him a lesson. And Lin Ling's goal was to beat up the Mount Tai and Big Dipper. This kind of arrogance was simply unmatched in the whole world. The Mount Tai and Big Dipper, the disciples of the legend realm, the strongest and most respected existence in Yin Mountain today, Lin Ling dared to beat them? You! Old Shan and Old Xian were furious. They did not expect that they had already become Lin Ling's prey. From the beginning until now, Lin Ling did not put them in his eyes at all, and had always wanted to beat them up. You obviously want to covet my things, but you are still hypocritically looking for excuses. Your strength is clearly not much, but you are still teaching me from above. You are only proud of your identity as the disciples of the legend realm. Do you really think that you represent the heavens? Even if you are the heavens, I will still teach you a lesson today. In the sky, a series of voices crazily spewed out. How dare you! Old Shan and Old Xian's faces were red with anger. This young man was simply lawless. Silent destruction blade. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wanted to teach them a lesson, so what if they were angry? Rumble. An even more terrifying soul attack was released, sweeping across the world. In the ghost domain, tens of thousands of ghosts howled. Lin Ling's soul power had transformed after forging the emperor-rank Tyrant Song sword. Only a fourth-layer saint, what did he need to be afraid of? The soul blade carried the power of the soul seal and suppressed Old John. Old John's furious face instantly changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Clang! The soul attack came, and Old John immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, losing the ability to fight. Old John, what's wrong? The crowd's pupils trembled fiercely. Lin Ling said that he wanted to teach the Mount Tai and Big Dipper a lesson, but now Old John was injured. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a fourth-layer saint? That's too scary. What did you do to him? Old Xian's face changed drastically. He no longer had the noble and unquestionable integrity from before, but now looked like a panicked old man. I don't like him, so I beat him up. In the sky, an unruly voice drifted over. In the next moment, space distorted, and a cold young man appeared in front of Old Xian, causing his face to turn pale. Try using your great law. Let me tell you, without a 10th grade yellow rank immortal body, I will fight you like a dog. In front of my absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed, a legend realm disciple like you is trash. Chapter 1422. King Xia. At this moment, if Elder Xian used his full strength, he wouldn't have been hit by Lin Ling's fist. However, he was completely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance and Elder Zhan's injury. He immediately lost the will to fight. In truth, his strength came from his identity. Of course, the identity of a legend's disciple was enough for him to laugh at the world. However, there was one person in the world who didn't buy this and continued to beat him. Heaven and earth. Boom! Lin Ling's body flickered and appeared in front of Elder Xian. He grabbed Elder Xian's neck with one hand and slapped out with the other. Trying to take advantage of your seniority in front of me. You found the wrong person. Boom! 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 Crisp slaps resounded throughout the world. Hit! Lin Ling hit. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. He had wanted to teach these two giants a lesson for a long time. Now, he did it in front of countless heroes. Boom! Boom! The sound of the slap landed in the ghost domain, and it was as if it landed on everyone's face. This caused countless people's expressions to freeze. They were previously discussing how to divide the treasures, but they completely did not expect that the youth they ignored would be so arrogant, so tyrannical, and so terrifying. He even dared to hit Mount Tai and Big Dipper. You dare to hit me. Boom! At this moment, Elder Xian was in a daze. Lin Ling's strength was too great. Under one slap, he kept vomiting blood. His beard flew everywhere as if it was pulled out by someone. Sorry, very sorry. He wanted to resist, but Lin Ling's slaps were like a storm, making it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, Lin Ling's immortal physique was even more domineering and ignored all the pressure on his body. I don't dare to hit you. Boom! The voice that answered Elder Xian was full of mockery and disdain. With the final slap, Old Xian was directly smashed into the ground. The ground also cracked from the shock, and the palace-sized boulder floated in the air. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Old John. Respected disciple of legend, I have come to apologize to you. At this moment, Old John was indeed powerful. Lin Ling's spiritual force didn't kill him, but it made his spiritual force unstable, as if it would dissipate at any moment. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is he here to bow and apologize? Impossible. He knew that Lin Ling was here to slap his face. I'm an elder of Champion University. If you hit me, you'll die. Old John was anxious and angry, but the answer he got was a slap. Paw paw paw. If you're that strong, then I'll slap you even more. A sentence that made old Jean spit out blood again came out. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he was even more crazy about slapping faces. Paw paw paw. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary slap to the face. Each slap was filled with immense strength, causing old Jean's nose to become crooked and his teeth to fall out. The whole world was filled with the sound of the slaps. The heroes in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. It was completely different from Yin Mountain's arrogance. After all, no matter how arrogant and domineering they would never dare to hit a disciple of a myth. However, Lin Ling, who was insignificant in their eyes, dared to. Haha, awesome. Haha. On the ground, Lin Yi and the others were dumbstruck. Then, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. They didn't like the two old men at first, but now, they could finally vent their anger. Enough, little boy, you want to die. Enough. Finally, some strong cultivators arrived in the distance. They were at the late stage of the Saint origin layer. They couldn't stand it anymore. The two gods of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper were legends of their region, and now they were being slapped so hard that their beards were falling out. How could they endure that? When the strong cultivators arrived, Yin Mountain became even more silent. They all knew that there were even stronger groups in Yellow Springs Mountain, and now those groups had arrived. Xianping Province's Xian Tian Temple, Grand Mystic Region Xia King's 8 Yang Palace, and Xianhuang Dayu's Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. These three forces were the best of the three mysterious super sects in the human world. They were only below the three great legends of the human world. As for their strength, they were naturally at the level of summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Any one of them could easily kill everyone present. How terrifying! When Gue Sha Tianli appeared, those top cultivators didn't care about it, but that arrogant young man attracted all these ancient warriors. Xian Tian Temple. Xian Tian Temple, one of the four pillars of Xianping Province. As for Grand Mystic Region Xia King's 8 Yang Palace, one of the Grand Mystic Region's 5 Heavenly Kings, and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King is one of the 8 Dragon Kings of Xianhuang Dayu. Xian Tian Temple. Many people were in awe. The battle between Gue Sha Tianli and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King was the most sensational battle in the human world's three mysterious super sects. But now, it was just child's play. This was the real battle between heroes. And all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Rumble. A large number of cultivators floated in the sky. Some were riding on black dragons, some were sitting on proud suns, and some were just standing there. But their auras suppressed the entire Yin Mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of the arrival of powerful ancient warriors. He was still grabbing Elder Xian and Elder Zhan and slapping their faces. Junior, how dare you insult the people of the Grand Mystic Region? You're courting death. Die. Finally, a man riding on a black dragon shouted angrily. This person was Grand Mystic Region's 8 Yang Palace. Lin Ling glanced at him. His strength was unfathomable. But soon, he saw a familiar face. It was actually Lord Pu of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. None of your business. Die. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart as he let out an explosive roar. Crazy. Die. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. They had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to be so arrogant in front of such powerful cultivators. Even Lin Yi and the others smiled bitterly. Although they knew that Lin Ling was the kind of person who would become stronger when facing strong opponents, the strength this time was too great. Every single one of them was in existence on par with Lord Mist. How could Lin Ling dare to refute them? He was dead for sure. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Xia family? Kill. Behind Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars, several men in armor walked out. Their strength had reached the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. They were extremely powerful. Their footsteps were synchronized like an army, but they carried a terrifying rhythm that trampled on everyone's hearts. Many people paled, but even more people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see if Lin Ling would still dare to be so arrogant. Xia family. Let me ask you, Xia Wuxia is one of your people. Kill. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he looked at them coldly. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Or do you want to beg for mercy? Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars nodded indifferently. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a junior dared to go against his will. Beg for mercy. You don't know your limits. You only have more cultivation resources than me. If I also had cultivation resources, not only would I have slapped these 2 old men's faces, would have slapped your face too. Yes. Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't have a good impression of the Xia family because Xia Wuxia had captured his teammates. You are very bold. You must die. Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars was also furious. His opponent dared to slap his face.